plantations, so many in particular, but primarily Jews were involved in sort of supportive industries. For example, the ships come in and they need all kinds of goods. They need foodstuffs, they need to have their ropes repaired, their sails repaired, they need tar, they need all kinds of things to be able to outfit the ships and so on. And so Jews would be very much involved in kind of the peripheral industries. The overall economic structure. So it would be incorrect to say that Jews were on one hand, totally divorced from the growth of marketing or totally represented in the slave trade as well. There are some exceptions that prove the rule, if you will. Geronimo Nunez da Costa, for example, also known as Moses Muriel, who lived in 1620 and 1697. He was a very important Portuguese agent in Amsterdam, deeply involved in the slave trade. If we look at Suriname, which is also on the coast of South America, in a place they call the Golden Savan, or the Jewish Savan, it was established in the 1600s, and it absorbed all kinds of Jewish migrants to the territory, including those that Recife, some had to do with recognition. There were multiple slave revolts, there were attacks from foreigners, but what really caused the Golden Savannah to collapse, they can be transformed to sugar, developed an addiction really to sugar, had been exported to the Caribbean, but it was cane sugar that it was sent. Obviously from the you're making noises that you hear later to make sugar prolific because of the cane sugar, and it had a disastrous effect on the nations, including Yona Savannah. But as an illustration of how Jewish economy was really much more than Jewish economy, but it had, like a general depressing effect because so much of the Jewish economy was attached to the slave cane sugar industry. So therefore, from 1760, was much more of an impetus for Jews to look for better avenues for export. Now, in regard, just looking at those numbers again, 500 plantation owners, right? Jews primarily from Europe, and 9,000 enslaved people. As we see with non-Jewish plantation population, land development is sometimes very of a Euro-African Jewish population. What this means is that many slave owners typically would take female slaves, wives, or concubines, Jews concubines, and they would have some relationship with those women. Now you have a new population of people, and how were they dealt with in Jewish society? It is important to note that the actual gender disparity of Jews was somewhat better. It was still definitely very male focused, but it was somewhat better than the non-Jewish population. This was due part to the fact that Jews tended to migrate as family rate. Therefore, traveling as a family makes no sense, but there were specific institutions dedicated to find like your powers kind of amplified. Those are society, this was a society based on on the show, and collected funds had almost like this underwrote saying anything was not quite as acute for Jewish populations as it was for non-Jewish, but nevertheless it was significant. Yeah, look at this picture here, which I think illustrates the whole story. On the left is Maria
somebody
Louise
like with experience or was like
obviously
into
with
you,
some African
it
descent,
could shake you a little
and
bit.
she is
So,
married
you know,
to
that's
Johannes Ellis, also of
some of
African
the stuff
descent.
that
They're dressed, however, in
he's
very
capable of
European clothing, and they are
you know, he
people.
stayed the night at my
What's their
house.
parents? So
Dude, I used to sleep
Maria's
all that
father
night. I
was
was so
a
nervous.
Jewish plantation owner. Mother was a free
Man, like,
slave. And
the
Johannes
moment,
Ellis's father
I
was
was telling him,
a
like, when he came through,
non-Jewish
like, hey, if you stay at your house,
of the
don't let him
region,
stare at a
and his
lighter for
mother
too
was a
long.
woman
Like,
from
yeah, before you go to bed,
Baptist
because it's
Jewish
like that focus, that intention, that,
So,
like, out of,
how do
like,
we know about
there's like a
racially what's
special
different?
relationship
So even from
between these
some
people
pictures
and
coming straight
whatever
out
it
of
is
the
that's
Iberian.
contact.
So amazing research done
I
by
don't think
Professor
Eric had
Anita
figured
Ventura.
out
And basically the
why is it
sources
up
we have
to
are
the
slave
feelings that
manumission
he
records.
has and
That is, when
understands kind of
slaves
what's
are
going on
freed,
with
this
him
is something that
internally to
had to
kind
be
of
recorded.
cope
Obviously,
and deal with those situations.
if a person was a freed slave, they had to have paperwork
I was
to
going to say,
ensure that
just
they
shout
preserved
out
their
to all
freedom.
the people
That's
that
also important
participated
to
and
note
were
that
brave to
this was
speak
an
about their
opportunity for the
experiences
state
like
to
that. That
tax
takes somebody
slave
very brave
owners if
and
they
open,
wish
and because you know they get ridiculed. And do you know it's released that there's going to be some kickback? You know, people are going to start,
so on. And so people would
kind
generally
of, you know, not
imagine that
believing
their slaves
necessarily in.
if they
I mean,
felt
that would be a
an
concern
emotional
for
connection
me.
with them.
Like,
For
these
example,
are
if
the people that are in the film I know as well and consider them friends, and I would hate for them to get any backlash. So is that something that you guys have considered, and have you talked about that with the people that participated in the film?
related to this, by the way,
About like the
version which we'll
possibility
talk
of
about.
backlash, like maybe
Yeah,
Slave
they're all
owners who then
advantages.
freed their slaves and then chose to
you
complete
know,
money
I
to
haven't
them.
put
And finally, we have burial
much
records,
thought to
which
that.
indicates what happened to
Asked
freed slaves or the offspring
individuals to
once
tell a
they
story
had become Jewish. Were they buried in Jewish cemetery with their
get like
house?
a
Yeah, this large phenomenon
conversation of like,
what were called
like you're
reputed
this is
children.
gonna be like a bunch of people are gonna watch
These
this.
are the children typically of Jewish
The
male
overall
plantation
consensus
owners
was
like
that
Joseph
they're
Savannah, with
very proud of
wives or
their
concubines
story,
of
their
African
place
descent.
in their
They
journey.
may not have had the benefits of conversion and so on, but
I don't
nevertheless
think there
were
was
included
one
in the
person that
wills
was like, no,
of
that
the Jewish
my wife
testamentors.
and yeah,
Some of them are quite fascinating.
at that
For
point was like,
example,
oh, dude, no.
Emmanuel Baruch Hussar, in Jamaica, was actually raised by Emmanuel Baruch. Emmanuel Baruch
There will be a few of
was
there at contact.
partner that
It sounds like these people, they've been after
the
speaking
child
about
was
this for a
the
long time now.
child
So they know what to expect. Like, they've already dealt with a lot of
Yeah.
that. So
anticipated
you
that
get
his
the
European
skin.
wife
You look
objected
at the
to
thick
reality,
skin,
so
but
he
people in
actually
your
put a
film
codicil in
have
his
dealt
will
with that
that
already.
if
So
any of
that's
them, his
so I
wife
just wanted to say
or
thanks
his
for them,
children
to
by
them
that
for
right
sharing, because it's great. And
disputed
it's
the
hard to
will
do
or
that. So
questioned the gives you a sense
I
of
mean, he's been
the range of
been, like,
emotional
behind the
attachment
scenes
that
at conferences,
testamentors
like on the
had
circuit
for
for
their
a long
offspring,
time.
even though
And a lot
they
of people
weren't
just walked right
necessarily
past him because they never knew who
born
he
by
was.
European
They didn't know his
mothers. Now,
story. They didn't
it
realize
is
that he
important to
was
note,
an
as Professor
experiencer.
Benor
But
points out, that the
you know,
records are spotty and inconsistent, and it's
maybe like
difficult
it tells you
to
people didn't show up in regular
really
clothes and like went
project
in and
the
you never even
overall
know they're there.
picture
But like
based
Eric was
on
kind of the same
these
way. He was
cases.
just
They
trying
have
to be gracious, just like
something
everybody
that
else.
reflects on
So,
individuals, what particularly
you know,
close relationships,
He
where
had the
otherwise
feeling
you
of
can
like, well,
imagine the horrific
this
degree
is what's
of
happening to me,
abuse
but like
that could
these are
arise
technically
in
my
these
people.
family
It was
relationships
just kind
because
of
of
like,
the
you know,
intrinsically exploitative
just kind
nature
of
of the institution of slavery as a whole.
oh,
We nevertheless do have
you know,
loss of offspring of such relations being reported to Judaism upon
for the most part,
manumission. We have examples of
we stay out of it.
going on
Very messy.
that
Eric
By the way, Suriname now dry, but this would have been cold water and would have been However, taking all this together is a complicated picture. It's fascinating just to see the little details here and there, but complicated picture. It is important to note that the one other set of records, and those are synagogue records, are especially telling as to how the society functions. And the reality is that it appears Americans who have heard from Judaism never left. There was kind of a layover of knowledge within that. This is again not at all exceptional or complicated racial distinction the overall society was making. Europeans and Africans and half Africans and one quarter African Europeans, 1/8 so we had a whole chart to describe what a person was depending on the European and how much African. Ancestry they had, synagogue of Suriname people, the so-called Congregastees or Anglican Jews, nevertheless Jews, but there were certain restrictions placed upon them where they would sit buried at the side of the cemetery and so-called literally no people, but it really is like people, and that's purely European Jews who have more privileges. Start getting the street with prejudices on a so you just said a name that I know. Wow. The burial section, things like that. It's either totally innovated. I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you very much. What did I not know? Well, I guess I didn't know Jewish history. I just got back from an amazing trip to the Rothschild. So fascinating to see this. There's other community Jews, particularly in North America, late in the last millennium. I'm especially fascinated with how the Jewish step in the Caribbean was rather 100, 200 years where Jews were very active there, but it was a really important transitional place for freeing the Inquisition and the expulsion of Spanish Jewry and the immigration of Portuguese Jewry in particular to this part of the world where they attempted to make a long-lasting civilization. As we shall see, it turns out that in the 18th century it was less viable economically, so many other people did.
driving out there, so it's like you drive out in the country,
even Columbus
you drive for an hour and a half, and then that can happen that day. I really feel like we're just.
It takes them a while before they're really allowed to emigrate to Portugal.
Different things that exist.
You don't believe there's an agenda per se for
places like
right?
Curacao. And then there's a secondary migration.
The whole of the government doesn't understand.
The line that moves from the Caribbean up to
kind of get what's going on.
That's
I feel like
very,
now
very
we're pushing
important. It
more
really
towards
begins
like,
to gain a
oh
lot of
man,
steam
no,
in
like
the 18th century.
nobody in the government
As
understand that's what they want.
economy
I,
just
you know, like, yeah, like I feel like
but I would
somebody
like to go
contracting
ahead
with
and talk a
government,
little bit about migration
to
history
do
before we get to that
you know,
terminology.
people who
So
have that
this is
type
kind
of
of like where all
cash
these
flow and
Jews
like
are coming from.
power
Portuguese
are like,
Jews
you know, we would always say like, well, the government, you know, they contract out software and they do their work for them.
there
Like,
was one
on a
really
bigger scale
significant
now,
movement in
kind of looking at it like
1654
first,
of Jews
somebody
from
else
Brazil
is
making their
contracting
way
out
up to New York
to do
City.
something.
That was
And
not
something
actually
our
a
government
continuous
didn't want
settlement,
to
meaning
do
they sort of petered out
what
after
it is that,
1654,
you know, they were
but
asked to do.
it took a
That just
decade
now,
before Jews began
us as a
arriving in
superpower
America.
and us as a government can't
Now, when you look at the second major phase of migration to
our
the
government decided
Americas,
not to play
not the
ball.
Caribbean
And I feel like,
specifically, that would be the German Jewish migration that occurs in
yeah, real like, our nuts are in a range
that's
of this type of
especially
thing. We're like,
associated with
man,
a noxious
it may
practice
be so
that was
far
implemented
out of any of our
in Central
hands,
Europe,
you know,
the
that,
so-called familial laws
you know, and some
that
people are like,
only
yeah,
would
I mean,
allow
maybe
the
the
oldest
humans are
male
gone,
child
maybe we're just a
to
form of
marry.
entertainment, but there's
Now,
also
means
other
that
ones
all
that are
of
out
the
there
other
that
brothers
have nothing to
would
do with
definitely
grace, to like
monogamous
what's
in
happening. It's like,
and
it's
so
just
this
so,
was
so
like
big,
essentially a really
that like, I
cool
don't think our
social
brains
form
can even
of
comprehend.
population control that
Even
meant
the
that
people
so
who are
many
having
Jews
the
had to look
contact,
for
they come to
every
like,
other
you know,
wives to
I
marry.
don't know.
And so you have,
But that's the thing.
skipping the Caribbean entirely, you have this migration of German Jews coming to the northeast part of the United States, establishing themselves there, and eventually they would be they would reach a certain degree of wealth within a few decades, and that would be very significant for them massively, which again also skips the Caribbean. This is the huge wave of migration of 2.5 million Jews in Eastern Europe after the Pogrom
You know, the United States, I don't think the government
These are people coming from
they're trying to
primarily
find
the
out
former
what the
Russian Empire,
with military
the
complex and
Hungarian Empire. They have also skipped
shots
the
and they
Caribbean.
decide
They
what
actually come to the overwhelming bulk of
I think
American
they can
Jews,
control
about 7 out of 10 American Jews
technology
trace
because
their
of
lineage
technology
to
like this
these
podcast
Eastern European migrants.
the internet. They can't control the information
20th century.
anymore the way
Now,
they
there's
used to.
one
I think right now
there
some of our
is surge of immigration from Germany and
so we're
Austria,
all
other
distracted.
Europe
We
and
don't know what's
Nazis
why they
and
seem
their
like every
rise.
other
But
hour
by
something
this time,
breaking news.
America had adopted a much more
Keeping up
nativist
with it personally.
approach to these European
But
migrants.
I
They had
find that to
largely
be the case
closed
right
their
now. It's like we're
doors
so
to Jewish
inundated with
immigrants.
so
So
much
therefore, many of them sought
content,
out
which I think a
Caribbean
lot of it is
locales,
fluff.
often
Yeah, I don't know if you guys remember
before
the
they could
Miami
eventually
Mall
make their way.
incident.
You have a significant, much smaller, but nevertheless significant population
It's,
of
but
German
the thing is,
Austrian
like
Jews
everywhere
making their
people
way
are
to
doing
Cuba
podcasts
in
that
particular.
like how
And then after we lead to Florida, and then all the way up
Jeremy Norvell puts out like you cannot
Puerto
see
Rico this
anything.
time.
Right?
So
When we
there are
came back, that was like the first question we
there are
asked each
two
other.
major
Like live on the
Caribbean
show is,
migration,
has a lot happened?
specifically
Has not a lot
18th
happened?
century,
And it was like, yeah, like a lot has
secondary
happened.
migration
It
from the
genuinely
Caribbean
feels like it
as
kind of comes down to like
economy changes,
this
and
is like
the
a,
second
almost like a
one
perfect
is
situation.
Nazis, the
You know,
so-called
and so
Cubans.
it's like
Who
people
made
were
their way
like, what are
primarily
we
to
doing?
Cuba
What are we,
and then
what's
up
and
to
the
Florida.
other blind people are like, oh,
So
we're going
that's
this way.
basically
We're like,
where the
okay,
Caribbean plays a role.
nobody bring your right away. By the way, it's amazing. There's a lot of walls. Okay. Well, how can we go this way? Because you have to go this way. Brick stacks. Yeah. Like, we should just go. I look forward to seeing the return there. We talked about that, but it is the biggest tsunami intelligence in the world. The who's two of everybody's there. And the thing is, they end up in the burger right next to Paul Heineck. Everybody's here everywhere and they interact with you, which you really don't see that in any other community. So I'm upset there. The movie is still in the distribution sort of phase. It's a podcast. You guys are back this way at this point, right? Yeah, and you guys, if ever you need to get see more movies available, by the way. See how it's like this entertaining. Guys,
the great Rangoon Sport Curacao, the Grand Kister here, Sean in Black, gesticulating wildly.
She did a fantastic job with the Tony and Jill episode on it. What's the thing? You have to wait decades for it to find out before it fits the puzzle. And that's what she did with this book. It's fantastic. And seriously, thank you so much for coming on your exciting podcast. And our listener, please, obviously, if you're looking for Garage, but if you don't, go like and subscribe on their YouTube. I believe you're on Spotify as well, right? I'm not on Apple, but I figured you guys are. Yeah, they're just bobbing their head. Reviews on Apple. Yeah, Scooby too. Sites you have not heard of. They're everywhere. Like herpes, they're just everywhere. Awesome, guys. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you, man. Thank you for having us. Amazing thing. Although Katie can't join us today, I'm sure she's gonna love this interview. This is right up her alley, especially with the presentations and stuff. And she's, I don't know anybody like her. She is like, to me, like a role model. She's been at it for a long time. And Robert, of course, since 1967 has been actively promoting and talking about the nuclear problem with the UAPs. And that's been a big issue. I'm not too familiar with it. I don't know if you are. I know the stories. I've seen the documentaries on what the UAPs like. It's such a complex issue that I feel like it's been a lot of research and it's still not fully understood. Yeah, and you can read books and watch documentaries, but I think the fun part of like being in this podcast is to ask questions that you would have if you read the book or watched the documentary. Wait. Limited on time, and so you can't really get. And it's like conversation. Yeah, like a full meal. You know what I mean? And then so we should talk about this contact and desert. Discover the resort's completely sold out for. And this is actually turning out to be the biggest one they've ever had. Who's who? Michael Lawson is going to be there. They're very active. You're going to be doing podcasts. only with us, but with the Yep. Yeah, and you gotta do. Tons and we're gonna see you in encounters just quickly. Members of the scientific coalition for UAP studies who have themselves had encounters with UAP. It's very interesting to be able to sit down not only with Christians who have these encounters, but also has the scientific background and knowledge to analyze them in a way that like those and you were mentioning today that experiences after Rabbbi is somebody said something, you know, in all three of the cases that I've worked so far, people already had a prior interest in something like your Sarah interview. I think you were mentioning how she's like brain is just like a unique person, right? It's amazing. Okay, guys, we're going to be back with Robert Salas. You are going to enjoy this. He's got a presentation for us, and I'm sure we're going to learn tons. And we'll be shortly after this intro. Well, we've all heard about in our, I guess, nuclear capabilities at this point. There's been so many incidences. And prior to I started recording with Robert, I was saying I only know of Robert's case as being the only military personnel that has had an experience with a UAV hovering above the base to switch out freaking nukes like it's nothing. And he mentioned there's more people that are stepping forward, so we'll talk to him about that as well. But Michael and I want to say thank you, Robert, for giving us some of your time today. Teaching us more about what took place at Rothschild. Thank you. Thank you for having me. Good to talk about this. I don't know why. Not just an issue of it taking place in the States, but the fact that it happens in other countries that have nukes. So China and how they go as they want. And there's nothing we can do about it. So obviously, Robert, just a brief, basically description of what happened. And obviously around Christmas, it was such a you guys my complete sense. Just a quick breakdown for the listener along with us. Well, sure. I do have a presentation of what I gave to Carol February 2023. I was interviewed by Carol last year. Those are still going. That's the ball.
Welcome. How are you? What up, Brandu? What's good, son?
Hello, fellow students of Jewish.
Just a moment.
You know, I
Can you hear me? Yeah. Dude, you're really hard to hear. You can come closer to the microphone. Excellent. How'd you find out about me, Brandu? Oh, that's amazing. Have I told you about myself? Oh, excellent. Well, firstly, apologies for my kickbot that I do what I do for good reason. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life today 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. For more than 3.5 years, my streams go back to the past. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I'm currently live on more than 22 simultaneous YouTube streams. I'm live on Twitch. I'm live on Rumble. I'm live on basically everything but Kick because Kick bans me. I don't want war anymore in the world. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother, Brandu? Yeah. It's okay if you have. It's basically the story of somebody whose entire life's on camera, as is mine. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, everything. Data overtook petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me a very influential person. And if that happens, Brandu, I'm going to make sure that you, your friends, your family become financially independent. And if you're not already, I'm going to make sure you have the ability to create generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start organizations of your own. How does that sound? Absolutely, 1,000%. So I not only stream my life, but I talk about some things that are interesting to people. Agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponic farming, cloud seeding. I'm an advocate for first. I am sponsored cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. One of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria. I'm also an admin to make it drinkable. How do those projects sound to you? Excellent. Some other things that aren't generally discussed in the mainstream, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light, travel faster than light technology, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence for computing, nuclear energy. I talk about things like DX technology. You didn't know this, the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Scientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing opportunity. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the headlines with their dire wolves. Their dire wolves are about a year old, and Joe Rogan has met them. I talk about other things that are going to affect you potentially if you want. I talk about things like life extension technology. When you were born brand new, the average life expectancy for someone like you is probably about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 if you want, with your consent through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormones, stem cells, peptides, things like cryogenics, things like perhaps nootropics and ambrosia therapy, cold shock therapy. But eventually you may get to be 120 years old and you may say, Rabbi, this has been a really great run. Everything that you've done or told me about back in 2025 has come true. What's the point? Be able to utilize a type of technology known as MindG, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scanner for later download as an android, an avatar, robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. Brandu, I couldn't even.
these trips primarily because of the historic. It's just so amazing to learn about Jewish history and then actually visit the places where it happened. And, that's what I go. However, people tell me that they also go for the beautiful scenery, for the luxurious surroundings on these gorgeous boats and things like that. Okay, I understand that, and I even appreciate it a little bit too. But a lot of people tell me they come enjoy the food because Chef Malcolm, Chef Tobias are just geniuses with food. And so I want to make this public video appeal to Chef Malcolm and Chef Tobias. Would you please include some chocolate on this particular cruise? Now, why? Because it is historical as well as delicious.
That's like
The
telling
fact
us that we
is
have
that
Christmas in
chocolate
July.
was
So,
only
yeah, let's
discovered
bring
by
it on.
Europe. With drank chocolate. And of course, it's easy to export a liquid like that. It's very heavy and so on. And the beans is especially connected to the Caribbean, and that is Benjamin da Costa de Andrade, who was one of these Portuguese Jewish traders who specifically invented a method to convert the chocolate all kinds of, primarily with the port of Bordeaux. You think about how wonderful the fact that Jews were really at the basis of this chocolate trade, and in particularly the Caribbean. I hope you'll be able to join us on this cruise. It is fascinating on a historical level, but if not, I'm looking to sharing with you some of my research in these videos.
Monitoring and control of. Is there a specific as opposed to a building?
Fellow students of Jewish history. So I'm sure you're familiar with the great American founding father, Alexander Hamilton, with his storied career that has been so popularized in recent years with very successful Broadway musical. But there has been new research that suggests very strongly that Alexander Hamilton was in fact Jewish. Now this connects to the Caribbean and the upcoming Kosher River cruise there in January is because he was educated on the island of Barbados, right next to St. Kitts. And this is one of the small background details that so many historians have looked at and said, what a strange anomaly to a Jewish school as a child. So a book came out last year, this book, The Jewish World of Alexander Hamilton, by Andrew Forwatcher, that is actually arguments to suggest, I think convincingly, that yes, Alexander Hamilton was in charge Jewish. The book is, I can't tell you how fun it is. It reads like a detective novel. As a professional historian, I especially enjoy how he looks at the twisted and convoluted ways in which previous biographers have attempted to deal with the strange anomalies in Hamilton's own biography. And then he says, well, the most obvious suggestion is simply to say he was in fact Jewish. So first of all, one of the most useful things that Alexander Forwatcher does, and it goes beyond the scope of this specific book, is he asks, well, what does it mean to be Jewish, right? It's a question I have to be quite fascinated with in general. And he defines 8 different forms. So, although there have been some changes in the certain of the various Jews, either your mother was Jewish or you can converted, what you do with your life, that's second. There are a lot of rabbinic debates, but that's the basic rule. Jewish law consider Jew. That's like the legal Jewish identity. What about a personal form of Jewish identity? Do you consider yourself a Jew? We have Jewish. Thirdly, ethnic. Did your ancestors themselves Jewish, right? Like we saw this with Christopher Columbus a little while ago. Is the DNA research that's come out. Now, it has not yet been fully peer-reviewed and things like that, but there are a lot of reasons to assume that it shouldn't have a problem with the peer review, but let's just assume for the sake of argument it doesn't. The ancestors of Christopher Columbus apparently did consider themselves Jewish, so that's an ethnic definition that does not necessarily correspond to legal and communal. Do other Jews in your community consider you a Jew? You may consider yourself fully Jewish, and you may proclaim a legal definition as well, but if the community doesn't consider yourself Jewish, that changes things too. Universal. Can you go anywhere to any Jewish community in the world and be considered Jewish? Also very relevant. Cultural. Do you consider yourself a participant in Jewish culture, even if you may not meet some of the other markers of Jewish identity? Public. Does the non-Jewish community you live in consider you a Jew? This is unfortunately a reality for much of Jewish history. There are a lot of people who want to be and were unable to because the rest of the world still considers themselves a Jew. And finally, religiously, do you consider yourself an adherent of Judaism? Meaning, do you consider yourself someone who holds to the basic tenets of Jewish religiosity and the behaviors that go along with it? Some people who can do that without necessarily being aware. So, Jewish identity is a complicated thing. People might put some of these notes, not others. Okay. So let's look at Alexander Hamilton himself and the arguments that Dr. Torwacher brings to suggest that he was not Jewish. So legally, this is the simplest one. His mother, Rachel, converted to Judaism. There's no question about that. It's clear in the historical record. His mother, Johann, the name whose identity is not entirely clear, but the name of certainly seems that may have had something to do with the conversion. He has a whole discussion in the book, you can have a look at there. That marriage did not survive. Johann Levine was not Alexander Hamilton's father, but according to Jewish law, that doesn't matter. It's the mother that matters. A different man later was the father to Alexander. He would become her second husband. It was a messy situation, but at any rate, Alexander out of wedlock to a Jewish mother, a woman who had converted to Judaism. So on a legal definition, it's all over. Once Rachel converted to Judaism, that makes her Jewish. Any of her brothers are also Jewish. Okay. What about personal? This is where it gets a little bit more complicated, but fascinating as well. Alexander Hamilton never presented himself, at least in the historical record, as a Jew. On the contrary, on those few points where he had to sort of like definitely indicate his religious identity, he declared himself, for example, as an Anglican. And he did that in a legal proceeding in order to testify as a witness. Now, the way things were set up then, only Christian could. And so he declared himself an Anglican, but when they queried him, he was still living in Britain at the time. And by the way, he was orphaned at this age, and he admitted that he had never taken communion, which is very strange. There was also no baptismal record for Alexander. He was in fact allowed to testify. In other words, even though he said he was Anglican, the court was not prepared to believe that he testified. Okay, thirdly, ethnic identity. Did Alexander's ancestors consider themselves Jewish? Her parents didn't consider themselves Jewish, but Rachel's the only one who counts. She clearly considered herself Jewish, and there's lots of evidence that even after leaving her husband, Rachel still considered herself Jewish. She did not, for example, baptize Alexander's older brother, Peter. He was baptized as an adult and was very, very young. And so every indication suggests that when Alexandra left her husband, she still considered herself fully Jewish. Thirdly, this supports that as well as a local Jewish community consider you a Jew. Rachel had her son Alexander educated in the Jewish school at Paris. And that's, obviously she considered him deserving of being within a Jewish educational environment. And the community environment. That's not to say that you don't have Jewish parochial schools that have what happens, but the simple answer is he's Jewish. You like this, but she had a baby and she was converted, and he was considered Jewish anywhere, especially if he presented himself Jewish. Consider himself a participant in Jewish culture. One of the interesting things about Dr. Schiller's book is that he compares Alexander Hamilton to a lot of his peers, compared to other founding fathers. Alexander Hamilton was universally towards Judaism and Jewish causes, and he recalled with affection his education in Jewish school, speaking with great detail to his children about how he remembers how he memorized the Ten Commandments in Hebrew and things like this as a child. So perhaps he did consider himself in some attenuated form of culture, but we don't have much data on that. Public, general community, meaning in Caribbean islands, would they consider him Jewish? In his youth, we don't really know, although preponderance of the evidence might suggest yes, because he was admitted to Jewish schools. Of his adulthood in North America, no, or at least not yet, because now this book has been around a while. And finally, religiously, do you consider yourself an adherent of Judaism? It's unlikely that Alexander considered himself practicing Jew for lots of reasons that no point going into. But the bottom line is, when you look at all of this material, it seems pretty clear that the simple explanation for all of these things is that Alexander Hamilton was Jewish. I leave it up to more sophisticated watchers' book. I think he makes a very convincing case, and I think that the Hamiltonizers might want to be modified a little slightly. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you'll be Caribbean. It's going to be fantastic. And if you can't make it, I look forward to sharing my research with you in these videos. Thank you once again for watching.
But both he and I, he says right here, we were directed to be silent about the incident. We had both
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm really excited about this upcoming cruise with particularly the Lesser Antilles. And it's such a fascinating chapter in Jewish history. First of all, where are the Lesser Antilles? Here's a map of the Caribbean. You can see where the United States and Florida is down.
We'll go round, and nothing in the world like a big idea. Make it act
The so-called Greater Antilles, which is like
on that good like girl. Oh, baby, there's a water. Until it only takes the way the land is go round, to make that husband. Like wrong that piece. Like the girl.
For generations, for centuries,
Oh, baby, that's the word I
really a derogatory term because laws were put in place
and
that,
his
for
lady
example,
had a
Portugal
pretty face.
for quite quite some time. But once some of those laws were finally lifted, they also inserted now a very important in Colombia. These are really important sites of Jews and have a major impact on creating sand floors in their synagogue. Here's a picture where the Torah scroll is read and the sand is on the floor. Here is that they like as well. What is the deal with these sand floors? There's no source for it in the Talmud or in the Shulchan Aruch or any of the. It appears that there are three of that. It seems like a good around the sand. They feel at home there. Another that since these were originally crypto-Jewish, like quieter to walk around on the sand. Another, and this one I find most beautiful, the idea that as long as the Jews are standing on sand outside of the land of Israel, it's as if they're still walking through the desert. Beautiful poetic sense of why the sand in the River Cruises is specifically going to focus on the Lesser Antilles. And here's a look
that and through their big going in chain, hanging down. They was going to walk in to get one.
especially in that outer Hamilton, attended
Light out girl.
school there.
To make a so fun to make a spin
And the very interesting Antigua. Really interesting. Product chocolate that the bar just think to yourself, oh my gosh, this is essentially impossible to imagine were it not for the Sephardic Jews. I really look forward to sharing with you some of the insights that I discover as I do research on this unusual Jewish community. Thank you very much for watching.
Strategic limit within 10 seconds for each other. And it's good to record on this date and time. So this is March 16th, 1966.
Mailbox is absolutely stuffed. I was a little bit confused because in 17 I gave a lecture on this topic in which I discovered, and then I'd like to play you the material to be those of Columbus, also those of his son. And the DNA research indicates features both on the Y chromosomes and in the mitochondrial DNA, which is a very important caveat that according to traditional Judaism, DNA is not in itself sufficient definition of Jewish status. Mitochondrial DNA through the mother is much more significant, but in general, DNA is not used as a definition of Jewish status. What the study actually indicates is that Christopher Columbus had DNA that was comparable to DNA that many Jewish people had, and that's something that a lot of people are born into, especially in Portugal and actually in America. They quite a few people identify as Jewish and nevertheless have some Jewish DNA. We know that Christopher Columbus himself is especially cagey about identifying one way or another, which led to a lot of history that's about his origins literally for centuries. So let me play for you what I have, which kind of runs through the evidence one way or the other. I'll admit the part that after we see this short film. The question, so was, it is highly unlikely that he was in fact Jewish. But still, we still have the question, why would one think so? Let us just quickly work of Cecil Roth. We actually studied his work earlier. He wrote several books on the history of the Inquisition and the experience of Jews in the late 15th century. He wrote about Columbus, that the mystery regarding Columbus's origins is largely the outcome of his own mendacity, meaning Columbus himself enjoyed projecting the image that he was secretly Jewish. It was kind of a book. So anyways, his own mendacity, meaning he used to lie. Put it in people's faces, like, don't mess with me because I have Jewish blood. He would say, like, you know who I am? I descend from King David. He would say things like this. He would write things like this. And he openly cultivated this kind of mystique for his lineage that would add to his tone grandeur. There are many characters like this you see in Jewish history. Another good example of someone who acted as Israeli, who was baptized and lived his life as a Christian, but he really enjoyed throwing it in the faces of his parliamentary interlocutors that he in fact was Jewish, and he had a unique kind of logic that they had no access to. So he played up quite a bit. As a result, it is equally impossible to exclude or to confirm the hypothesis that he was descended from a nagging doubts that at least we can talk about it for half an hour or so. let's look at those. So here we go. The first of all, his surname. We say Columbus in English, but it would be Colon. He also signed his name as Colon. Colon. This was an Italian name. Italian Jewish name, excuse me. So used quite often by Italian Jews. He gets tagged up to many Italian Jewish families. There's quite a bit of dispute as to whether or not came from Italy. There are, he refers to himself as coming from Genoa. Also, there's documents that indicate he may have come from Mallorca, even documents that he may have come from Poland. There's another possibility for this Jewish origins, but none of them are really very reliable. Quite likely he may have come from Sicily. So the last name is something. The first name definitely not. Christopher, of course, means bearer of Christ, one who carries Christ. So it's a typical Jewish name, just like earlier, Columbus loved making references to his Jewish origins, in person and in writing. This is kind of like a dangerous thing to do because we're living in a period when the conversos are being actively persecuted. At the same time, it was kind of like a transitional liminal figure that was moving in and out of many royal courts from Portugal, Spain, Italy, elsewhere, trying to gain support, appealing in his request, he would not hesitate to use. But third, we know a tremendous amount of associations with Jews. He was very close, you recall, we spoke about him for an hour a few weeks ago, and he relied very heavily on astronomical research. The astrolabe that Zabuta had refined by making it out of metal was incredibly important to Columbus, as was the Alphonsine tables that were translated through Hebrew into Latin for him. He had many Jews on his ship. We're not precisely sure because we only have like the ship manifest. They're not complete, and they have surnames. Very many of them we simply don't know what the biographies of them are. We do know that his translator is Jewish. This is, by the way, a typical kind of Jewish profession. Jews in medicine, Jews in law, Jews in finance, and Jews in linguistics are very big. Jews, the exception of American Jewry, is a very unusual exception. 20th century American Jewry, very monolingual. But for the most part, Jews typically are polyglots, speaking several languages and very valuable to their host societies as a result. I believe that might be because Jews tend to exist the outsides of mainstream society. In America, where so well, so deeply, especially in the second half of the 20th century, we lost a lot of our skill because it was necessary. But in the first half of the 20th century and early 21st century, we will develop, I would say. He was also very close to conversos, converted to Christianity during the course of the Inquisition. In the San who was one of his main economic backers, a very important person in the royal court of Isabel and Ferdinand, whose his work. A man named Sanchez as well, another major backer. In fact, when he actually discovered the New World, he returned back and landed into the coast of Africa, sent letters describing his discovery to the king and queen. Obviously, he couldn't send letters back from the world because the post is not too great, transcontinental messages. But he did not address those letters to the king and queen. He sent them to his Jewish buddies or his converso buddies, Jeff and Sanchez. Very unusual that they would be the first people he writes to. There are some really tantalizing things, like, for example, he was the ships. And by the way, you should recall that he spent about a decade petitioning wealthy kingdoms to his idea, bouncing from state to state. Spent a lot in Portugal, there, eventually ended up in Spain on a positive yes from Isabel and Ferdinand, and in the first week of the month of Av, and he was ready to go on Tisha B'Av of 1492, and he delayed it one day, even though everything was set to go. But since that is an inauspicious day in the Jewish calendar for travel, for reasons that no one can really adduce, he decided to push off this highly anticipated departure for the day after. He wanted to not leave on Tisha B'Av, perhaps. Then we lots of things that he himself said of his trip to America, which of course began with the sentence, "On the day that the Jews were expected, I set out for the New World." I mean, the very first clause of the very first sentence of his journal references the Jews and their Siberian Peninsula. A remarkable kind of way that in this document, it doesn't begin at something like, "I knew I would find land." It begins with, "The Jews were expelled from Spain." Let's have a look at some of his personal correspondence. Here's one of the few letters that we have in his own hand that he wrote to his son Diego. There's a whole story about what happens after he discovers the New World. He ends up kind of dying in disgrace and madness and not having any credit. And so we do have a lot of material from after the discoveries as well. This is one of those letters. And you see on the top left corner, there's this funny little squiggle right where the arrow is, where the cursor you see over here. It is not part of the text itself. It looks on his pen. But of course, this is about 400 years before they invented ballpoint. So what exactly is that? Some scholars have opined that it looks something like the traditional invocation of a Hebrew letter. The letters Beit. I didn't have my computer easy access to. I had letters like it would look a little different if you wrote them by script like this. But in fact, you can conceivably see you've got on the right and the A on the left in a cursive script, which reminds me of a joke that I will try to tell you. So, signing the beginning of his letters with this strange little. And by the way, he only did it in his letters to write it to other people, just as a family thing, perhaps not as Baruch Hashem. And you may be asking on the page, what do you want from him? He's pretending anyway. I don't know, it's true. Normally you would write this page, but it's not at all uncommon to see it at the center. So it would be terrible if it was on the left. It doesn't even eat, but neither does his Castilian. One last detail from this same letter. He developed a usual signature that he was very particular about. You can just see it here. I have a little bit greater contrast here. No one has yet been able to decipher this strange signature, but he insisted that his children also use it, which is a strange kind of thing to do. I want you to sign my name like the X is, of course, the Greek I letter, as in Christos, and this is the Greek R and the Greek O. So Christo is the short form. Is a Latinized version of the fur part of Christopher, meaning the one who buried, who bears Christopher. That part is easy. So what's the difference with this? Either the Latin letter X or the Greek letter M and a Y, which would be an E, and the SAS is kind of like a secret symbol that they should say him after he died. The Conversos did that. So obviously, what I have to take back from what I said 7 odd years ago is that whereas I believe at that point that Christopher Columbus probably was not Jewish, now I have to say that when Columbus was still favorably regarded in the Western world, that's just like another reason why people don't like Jews. What are you going to do? Figures. But let's just clarify what we're talking about here. What we're saying is that Christopher Columbus, he himself, we know, did not identify exclusively as a Jew. In fact, that would have been virtually suicidal. At least it would have been a career killer at the time he lived. He identified as a faithful Catholic, perhaps for pragmatic reasons. But as I said before, we watched the 2017 clip. His ancestors were quite likely Jews. Become Catholics. Most likely and that population, which is quite significant, brings us back to the Caribbean, which is where we're really looking forward to visiting this January. Subscription and
you know what I'm saying? I'm glad you put all that. It's just that I have to worry about their body from the knee down, and they don't know it. So when they're around me, they're scared because they're big, they can bend, and they don't know that there's really something called Achilles heel. There's literally something called back heel. So I don't have to go right tough and I just go keep you busy. That's what I like to hear. He'll keep you busy, right? His head's going to be in your chest. His head's going to be on your head. His head's going to be in the crook of your neck. What would be cool is if you did it so much you would that would be the oldest guy who gets squeezed out. It's like, guys, what am I doing? But there's no way, I'm sorry, there's no way, and I talked to Brigham Ways as well, there's no way I can do this the way I'm doing this and not do something like a peptide, testosterone, something. I gotta do something. It's really breaking down. Exactly what to do. Yeah, you're right. And by the way, I'm not live wrestling. I'm just moving around. Still alive. Still alive. Still alive. It can be you, man. Shake your head, give him a bunch of gear. That looks natural. By the way, you have 47 in this.
And then in the last lecture, we'll look at contemporary British.
It can be you, dude. Could be me. Yeah, I'm taking a little time to use that level. Yeah, it's a dick room, man. That is
Israel and Israel.
yes. Around that guy right there. That's probably. Yeah, I love that.
First thing I want to say is
It's real. Yeah, right. That's probably real. Yeah, I bet you that guy's like,
Africa,
you know what?
Asia,
That's when you realize. Just because if you shave his beard, influencer them in a they'll make trouble go on. Right? Yes. No, but that's a different thing.
it's also
Yeah, that's
a
a
major
photo shoot. It's probably a little enhanced AI.
that it is in the land of Israel that we have the birthplace of two
Like I said, it's got some tits on it. See how the nipples start to fall down? There's nothing you can do about it. That'd be, what is that? That's or just second.
Arabia.
Poor guy, though. He's got his tits start to sag.
Another way to look at Israel.
And you see how it gets loose on the end? Like Hulk Hogan had that, The Rock had that. Like, we gotta tighten that up. It's tough. You have to have surgery. Yeah, well, some things work. Yeah, surgery. Once your tits get sagged, you've got a problem. Yeah, trying to teach me. It's all about team. they decided, I'm sure they go, oh my God, which is this thing. Most young kids hear Popeyes, they have a big miss in the face. Yeah, awesome. He made 5 for 5 hitting, ready for Cleveland. Popeyes way to work. I got the car, you're buddy, proud of you. How do you think you did? What he goes, Chap's the best player here. All right, that's my best player here. Yeah, okay. He's a little worried about him. I had a girlfriend one time, and she was, I remember, I don't know, he likes him. She just looks at him. She goes, hey, he likes him tall and young. So, I swear to God, she goes like this. You know, she goes, smart as a whip. Smart as a whip? She said, smart as a whip. Well, that's a little cocky. And I remember just being so embarrassed by that. Let me say that. You don't have to say, yeah, it's a little cringy. Yeah, it is what it is. You need to have that cockiness in sports. If you have 5, and he's surrounded, he's by far the smart, and he's amongst these giants. And for him to go, this kid here. Yeah. All right. It got in my head. You know that you're right? I don't know if she's as smart as a whip, but yeah, you just added that on. She's smart as a whip. Delete that. Just leave it out. And it's such an outrageous leave it. Well, she's the reason I bring that up is because I remember that she did say, like, young, beautiful, and smart. And she's smart as a whip. Because we would have arguments where she and I was like, and I you know, me, I was, when I was younger, you know, we're saying, but I read that she could suck the meanest dick this side of Venice. She was, I didn't date her long. I dated her. I mean, maybe we'll get into it. Should we get into it? Are we in the circle of trust? Nobody else is listening? No. I remember I didn't date her long, and she was always dressed really well. And she gave me, she had my wiener in her mouth. Yeah. And she took a thumb and stuck it right at my shit. And it didn't feel like long nails. She did exactly how it felt. She never played her. And I was terrible. And I went, and I lost it. You're like, this is great. Now we're putting guys up. That's the next step. Man, this feels great with this female skinny thumb. You got it. I'm lighting this thing up, and I get your nails done in my ass. Did you want to be criticized for not taking the I did not see that. You to me criticized him for not taking the money. Now let me be very upfront here. Taking the money helps me out. So it actually puts more money in my pocket, Don's Robbie's pocket. Some other folks can probably use it. But here's my thing. When I'm a family girl, I expect a rebuttal whenever you criticize a fighter or fighters.
I think you went hard in the press. I think what
So whenever you call out a fighter, I expect a response of fighters. You call me out, if you're just a general fan or hater, I don't respond. When I get my attention, and because I'm not going to come off as a bully there. Like with Nate Diaz, that's not bullying. He called me out. We're from the same fraternity. We can both fight. So if we fight, we both have the skill. We both agree to it. That's different than if you just beats up an average Joe. That's bullying, and that's not the way. But if you're from the same fraternity, the UFC fraternity,
all of the very complex.
you can't wait 10 days to respond. Figure out what I said. Either way, can't get back to me after 10 days. I've moved on. When someone and fans are like, McConnell's taking shots at it. What? It's like with Nate Diaz. It took him several days to respond, and all he said was, "You'd be surprised." First of all, I've already moved my life. And second of all, that's not original. That's so weak. You're making a reference from 12 years ago. And your team, your handlers, that's what you got. And with McConnell, right? And this is prototypical ChatGPT. How do I talk shit to Brendan Schaub? Here it is. He's dumb. He's a meathead. He's bad at podcasting. He's a bad fighter. If I post a drug, did you flip it? The standard shit. Right? The standard shit. None of it's original. ChatGPT. How do I talk Schaub? Like it gets in Brazil. So I don't know. Maybe it's a translation issue. Yeah. If you think yourself as dumb, ourselves, I'm gonna call myself an idiot. Well, he's not talking to you. He's talking about the fans. Which is, but if you're listening, that means you don't tell he's the fan. And the comedy special. Oh, if you were gonna come with this rebuttal, you got. Otherwise, I'm out. I'm gonna play your game. But if you wait, fucking wait 10 days, however long it took to come up with this rebuttal, it has to be good. It helps me out. Other fighters, you're putting more money in my pocket. And to tell you, 99.9% of UFC fighters, alumni, current fighters, staff, members of the UFC is on my side. You're not going to find any fighters that agree with you. Everyone thinks it's fucking stupid what you're doing. Now, again, I don't know McConnell, and I don't know how far the dollar goes in Brazil. Maybe he's set. Maybe he comes from family money. I think he was going to be a lawyer and dropped out of Christian fighting, so he's smart. He's a very smart guy. He's entertaining. And here's the other thing. If you respond and then make fun of me and watch my show, or I can't podcast, can't do this stuff, blah, blah, blah. But to get your message out on another man's show to reach me, I sit down over there and share for the last fucking 12 years to get my message out. And you saw it. It got to you. You had to call another grown man who's built your whole body has a big platform just to reach me. I do it from here. You're making you don't have a fight up there. This is the only thing that's current. But wasn't he on Ariel when he said that? Right, that's the point. He didn't go on to address this. He doesn't have a fight. Or have a fight go on there. It's usually because you have something to promote, correct? Okay. Some brand or some brand. He went on another grown man show to get the message out because he can't do it from here. And then you have the Key Strike podcast. Weird. Who's the first UFC podcast? Oh, it is. Right? So he's going to watch a podcast. Show me the money. And then when they show the dumb one, on the dumb one.
Do you think that the clapback came as a result of you saying he'd never be champion?
Probably. And I stand by that. I'm not trying to hurt his feelings. Let's go black and white here. Take feelings out of it. Let's be analytical. Let's take feelings out of it. If you look at his record, and this is, I did not know him. We didn't have this beef. You look at the lay of the fucking land at 55 days fighting guy. Anytime he's fought top echelon competition, he has lost. He's lost. He's coming off Steve, who was overhyped. So that's probably his best win. He lost to RDA, which is years ago. He lost to Paziv. These are all top of the division. Keep going. He lost to Korean Zombie. He lost to Jose Aldo. He lost to Brian Ortega. So just be analytical. So you haven't beat any of these top guys. You're not going to. You beat Drew Dober, Jalen Turner, BSD, who we know was overhyped. And that's my fault. I overhyped him. He was a beast, but he's not. He was fake hype. He has no legit wins, right? So you beat him, and then by beating him, you got a title shot because the main event fell out in a short notice. That will never happen again. It will never happen again. Now he's a fun fighter to watch. He's a good. He might be playing checkers. I'm sorry, he might be playing chess or checkers because he might be thinking, I don't know what they pay him. It's probably a good amount of money with how many fights he has, right? Guys, he might be saying, hold on. I think he's a smart dude, so maybe he's doing it. Break it down. He's using me about 120,000. So he's off even on his numbers. I just don't think he has the facts. So he's not. He's might turn out. But he probably makes more fighting, right? So the smart thing to do, if he thinks Dana making me a bad matchup, I'm fucked. I'm going to make less more money. I'm just win one more. That's going to extend my career. Another 35 favorite. Yes. So that's going to extend my career another 2 to 3 fights. So by turning this $100,000 down, he makes a lot more. Correct. So I think he's playing chess. I agree. Once he gets checked, I assume he's not. Now that's what I feel like. That's what makes sense. That would be smart. Sort of, he doesn't say that though. He doesn't say he goes, it's a prize. It probably is as well. It's probably that's all garbage. That's all garbage. And I'm coming from as an older guy who has been around the league longer than him. Yes. I've been behind the scenes way longer than him. At the relationships to know how this works. I'm telling you now, maybe you're right. Maybe they give you a favor matchup and you extend. And I fucking hope they do what you're doing. But typically, it never works out that way. Never scratch your back. They just don't. And it's all good. You're in the fight business. It's pretty fucking. It's the most cutthroat business you can be in. Because this is the way it will work. I'll say Dana goes behind the scenes. Hey, dude, type of showing loyalty to the UFC. Here's a good matchup like that. You He's not going to continue to give you good matchups at the level you're at. The next one after this, it gets real in your back. That's how this goes. That's just how it goes. And you're in the toughest division of the world. It's at 55. So it's no knock on McConnell saying that 55 is the most tough division. He's ranked in the top 15. You know how impressive that is? His wins are super impressive. What's his ranking, right? 13, I think that you know how hard it is to be ranked top 13 in the world. I think what you said, right? Anyone knows the sport is knows I'm 100% correct. I think he wasn't even higher up, but he lost two. So, they talk about top 10 guy, which is super impressive. But you look at the top 5, it's not a pretty picture for him. And that's all good. That's not a knock on him. It's the truth. But they can't make it upset about that, and I get it. I understand that. I expect you to go back from this 14 days later. Keep it going. Dude, I'm fish to fry. I fried this Brazilian fish fucking days ago. I don't go back for leftovers. I don't know that I never got that you were actually attacking. This doesn't work this way, right? Yeah, that's all it is. He may have a great relationship with Dana, but he may have been like, I'm taking the money. Like it says, Dana would say, take the money. Yeah. First of all, the money's not going to Dana. It's not like I'm not going to take the money now. And that's why the money comes to me, and the rest of the fighters that are taking it. And I think it's like 97% of the fighters are taking it. You know, 3% are. I don't know McConnell's financial situation. And, later, and I don't know his family in Brazil, the dollar goes a lot longer than this here. He might be completely fine. But again, remember, he's in a different boat than a lot of us. He thought he was going to get, I think he said he turned down 200,000, 300,000. That's not the case. He turned down about 100,000. Because the formula that he used to break down how much you can he figured it out. People figured it out. He actually got that. He's still a ton of money, but I can see why they're that's from all these money. So I think he's doing this play. What's his matchup for him? I don't know. Where he's at, Chandler? Chandler is wrong. Yeah. Syria was like to get a big fight if they're going to reward him. It's a huge name. Good fight. Keep him away from the wrestling. He's a black belt on the ground. He's a black belt. Are we not going to see Taporia padding? Because I want to see that before I see Saruki. Yeah, I don't know if they're going by the rankings. It should be Saruki. It's a tough sell at Patty at 9 and a win over Chandler to fight the title. It's a tough sell. So that was how I would like to sell it. I could sell it.
In fact, there is a major document, sometimes called the Jerusalem Talmud, that was written in the last Israel in the 4th century, and it's typically called in older scholarly literature the Palestinian Talmud, which I know sounds like a contradiction of terms, but that's because at any rate, that's a brief discussion of the police team, the military. But after King Solomon passes away, the dispute between the third section and the southern section, and they formally split, with the northern section becoming the kingdom of Israel, with its capital in the south, between there's a lot of fascinating archaeological caves called the Mesha theory, and this is essentially a Moabite. I looked down on him at his house. This is referring to Omri and his son King Ahab. And Israel has gone to ruin. Yes, it has gone to ruin forever. That's it, right? We have to proclaim the destruction of the Jewish people. Now, Nasha proclaims the same kind of destruction. We shouldn't be surprised. This is another beautiful image from the local synagogue that describes various historical scenes. You see on the right is Queen Esther seated next to King Ahasuerus. On the left, you can see Mordecai riding on a beautiful white horse, and he is being led by his enemy. Not surprising, Haman is angry because look, he gave many penance. But at any rate, this is the period where you begin to have a large amount of Jews living outside of the land of Israel. The first major group are the Jews from the kingdom of Israel that were displaced during the Assyrian kingdoms. Took large sections of the population and dispersed them to these very classical map, and here in the contemporary map, the region of Lebanon, Syria, the region of northern Syria, Turkey, perhaps further on the border of there's been a lot written about the idea of
showing loyalty to you. But see, here's a good.
It wasn't a complete population movement. There were many Jews who remained behind in Israel. Many of them moved down
You
to
like
the
Marvel.
south.
She just knew exactly how to go where she could benefit. And I was like, what in the world?
People taking
She had a whole new. And that's when you knew it is not terrible. And I went across and you're like, this is great. Now, God stuff feels like, right? That's the next step. Is that the next station? Yeah. Is that the next step? Man, this feels great with this female. Oh, you're providing us the young, but I get you more bills done than last. And then start checking out those videos. That's just, all that is college stuff. Yeah, fair. It's just college stuff. Speaking of college stuff, did you see finally McConnell responded to McConnell? I did not see that. He responded to me criticizing him for not taking the money. Now let me be very upfront. Him not giving a flying buck, it actually puts more money in my pocket, Don Cerrone's pocket. But here's what I think about McConnell. I expect a Republican, whenever you criticize a fighter or fight, you went hard in the press. I think, hold on, let me finish. So, whenever you call out a fighter, I expect a response to the fighter. If you're just a general fan or hater, I don't respond. If we're from the same alumni or you're professional, when I got my attention and professional beats up average Julian, that's not the way to do things. But if you're from the same fraternity, playing this game. But here's the thing with McConnell is if you're gonna go back and forth and cutting 10 days to read, I don't know if it's a translation thing where they have to figure out what I said either way, several days to read. First of all, I moved on in my life, dude. And second of all, that's not original. So weak. You're making a reference from 12 years ago. And your team, your handlers, ChatGPT, how do I talk shit to Brendan Shaw? Here it is. He's dumb. He's supposed to drug. Did you flip it? None of it's original. Put in ChatGPT, how do I talk shit to Brendan Shaw? Again, if you think yourself as dumb, I'm going to call myself an idiot. Compared to him, I'm me. That means I'm dumb. He's the favorite. Right? It's a podcast, mainly audio. We do YouTube just for the fuck of it. And the comedy, so it's just like, again, if you were to come with this rebuttal, you gotta do it at least within 24 hours. Otherwise, I'm out, but I'm not gonna play your game. But if you're gonna wait a fucking week, 10 days, however long this took to come up with this rebuttal, it has to be good. Then I'm like, all right, they took their time, they probably got some writers, then I'm in. But when it's this, and listen, I like my comment. I'm not helps me out, helps money in my pocket. And I hate to tell you, 99.9% of UFC fighters, alumni, current side, you're not going to find many fighters that agree with you. He said, maybe he comes from family money. I think he was going to be a lawyer and drop a smart guy. He's entertaining. He's great. And here's the other thing. Get on, and then make fun of me how no one wants to like you. But to get your message out, you have to go on another man's show to reach me. I sit down over the years and get my message out. You saw it. It got to you. You have to call him who's built our platform in Hawaii. That's a big platform. Just to reach me, but I do it from here. And you're making fun of me. It might have been that he let go and then Ariel asked him about it. You don't have a fight coming up. This is the only thing that's current.
But wasn't he on Ariel when he said that?
Right, that's the point.
No, but did he go on? No, but he didn't go on.
He didn't go on to address this. He doesn't have a
Only
fight.
that, or did he go on there for other?
He doesn't have a fight coming up.
Right.
It's usually because you have something to promote, correct? A fight, maybe release some brand or some brand deal. That's why he went on another grown man show. Message out because he can't do it from here. And then you have the Keith podcast and right? Where who he's going to launch a podcast. You're where literate. You know this, right? So he's going to launch a podcast. You're going to call it "Show Me the Money." They show you the money, you turn down. Oh, but I'm the dumb one.
Do you think that the clapback came as a result of
He beat PSD. It was overhyped. So that's probably his best win. He lost to RDA. He drew over Jalen Turner. PSD, who we know is overhyped, and that's part of the bounce back fight. Well, the whole series he loses to him. Now he's a fun fighter to watch. He's excited. Career. Blah, blah, blah. I'm sorry, he might be playing chess and we're playing checkers. Because he might be thinking, I don't know what they pay him. It's probably a good amount of money with how many fights he has, right? He fought for the real bad guy, got paid. He's fighting top echelon guys. He might be saying, look, the smart, and I think he's a smart dude, so maybe he's already lost two. You lose another one, it's going to get diced. He might say, but it hasn't connected. I just hate it. So you turn down 200,000, like he said. He's might turn down a low. Correct. So I think he's playing chess. I agree. And we're thinking it's checker. That's why I assume he's turned down. That's what I feel like. That's what makes sense. That would be the smart guy who's been around the league longer than him. Yes. I've been behind the scenes way longer than him. I have to really show how this works. I'm telling you now, McConnell, maybe you're right. Maybe they give you a favor matchup and you extend. They do. I hope that's why you're doing it. But never scratch your back. They just don't. And it's pretty fun. It's the most cut business you can be in. Because there's no way we're learning. Let's say Dana goes, I need to the UFC. Here's a good match. You're going to continue to give you matchups at the level you're at. It gets real and you're back to the drawing board. That's how this goes. That's just how it goes. If you're in the toughest division in the world, it's at 55. 55 is that 55 is the most tough division. 15. You know how impressive that is? His wins are super impressive. What's his ranking? Probably top 13, probably. I think that, you know, yeah. You know how hard it is to be ranked top 13 in the world? I think like sport is knows I'm 100% correct. I think it was even higher than that. He lost two. So, you know, you talk about super impressive. But you look at the top five, it's not a pretty all good. That's not a knock on you. But again, I get upset about that, and I get it. I understand that. I expect even a blowback from this. Keep it going. I heard you fish and fry. I fried this Brazilian fish like 10 days ago. I don't go back for leftovers. I don't know. I never got that you were actually attacking, just kind of saying, hey, the UFC doesn't work this way. Yeah, it's all good. You may have a great relationship with so the guys still taking the money. The UFC, there's no negative side effects from taking the money. Yeah, my guess is Dana would say take the money. He's not going back with hey, man, it's not like I'm not going to take the money and that. No, and that's why I'm glad it's not taking the money. It comes to and I think it's like 97%. I don't know the issues, I think. I don't know what kind of finance situation. And, he was going on to be a lawyer. Still, the dollar goes a lot longer out there than it does here. He thought he was going to get, I think he said he turned down 200 or 300,000. Turned down about 100 something. Because the formula they use to break down how you can figure it out. People figured it out. He actually turned down about 100 something. Still a ton of money, but after taxes, I can see why it's like, that's the long run. So I think he's doing it. I don't know where he's at.
So what's going on?
He's a black man on the ground. He ran a black man. Legit. Are we not going to see Deporia Patty? I want to see that before I see Surrey. If I go by the rankings, so it should be Saruki. That's a very problematic. This is very, very problematic. He should be really okay. That means 2 beers. He walks around about 190 which I had no decision. Most people thought that Charles Oliver will sell tickets. Are you fucking kidding me? Because, we all, the fight fans want to see what's up. Another good matchup, maybe just engaging. He beats him. Now we can sell him. And he's proved, he's worthy of it. Can we do that? If he loses that, he said he did. This guy pulls out a fight. Argument there, that doesn't work. Sherman's only pulled out one fight. It was, when he was going to fight, I think that's not shot. I mean, if he does, he has a nobody answer. You cannot. You can't be. Patty. I'd rather watch Patty, but the Sorkin deserves. Patty is, I would say, not only does he rise to the occasion of the big fights, but he's so sneaky athletic. So athletic. Big and legit sharp material. Yes, legit. Yeah, you know this. The UFC definitely knows this, and that's. This is Sorkin. Figured out how to get him out of it. Just that shit. Keeps painting. It's going to be a bigger, much more scary fight level. So, you know, the same. Now, we'll pay the Sailor break. Brandon, I need auto parts, dude. I need somebody to test my bag when I'm in my car. I need a friendly, reliable staff. I need to know that I can get etc. Okay? You need O'Reilly, helpful service and parts and all the things you just mentioned. Got thousands of parts, accessories in stock, either in store or online, so you never have to worry if you're in a jam. If they don't have it, they order it, shows up the next day, dude. So whether you're a car expert or a rookie like Brian, you'll find that believe that O'Reilly Auto Parts are your one-stop shop for everything. Alright? We got you guys. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit them at O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. Summer couldn't get any hotter. Pluto TV is turning up the heat with thousands of free movies. Cinema. Stream your favorite blockbuster. Yeah. If I get enough fun, so I took my max. As it happens sometimes, if you feel that time release, it's the same technology for 5 milligrams. But it's awesome. Sell out non-stop. It's a market. Yes, because once you try max, there's no going back. You want a sharper brain for tomorrow? It's important to have your sharper. And if you're a high performer like us, you got to get yourself some max. The difference between this and the much larger it's like you just go ask for power. They're reading the I'm just looking at the questions they're developing. Get down a couple matches. My also interested in different issues. Israel has a lot of discussion about agricultural laws lie there. Babylonian Talmud, because it's written late, generally considered the world. Certainly take that very well. Anybody's got more done without work. Stay sharp, confident, true. Real culture. This is a hard start, potentially being canceled. Other houses of there's no Just tell me which way. Super political. So they're talking shit about just anti-Trump.
Well associated with
And people just want that. Right. They just don't want that. They can fucking pay their money. How do they get that anyway? Much smarter minds. I don't care how it started. This castle tells him that you're a piece of shit. Take the COVID shot boys in his fucking sealed castle. That's not gonna work. Before I go to bed, I don't want just a huge anti-Trump program.
especially
Even if I'm not on board with it, I know it went super hard to make political. He started losing his appeal. So that they certainly weren't making their money back. No. He's also in his 70s. He might be tired of it, right? He might be tired of it. Keep doing it. But also, like, sure. But I think, too, with how certain person on the scene being super crazy. He was blackface. He was super competitive, hyper competitive. You know why he got fired from DC? Dude, he was so. He also go hard on. Of course, yeah, I know that's what I'm saying. So that he would take over these markets, and people love that. Porn stars, you have one of the best interviews ever. He was actually a very important cultural figure. Oh, massive. Even Rothschild said that. Like, he's a huge influence on Rothschild. Well, he's not Rothschild's fan now, but how old you say he is? He's in his 70s. So you're damn near in your 60s. I'm in my 40s, almost mid-40s. When you've been doing it for a long time, we're doing it nowhere as long as him. It's fucking tough. You're going to have the fact that he's waking up at 3 in the morning. He's not there to the ground. That's right. And then also serious. You know the majority of the room count those voucher listeners. Do you know anybody that's serious? I never listened to it. Because Apple and so good. You sort of just have the same results on YouTube or Apple. He's like, oh, no more waking up 3 in the morning. Build a studio in the city. He's that much. Build a studio in the city. Make it Sterling or something. But that again, I don't fault the Lord. We've changed. Like you, when you come up, when you first start, you're fucking young and crazy. Radio 6 at DC. When that plane flew in the 14th Street Bridge, he called the airline and he said, how much does Washington National to the 14th Street Bridge? Like, even do. And they were like, you're out of here. I'm just man bigger. He had a lady that he shaved and she committed suicide. Well, that's my friend, my buddy. You got Eagle stores on. Remember, they had Beetlejuice on. They had guys with stutters. It was like this huge joke. It was just a different climate back then. You can't really do that. You do blackface, it's just a time. Yeah, you got a nose job in the middle of that movie. They had to shoot around his nose. Hilarious. Good. Let's scroll down for a sec.
Jews' dietary system known as
Back in the day,
Muslim.
you know what he could do? He could sell his entire catalog.
Associated with Allah.
He may interview the
Sent
interviews
reviews regarding
that people love. Now, most of it you can't afford now for all that stuff.
And Islam has also a system of rules for dressing females and religion as well.
He's off in the summer, but this year
He
he has
like
like maybe I should retire.
blocks of ideas about how people
Yeah,
should behave,
not at all.
although they're not identical, of course.
How many times can you
earning nearly $1 million while developing a reputation as the biggest shock job. But the term shock
Sharjah
job
cried from his home over the past 5 years. Fears over COVID-19. Speaking of bitch athletes, that's where I'm like, if you're just that big of a sissy, I don't give a fuck if you want to get out. I can't condone if you're that big of a bitch. Where you stay in your house in 2020. Now you can't get him out of his house. That was on a show 20 times. That was a big deal.
Particular Jews and Christians, they had, according to Islam, received they were
Yeah, that's what she's doing.
notification.
At that age.
Islam would argue that they misunderstood those messages.
Serious. It's also just a dying, like they shut down all the way.
But since they
their odds of negotiations with him, Lisa Ellis was on there, Ray Cook was on there, they shut down all of that. It's not making money. Crazy good show. She's still going to the store. And then I would stop. I wouldn't even put she's had done and how crazy she is now. Just, you know, that shit. Yeah. You know, I talk about podcasting. I don't know. So I don't. Dude, fuck it, bro. That's the thing. That's what I understand. Like, you got that kind of money. Like, he doesn't have children. No. That's, like, somebody with a kid, somebody who resisted until he's 40. Like, you're just not, I'm telling you, I don't know. I guess he does. Okay. Southeastern. Anyway, I definitely. Hey. Definitely. Is he still married? You be a good dad. Yeah, you just can't. You can't. Oh, you can't. I don't know anyone that does it. That's like awesome.
Much larger.
podcast. Yeah, I sit down for his podcast, and before he goes, I have to. Gives me something to do. Yeah. There's other businesses don't. You know. Tires when you're not. You need something. So that's it. You know. He still does it. It's set. Yeah. Dude, I can't make the barrel. And so then eventually that gets built up enough where you make the same money you are. But never really done. I'd be down for it just to, for the. We've been around so long. Are we as big as we were 10 years ago? No. But one thing we have is hardcore fans. Yes. That's the reason. Yeah. And you can regulate, so you know, there's a lot of the Reddits and YouTube and super toxic. So you have hardcore fans like, God, I can finally comment again and not get destroyed. Yeah. Give me fun of. That's cool. That's why. You have to give me a show. What do I do? Got it free for 10 minutes seminar and teach guys how to fight. They train. If you get somebody behind the scenes, you do some live shows, you give extra episodes, I'll grab some Ortho, that's my biggest favorite. Oreo, you down? I think I'm into it. It's getting bro. All right. Especially good farmers, however, afraid. What do you think, Jay? I'm done. As long as it gets, we'll still put out free content, right? But then just adding to it, like extra stuff for the hardcore, which I've been supportive since. Yeah, extra episodes, longer episodes, Q&As, join us there. Then the goal would be eventually get a point where we don't have any reason, we're just doing it. And people just enjoy the content without having to. That's the biggest thing too. So we don't have to put much. No, yeah, just so you can just play music on there, videos. Like, we really don't have to edit the video. No, oh my gosh, it's the right it's the wild west of really. Just be completely raw. Like, you guys are pretty raw as is, but every now and then we'll have to do something. It's on me. I'll say a few things and just edit it out. Not just that, but just names of people. Basically, you put that out there. You know, that kind of stuff. Give you something else fun. Broken. Now, Bisbee got away, right? Because he's getting verbatim. Bisbee got away. They got out of the house. They broke into his house. Is a serial killer. So it says, did you see Legend Michael Bisbee escape from the recent documentary? The British unknowingly northern England to get ambushed in his flat. Massive intruder dressed in black. And dousing the room, but a chilling pattern has since emerged. Between 1991 and 2000, murders across northern England. Planned, force entry, gas-soaked crime scenes, and blunt force trauma from a hammer. Attack scene of Rabbbi. They put a case cold. However, a recent confession from a convicted rapist and arsonist had ignited suspicion. And now some life sentence supposed to develop inmates close call with Michael Bisbee, implying the UFC saw an early tape becoming another victim. The authority have yet to confirm his claims. This suggests that Bisbee's intruder may have been one of the crazy. And Bisbee posts and goes, "Oh shit, this happened." Wow. Face to face with a monster, my exclusive prison interview with the man claiming in Northern England's exclusive. over a decade with the murders, and now he says Michael Bisping was nearly his next victim. So, dude, this would be like fucking Jeffrey Dahmer break into my house. Yeah, he's in DFC. No, thanks. No.
So I see there are
What is it? 2000? Oh, 2000. So he's still a professional fighter. There's not a serial killer. Beat up against him, but your best chance, you would kill hitchhikers in Santa Barbara, Jeff.
Start with the question
First, if you're hitchhiking and the guy's over, don't do it. Insurance fund. Don't get in the car if he's 6'9". Don't jump in the car and it's a guy back then in the 70s. You want to ride a cat in a
a lot of people are reacting to the review of Elon on Facebook.
You want to find somebody, so you kill this mom and then fuck their dead throat. That's
I really did not like this book. I don't really
So that sounds like some resentment.
The whole crowd. It recorded fairly critical review, and I do appreciate that many of you make it public. But this
And
one
then he would hang out.
however, from the book, and
And he just read
I listened to it as well. I will include this in more sanitation, so that will take us through that as well. Now, go on. What's going on about this strange inscription?
So
Like the letter H, very close to a dollar, just the difference of a sharp corner, a right angle, as opposed to a slight curve. And that's what that the location of someone's house, which really shows that children right there, so it's really quite a mystery. I thought
and also they stuck in the house. They kicked out
I got a few other
shoot him with a gun. This is
Yosef Israel writes the last inscription looks like it says the word
that's why you got respect for
spirit. That's referring to the little horizontal line under one of the last letters that could actually spell that sound.
still
But when you
physically
actually
overpowering
get to the wall, you'll see that it's not actually part of the wall. The video shows up.
Yeah,
It's a little bit of light. It could be that the light there. Because there was a kind of imperfection.
so he's still a bitch, but if you give credit to anyone, it's him, because he did
True, I'm not a trained regular
all I'm
historian.
saying though,
I
if
read
we're gonna
fairly
get
widely.
Troy
I don't have complex question. So sometime over the last 500 years, someone
Think about the Ben Charles Manson. He was like 5 foot. He was 5'2". He didn't do it.
but when scriptures could escalate as the time. I had a really interesting discussion with
Sniper would do it
in Porto who suggested they may even have them stride for the purpose of attracting
do it like real shit.
really well, but not impossible. So it's still likely that they were inscribed, most likely by Jews, because it's a Jewish neighborhood.
He's in a car with an orangutan that's eating grapes.
Nickname?
Because
Could be.
the highest
But
hands.
why would you put that on the bizarre thing to write?
Orangutans are
Especially
very, very different.
different.
Especially
Hours,
George
average.
but orangutan has the
Driving into it, so yeah,
when I was rehabilitating the orphans back in the wild in Indonesia, when the adults were afraid, they weren't so afraid of it. They were afraid of males. So they will not confront you. They will not. You can never have a chance. It's just
the last one here in this section. Are there personal names that can be identified? Yes, definitely. White Ramirez, Perez, Sanchez, Gonzalez, these are very well associated with he asked also President Jacob, maker from the Netherlands, hired by the British Revolutionary War in the US. Well, Jacob is definitely a Jewish name, also not a Jewish name.
because they eat so
Shoemakers,
much vegetation.
so those are all the questions that are reported. Reading the book of Daniel is definitely one of the most common. Scholars with the book very different perspective. That would come to the way we understand the apocalyptic in it. Definitely a massive interpretation of that. Very heavily. Taylor 26 also asks, what's my favorite commentary on the lot? I definitely am. I love Rothschild. In terms of modern commentators, I prefer
I swear to God.
Right, so
They threw 10. There was one, so they're all of them were there.
here. Right now,
There was and I swear to God, you saw him, he looked like a fucking nerd. Literally, he was a nerd. And all the other where's my white tee? It's true classic. They look fabulous. I got this sweat. What's that? What's right?
exactly right. Here's how far. This is what we can't tell. What is the fraction of the 4 I question. Older videos of genetics. I don't know why people are so worried about
Is the way she smells. D-I-M. Go back. There's one thing.
and so on.
It's fighting crack. Jesus, you know, if it doesn't work out, it's the chance of something else. And she was a real,
being Jewish and not the children. So identified
go away from
nine especially important times. Italian others who so the short answer is
this is the kind of thing where I'm sure this happens a lot. Now that you're talking about it right now, it's happening right now. Like this, it's happening right now. I knew a girl who used to that there was a married detective and he would come over and she was like, he has this gun badge so high. And he would show up and she was servicing anything. It happens all the time. I'm so stressed.
That's my best guess.
I know. Do we have her Instagram? I needed to research it before I could into this crime. Yeah, I would like to see her because right now I'm not shaming her. No. So we're in some network of our brothers and sisters in blue. She's a human being. Give her a risk and get her back out to Toronto. It was your one. I lose my license. I gotta figure this out. I mean, listen, man, and you're a good looking kid. You work out. You'll be going to that.
Hugely important. Propagation of Christianity. that generation, the transitional generation, the first year, 60 years after Jesus was
We're all only, why you guys
I think
ruin
that
it? They ruin all the fun, just ruin everything.
temple
Not to be fair, though. You ruin our lives, Brian. To be fair, though, she's in Texas. In Houston, bro. That's right up the street. Like, I mean, 4 hours. You might want to go up there and start speeding. You might want to go up there and start breaking some laws. That's all I'm trying to say. Because the pop me,
signaling
oh,
Christianity would be something that should be
yeah, you're into it. You're into that.
transitional generation did not last terribly long.
Come on, teachers have a sex with sex with criminals. Never in all my years had a hot guy. I did see an attractive European lady. I saw that when I was going to get my passport. The security guard when you come to the machine there was so cool. I said, am I the only one that's like this? She should be on top of every applicant. I was like, oh my god. Sometimes you gotta call it out. You're right there. Sometimes you see yourself. What the fuck? It's such a fan. What the fuck? People are.
Welcome. How are you? What's going on, Jamo? Jamo, Pimp, can you hear me? Jamo. Yo, dog, can you hear me? Yo, Jamo. Pimp, can you hear me? Jamo.
Hello?
Yo, what up, baby? How you living?
It's going good. It's going good.
How'd you find out about me, Pimp?
I was here before, I think like last week, but yeah, I want to join back.
That's tight. Did we talk?
Yeah, you explained yourself, like who you were, and yeah, I remember.
That's tight. What's good in your neck of the woods?
Nothing right now, just relaxing right now.
All right. What are your plans for the day?
Just relax. I did what I had to do earlier, so I'm just home, relaxing now, rest of the day.
That's tight. What are your hobbies?
Gaming.
What do
I like to play War Thunder, college football.
Oh, tight. Who's your team?
I have a favorite college football team, but my favorite NFL team is the Raiders.
Oh, tight. Are you a fan of
Yeah.
the move to Las Vegas?
Personally, no. I wish they stayed in Oakland.
Yeah, I wish they stayed in LA.
Yeah, me too. But I mean, it's okay.
I gotcha. All right. So, if we were playing college football 26, who are you choosing right now?
I would say North Carolina Cardinals.
Yo, dog. What's up with Bill Belichick, and more importantly, what's up with Jordan Hudson?
Ooh, I don't know.
That girl is fine.
Yeah, that's strange.
How are they gonna do this year?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how they're going to do this year. The season hasn't started yet, but they might do good this year. Look, I'm not really a fan of the Tar Heels, but I just play that team because that's where I'm from.
I gotcha. They're the biggest question mark, perhaps, in college football. Nobody knows what's going to happen with them.
Yeah, that's true. That's what any team, really, you know?
That's true, especially in college. All right, so what are your thoughts on the whole Jordan Hudson situation?
I don't know who he is.
It's a girl. That's okay. That's Bill Belichick's girlfriend, who's like 24 and he's like 1,000 years old.
Oh, I see. Oh my goodness. Well, I think
Google
it is a bit strange.
Google this bitch. She's hot as fuck.
Okay, hold on. You said Jordan Hudson?
Yeah.
Okay. Jordan. Oh, okay, yeah, she is pretty.
Word, dog.
Yeah, she is pretty. Okay.
So you're gonna have that on the sidelines.
Wait. Strange though, Bill Belichick and her.
Yeah, dog.
I think Bill Belichick is paying to be husband's girlfriend.
That girl's hot as fuck.
Belichick's paying her though. But there's no way, like, I just don't see how else she would go out with.
Word, dog. There were rumors that she was a high class hoe.
Okay. That's probably
All right, so you like college football. Who do you feel is North Carolina's biggest rival in football? Is it Duke? Is it South Carolina? Is it NC State? Who is it?
Football, I think. Now, I'm not sure, because like I said, I don't watch Carolina football that much, but I think NC State.
Okay.
I believe they've been in a few fights last season. So I think that's probably NC State. Now, it could be any other team, but I think NC State.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are you into other games? What other games do you like?
The only other game I really play is Planet Side 2.
Okay, what's that?
It's like a MMO first-person shooter game where like there's 3 factions, right? There's 3 factions you can play as, and every one of those factions battle a continent. They try to gain the most territory in a continent, and whoever has the most territory by the time runs out, that's who wins the continent. So it's like a big first shooter game.
Very cool.
It's fun.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's fun.
What are your other hobbies aside from gaming?
Other than that, I just like to go outside, ride my bike, sometimes walk outside. That's really about it, to be honest with you.
Very well. How old are you?
I'm
So what kind of bike you have?
It's a mongoose.
Oh, tight. Yeah, do you like to do like BMX tricks and stuff?
To be fair, not really. I tried, but I'm not really good at it.
I gotcha. Do you have
I gotta
pet?
keep practicing.
Do you have pegs?
Peg?
Yeah. Oh, you've got pegs?
wheels?
Yeah, that's tight.
Yeah.
Then you can take a buddy.
I just like to look. Yeah. It just looks cool. So I got it.
I think they look cool too. All right, very cool. And the back tires or the front tires?
Back tires.
All right, very cool. So you like? Are you in a relationship? You got a girlfriend? You got somebody who you like?
No, I'm single.
All right, very well. Okay, so you like video games? You like your bike? Do you play any sports?
I used play basketball,
Position?
but not anymore. I was a point guard.
All right, so you're good with the ball.
Yeah.
Did you turn it over a lot?
Sometimes. Yeah, I turned the ball over a few times, so they switched me over to shooting guard, and I ended up doing really well in that position because I'm a good shooter.
What's your height?
I'm 5'6", so I'm pretty sure.
Okay. How are you at free throws?
I'm decent.
Okay.
I'm decent.
I mean, like, what's your free throw percentage?
Like 75%.
Okay. All right. And you played in high school?
No, I played in middle school. I didn't play any sports in high school.
Okay, so you used to play basketball. You like any other sports?
Basketball, football, that's mainly it.
Okay, so what'd you play in football?
Oh, I didn't play football.
Oh, you just like football. Okay, very well. All right, do you play any fantasy teams?
Like, yeah, I play family.
Oh, that's tight. When's your draft?
My draft. Actually, wait, did they start the draft?
Fantasy drafts are like throughout August, so it could be basically whenever.
Okay, yeah, I think my dad will message me when it's about to start. So, yeah, they didn't start the draft yet, I don't think.
That's really tight that you have a family one.
Yeah. Did you draft too?
Yeah, dude, I'm in 26 teams.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's good.
So I do this. So here's my secret. I follow sports. I mean, like more than most people, but it's hard for me to get into some sports. I'll watch a big game, but to watch like some random Thursday night game against, there'll be like the 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 Browns versus the Atlanta Falcons. Like, I'm not too into that. But with fantasy, I'm all about it. I'm waiting to count down the time for the kickoff because it makes all the games like much more exciting. So what I do is I go on ESPN every year and I draft 25 teams. And I just have the computer draft the teams because when you have 25 teams, chances are, like, I don't have a single favorite player. I like them all. So I have the computer draft all the teams. And then what I do is I just, as the season goes, I keep an eye on my teams and I just do like auto, like not just auto picks, but like auto matchups and stuff. So I don't have to do all that much work. And then by the end of the year, when the playoffs come around, I have like 10 or 15 teams that have winning records and are going to the playoffs. Then when I get into the playoffs, I have these teams go, and chances are I'm going to have like 5 or that are in the championship game, and then I'm going to have a winner. So I win like every year. It just depends on what league. Now I've got a bunch of teams that don't do well as well. So I've got that going for me. But then I've got this. I'm in a community there. It's a cryptocurrency. I've been in there for a few years now, and we do a fantasy league as well. And that one I'm serious about because then you only have one team, and it's for money. And the people are, we do a little bit of trash talking, nothing crazy, but just kind of, being nice. And this, last year I had the number 2 pick overall. And the number 1 pick, like if you remember, everybody was going after Christian McCaffrey. And that's who went first. So I had the number 2, took Tariq Hill. And like in the first game, before the first game, he was running too fast in Miami and got pulled over and like was in handcuffs and like just started the year off like, not what we wanted. And he just didn't have that great of a season. The number 1 picks are kind of, there's no like there's no like one player that everybody wants. So I again this year did the random draft with ESPN, and then we'll do a draft within our community in the coming week or so. And once that happens, then I'm locked in. Then I'm ready for the season, which starts up like in early September. And then it's exciting to me. Then I'm watching every game. I watch every game in here. Dude, and then the thing that I love perhaps most of all is Red Zone. You know what Red Zone is? Where you get to watch all of the big scoring. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, so
Yeah.
nobody's got money for that kind of bullshit. But you can that shit. And it makes your Sunday so much fun because it's I don't have time to be like flipping channels, what's going on. So on Red Zone, they put it out there where you just have I think their rule is this. Every scoring play they show and everything within the 20 but sometimes they showed a little outside the 20, which is tight. So you basically see every score, and it's pretty amazing that like they guy I've never heard of, second string fullback, gets the ball and scores, because it'll be important to my team. And that kind of stuff is really exciting to me. I can't tell you how much fun it is. And so what changed this year is ESPN bought NFL Network, and NFL Network owned Red Zone. So what's going to happen is once ESPN takes it over, I'm sure they're going to muck it up with commercials and all kinds of garbage like that. But that's cool. It's not like I'm paying for it, and that's the way to go. At the end of the year, I know that I'm going to have one team that has shadow, and that's tight. I do that with basically every major. Like that's way too much. So just once a week, I auto like I do all the matchups. I do WNBA. I have 25 WNBA teams. Like nobody's watching the WNBA, but it does kind of allow me to have a little bit of a pulse on the WNBA and the players and what's going on. And you know what? My WNBA teams are very good. Like I'm every week I go like 20-5, which is like really good. And I don't know if it's because the other people just don't care or they're not paying attention or whatever. But my WNBA teams, I'm like really good at that. Then I drafted hockey teams, and those will be coming up. And like I don't know anything really. I don't know too much about hockey, but I'll do my best to follow along with these teams. And then I've got NBA teams. So those are my big ones. Then I do a thing on ESPN that's like a college pick'em. I don't know if you're aware what these are, but they'll take like 10 random games, and all you have to do is pick the winners. Like you don't even have to worry about the spread, but it's hard. You would think like, oh, it's easy to pick winners, but there's always ups. And so I'll do a college pick'em, and then I'll do an NFL pick'em without the spread, just who's going to win. And so that gives me like a lot of entertainment for the sports, the fall. And if I had to give any advice to anybody, if you're not into sports and you want to have a little bit more interest, that's the way to do it. That makes it like aside from just straight up betting on games, which really makes it interesting. Just doing fantasy is a lot of fun. So if I could, I mean that's sweet that you've got your family who does a fantasy football, and that's amazing.
Yeah.
How do you usually do in that league?
Just basically draft players and then like a regular season.
No, I know.
Like,
How do you do in the league? Like, have you ever won it?
Oh, how do I do it? I actually won last year for the first time.
No way. Who was your first pick? Do you
yeah.
remember? Do you remember who your first pick was? That's okay. Do you remember who your first pick was?
I don't. I think it was Patrick Mahomes.
Okay, that's a
I
good
think.
one.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Who you, who are you looking at for your first pick this year?
Uh, Probably Patrick Mahomes again.
All right. Okay, that's cool. He's your boy.
And then, well, he is. He's on a team that I hate, but he's a good player.
Yeah, he is.
I'll take him.
I had like last year. I had my almost I would say like my favorite players, um, and they ended up not like not doing as well as I would have wanted, and so this year I'm kind of like whatever. Like I don't care who it is, who I draft or whatever. I'm not gonna have my heart in it, or I'm gonna try not to have my heart in it. I wish there was like one player that I was like, I have to get that guy, but there really isn't anybody. Um, what happened to me last year in this community league that I did, and it's just something I kind of do, is if my team's not doing well, which I was losing by like point 0.1 points, like barely losing it some weeks. And I ended up probably just being in like just right in the middle of the pack. So I threw it at the end when we did the playoffs. I just was like, I'll let everybody else beat me because I wanted to be absolute last. If you're not going to be first, I'd rather be last. And so that it didn't give me any benefit. It's not like it allowed me a better draft pick this year or anything, but um, so I was at the end just drafting guys that I knew like weren't even going to play, like Tom Brady. I had Tom Brady like on my team, like nobody, you know, he hasn't played in years, but you could still draft, or at least get him off of waivers. Yeah, but I just absolutely love, I love doing that with that community, and that's amazing that you won. What was the prize?
Um, I didn't win anything. I just it was just like an achievement, I guess.
It's just for fun. It's just a fun thing in the family. Bragging rights.
Yeah.
All right, that's
Yeah.
cool. Very well. All right, so are you? Go ahead.
But yeah. We did fantasy football for like 5 years. Like we started like 5 years ago, and last year was the first time I won. So I'm very excited.
That's tight. That's super exciting. Okay, so who do you want this year? Oh, you said Patrick Mahomes. Okay. Um,
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else you want?
I want Ashton Gentry,
Sure.
running back.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the Raiders. Yeah, he's rookie. So let's see how he do. I think he's gonna do good.
From Boise.
Numbers, so I'm gonna choose him.
From Boise State, right?
Yeah, Boise State. Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna be an interesting one because he like set the record for yardage, career yardage as an undergrad or something like that, and then I think he was the sixth pick of the first round of the um, of the Raiders. So like it'll be interesting to see. He could be really big. He could be like a really great running back. Or he. The thing is with running backs, and it's so sad. Their average career is 2.5 years. It's like because they always get injured. Like on any play, this guy could get. Which it's so much different than like a quarter. So much to protect them. Like, but like a running back, they don't care about, which is really sad. And so, they're just like, okay, well, just run it up the gut or whatever. So, yeah, that's a really good pick. So he'll be on the rookie. He'll be on the. I'm not sure where he'll go this year, like in the draft, but so I don't know. I don't know who I'm gonna pick first. I think it just depends on where I end up with my draft order. But there's a player I really want, and I might make some moves to try to get him, and that's Brock Bowers, the tight end from Las Vegas. And the reason why I want him is like all the positions, whatever quarterback you get, like they're all kind of the same. They're gonna put the same amount of points up for you, generally. Same with running backs. A lot of wide receivers are the same, but tight ends can differ. And it's like tight ends are one like where there's this big gap between the top tight ends and just your regular guys. And so, and he played at Georgia. He was a phenom at Georgia. I think last year was his rookie season, and he just was unbelievable. And I think like he was the best tight end in the league by the end of the year. So I'm looking forward to hopefully getting him. When it comes to a defense, like one that I had last year was San Francisco, and I'm a Niners fan, but they just had a whole bunch of injuries, and so they went from like being like far and above like maybe the best defense in the league at the beginning of the year to being like I think I traded them at the end of the year. I mean, they just weren't that good, and that can happen where you don't know what to do with defenses. Another one, the kicker. Oh, the kicker was a big thing with me. So I forget the guy's name, and I should know it. I'm gonna look it up real quick. Okay, so the best kicker in the history of the NFL, Justin Tucker. I drafted him. He was the best kicker in the history of the NFL. So I'm like, oh, this is a great pick. And he goes out and almost gets cut from the team. He had a terrible season. I think it had to do with like sexual assault allegations he had at massage parlors. But it's like, of course, the year that like I need this guy to perform, he goes from legitimately the best kicker in the history of the NFL to like not just mediocre, but a terrible kicker. I was losing points because of him. And like of anything with a kicker, you don't want to lose points with them. So I'm not taking that risk again. Who else did I have that it just didn't go my way? Okay, so this one I played pretty well, which was Jalen Hurts, the quarterback of the Eagles, because they had that tush push, and I figured like I get a lot of just random touchdowns just because of that, and he did. So that was a good move, and he got better as the season went on. So like he may not have had like a bunch of rushing yards or may not have had a ton of throwing touchdowns, but that's fine. All he needed to do was get behind that line, that offensive line, and just get that 1 yard, and then it's automatically like 6 points or whatever. So that was a good move. I would pick him again. He did a good job for me. Another disappointment that I had was my tight end, Travis Kelce, who had the whole Taylor Swift thing, and I'm thinking like this guy's going to put up tons of numbers. He was considered to be the best tight end in the NFL year after year after year, and then he had a down year, and that when you've got like you only get so many guys to put up numbers, and if they're not performing, it's sad. And then Tyreek Hill, who had the issue at the beginning of the season, and he just never turned it, just didn't blossom into anything. And then when it came to running backs, I didn't put a whole lot into running backs just because running backs can get hurt. And when the running back gets hurt, it's like you try for a really high draft pick, and then he just gets hurt. And who they're playing, and they're coming off an injury or whatever. So I didn't have like anybody like really who I drafted really highly as a running back. And I think that kind of bit me in the end because the guys who had like Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley, like those guys would end up with some weeks where these guys would have like 40 points alone, like just huge weeks. And I never got that out of it. out of my guys. And then the thing that I can't stand that I do sometimes, I mean, it's just like, what are the odds? But like, I'll take a guy and I'll be like, you know what, this guy's playing like a really tough defense or whatever, or he's coming off an injury or whatever. I got some other guys who are going to do well. I'm going to bench this guy, and the guy who I benched puts up 62 points, so are worth anything for me. So, I'm ready for the NFL season. I'm not into the preseason at all because it doesn't really count for anything. And those games are they're just like they don't even start the starters or whatever. But once the season comes out,
Right.
I'm on. Well, like the college football season is the week before. I think it starts the week before, and that'll be exciting. And then when it's off and running, it's like 16 weeks or whatever, 18 weeks of the NFL, and it's just week after week. It's fun. And at least in here, what I do, and you're more than welcome to join me if you ever want to. I get people who do. We watch the Thursday night game on Amazon. Then there's the Saturday night. Well, they don't. They the end of the year, but then there's the Sunday games where we do all day, and then the Sunday night game, and then Monday night. And that Monday night game can get really exciting, especially in fantasy, because you may need a guy to get like all your guys are done, but you've got one last guy. All he's got to do is get 3 points, and like you're waiting the whole game. Come on, just give this guy the ball, or have this guy make this kick, or whatever. And or maybe all your guys are done, but you're playing against a team that still has a guy playing. So you have to watch because of that if you want to know what's going to go on. I mean, it's a lot of fun. So that's kind of how the season goes, and yeah, it's a lot of fun. All right, so we covered NFL. Do you get into NBA at all?
To be honest, not really.
Yeah.
I just watch the highlights.
Absolutely, dude. It's too many games, 82 games, and the guys don't try. And to me, a lot of things are bothersome to me about the NBA. One of the big ones is the foul situation, where some guys get the whistle on their side, other guys don't. Some guys are like getting hacked in the paint. There's no foul. Other guys are doing a fadeaway and they get the foul. And it's like, it's too subjective with these referees that it just doesn't make it enjoyable to me it used to be more exciting to me. Another thing that I can't stand, and this has never made sense to me. Okay, let's say we've got a best of 7 series. I don't care who it is. You choose the teams. All right. You'll get team 1 beats team 2 by 50 points the first game. Like, to me, that would tell me like team 1 is just superior to team 2. Yet team 2 in the second game will beat team 1 by 30 points. It's like, how is it like that? Like, shouldn't these games be closer? Like, shouldn't you be, if these teams are really that like competitive, that you shouldn't have these blowouts that happen, but it just does. I'm not a big fan of Adam Silver. Though I wasn't of David Stern either. I think that if I know the name of the commissioner so well, or the general public does, then you're not letting the game do its job. Then the commissioner has to come out with excuses for the refereeing and all this other stuff. So, like the big thing that happened last year was that Nico, whatever, from Dallas trading, what's his name? Luka Doncic. Yeah, exactly. And then all of a sudden, like, surprise, surprise, they get the number 1 pick. And the thing is, then the Lakers were sold for $10 million, which is like, it raises the bar for all of the other teams. It's very business oriented, and I just don't like that about it. I like ball. And so, like, I'll sometimes watch G League games or highlights or like 3-on-3 like leagues, just because like those guys nobody's watching, so they can just you watch really good basketball. And if I were the commissioner, in my opinion, in basketball, you shouldn't be putting your hands on any player at all. No hand checking, nothing. Why do I say that? If you want basketball to be an art, which it should be like jazz. You shouldn't make it football. It shouldn't be like guys crashing the boards and if you touch another guy, in my opinion, that's a foul. And if they played it that, no matter for who it is, no matter who it is, and if you play it that way, then you're going to have guys who, have to make jump shots, and it's not just going to be I'm going to crash the board for a dunk every single time because you'll get called for the foul. You can either play basketball one of two ways. I feel you can play it where you don't call the fouls, and then it just becomes football on a court, and nobody really enjoys that. Or you make sure to blow the whistle whenever there's contact. And I understand that that's going to mean that they're free throws and things like that, but that's fine. Guys will learn. And that's just kind of how I feel, that when it gets this subjective, like, well, we're going to let LeBron get away with that, but we're not going to let some random bench guy from the other team get away with it. I don't like that. So, yeah, and so I don't know why they don't play it that way. And it just seems like I don't know if you know who Tim Donaghy is, but he was the referee who got caught gambling many years ago, and he got caught gambling on the NBA, and they said it was just a one, and he went to jail because of it. They said it was just a one referee issue, but I don't believe that. I think that it's rampant, and especially with how gambling has taken over. I mean, when you were a kid, there was no gambling on games, like not like there is now on your phone. And now you get players who are getting involved in it. I mean, they have these prop bets that are like get really strange. Like there was one guy in the MLB who got in trouble just recently, because he had a third party that was doing prop bets on first pitch strikes. So basically, they would bet that the first pitch would not be a strike, and they would have this pitcher just throw the ball into the dirt, and like really crazy, like balls, just on that one, and they were making a lot of money doing it because whether you make money on whether the team wins or just because of a prop bet, they still pay out the same. So
Right.
I think that's changed just how players are playing. Like, there are some players, it's like strange that their team is maybe up by 17 points with 1 minute left, and these guys are still playing all the way out just so they can get like a certain amount of points for the over under. And it's just confusing. Like, normally the players are like, okay, we lost, that's fine. But one guy's just still going all out just so that he gets like that 7.5 point over under whatever. It's changed the game.
Right.
And so I'm not a big fan of the NBA as much as I am college basketball. I like college basketball. It seems like purer. I wish there was a way that they did fantasy college football. Like and I looked into this. Why isn't there are some minor leagues that do it, but the reason why is because with fantasy football, basically there's a lot of parity in the NFL. So you're not going to have one player who gets like 4 touchdowns every week. But in college football, a perfect example of this is Boise State with Ashton Gentry. And he gets like they're not playing anybody each week, so he's putting up huge amounts of numbers. And that's not really fair to everybody else. Like somebody who picks playing tough comp at the same kind of numbers as some of these other guys. So and then there's also the thing where there's like it's just so broad. There's more players to get that can cause issues. But I think with now they like moving the college is moving away from NIL and moving straight up towards paying players as employees. I think that's what they're doing now. You'll have fantasy college football, and then when that happens, you'll get fantasy college basketball and all those other things. And even you'll get fantasy women's basketball, and then you might even see it branch out to other sports like college baseball and that kind of stuff. Which when that happens, I mean, at least with the betting aspect of it, I think it can cause, it can be tempting for guys, especially in college. I saw some statistic that like 60% of all college players have had some kind of pressure on them from an outside source to do something for some betting. And so I think that, that's some pressure, especially because if I say to you, look, Jamo, your team doesn't need to win. You don't need to even score a touchdown. All you need to do is touch the ball 3 times in the third quarter. It doesn't even matter if you get a yard. We just need you to get 3 touches. So you just say to your teammates or whatever, or to the coach, like, hey, I really need to get the ball on this play. I'm feeling it, coach. I'm feeling it. Okay, that's cool, Or, the reverse of that, where they say, look, you don't have to score. You don't have to catch the ball. Just don't get 5 yards on the first drive. We've got an over-under of 5 yards. So you just get 4 yards, and then you pull yourself out of the game. You just say, oh, coach, my knee, it's messed up. So they put somebody else in there, and then you win. I mean, if you're a college person and you're not making that much money, generally you haven't, it's a huge temptation. And I think that can distort the game a little bit. And I want players to decide the games. I don't like when referees decide the games. Here's one that bothers me more than anything, perhaps, is in the NFL, is the fact that we don't have laser, we still have the chain game, and we don't have like laser positioning of the ball, if you understand what I mean. Like basically the chain gang is just like a bunch of old dudes who run out there, and it's like there are thousands and millions and billions of dollars that are riding on the game, and they're like, oh, it's this short. It's like, it's not that short. I saw the guy cross the ball, midfield on instant replay, and we're going with this old-fashioned system of chain gang when I've seen they have, like, that to me is ridiculous. Now, it is, and it's a way that they rig it. And the reason why is they never show where the chain gang starts. So, like, when they're, let's say you're like foot short, you don't know if you're really a foot short because the chain gang could have started a foot backward. And it's just, they have the referee and the NFL headquarters in their ear, and the referee just goes up and says, oh, we're a foot short. But they don't show where the ball originally was placed. And I've seen this replacement for this system that is really cool. It's just this little robot, like a Roomba, that keeps track of where the ball is all the time. There's like a little chip in the ball, which they're already chipping the ball. And it just puts the ball down exactly where the guy went down. And I know it's kind of like still in its early stages, because what if a guy reaches the ball out, or what if he fumbles? When did it actually go down? But okay, I get that. But the fact is that we don't have like an accurate system for the chain gang is just absolutely ridiculous to me. It allows people to, there's so much writing on on it's a game of inches, as they say, and that we don't have an accurate way to measure that, or but they just don't allow it. The one that bothers me as well is, and they're
Oh yeah.
they're starting to use the robot umpires, and that's great because we don't need umpires anymore. It's absolutely ridiculous that like you actually get to see the scores of the umpires now, and it's like, oh, this umpire is really great. He's got a 92% accuracy rating. Dude, that means he's wrong 8% of the time. That's not good.
Right.
Why not have it be that's high? Yeah, have it be 100% of the time it's accurate and correct. And it's like, oh well, and again they use it because they rig the system, and the umpires get involved in this. You know, I didn't like I didn't study this too much until I became older, but like you would hear about Babe Ruth, and Babe Ruth being like the best, the great Bambino, 714 home runs, the greatest hitter of all time.
Yeah.
But back in the day, he could just pay the opposing pitcher to throw him an easy strike, and so he could hit him out of the park. And the guys weren't making any money then, so it was a win-win. It was a win for Babe Ruth, and it was a win for the pitcher because they were paying the pitchers like $75 a week or whatever. They were, they had really small contracts or whatever. And that kind of mentality hasn't changed. It's only evolved until modern day where you have umpires who are making like, I don't know, a couple $100,000 a year, if that, and they're playing with players who are literally signing contracts for $750 million. And there's a certain amount of like questionability, like, hey, why is this guy making so much more money than I am? Well, I'll make that up by not betting on the game, but I'll have my brother-in-law bet on the game. And all my brother-in-law's got to know is that we're going to have more balls than strikes in this game, or whatever it will be. And that's how they make money. With the Tim Donaghy issue, which was the NBA betting scandal that happened like 15 years ago, they would say that the NBA referees would get jealous of the NBA players because the NBA players are arriving to the stadium or to the arena in Ferraris and Rolls Royces and Lamborghinis, and they're getting all the attention of everybody. And the NBA referees are making like, at the time it was like, $120,000 or something like that, which is a good living. But there's some jealousy that occurs because it's like, well, I want some of what that guy's got, and so how do I get it? I start point shaving, and like that's a big one that's really hard to stop is point shaving. Are you familiar with what point shaving is?
I actually don't.
That's okay. So imagine you got your friends when you were back in middle school playing, and we say to you, all right, you guys are gonna win the game. We know you're gonna win the game. You just don't win the game by as much as you normally would. So you're playing some crappy school, and we're gonna say to you, you guys are favored to win by 25 points. Okay, that's fine. Just win by 15 points. And so you're still gonna win, but just don't win by as much. And we're gonna make sure that you all get money. This was a big there have been big controversies about this in college basketball, and it's a big thing in pro sports as well. So you say to the Lakers, you're gonna crush the Charlotte Hornets or Charlotte Bobcats or whatever they are. You're gonna crush Charlotte tonight. You're favored to beat them by 22 points. Just beat them by 9 points. That's all. And it's a win-win for both sides because the team still gets to win. It's not like they have to throw the game. They just have to shave the amount of points that they were going to win by. That's right. It's called point shaving. And that's a really hard thing to stop because it's not obvious. Like who cares, or who can know if you're really playing all the way out? You're already up 10 points or whatever. Don't get up by more points. And so, you might have a team just pardon me. You just have a team just not play as hard, or put in its backups or bench players or whatever to allow over if they need to, or just slow down the pace of the game. And it's really hard to detect that. Which isn't what it is. With all of these things, I have a sense of like are the ultimate like what's the word? Sports are the like basically the ultimate challenge for these people because there's it's really easy for them um to cheat basically. Do you know who Shohei Ohtani is for the Dodgers?
He's a pitcher, right?
Yeah, he's a pitcher and a designated hitter, pitcher and yeah, and so he plays both ways, and he's like the best player in baseball easily right now. Well, he had a situation where his translator was allegedly betting illegally, and yeah, but not just a little bit of money, like $20 million. Like, where does a translator who just knows Japanese like get $20 million? So there was all of this rumor that it was actually Shohei Ohtani who was doing it, and just they got caught or whatever. But because baseball did not want to um, lose their best player, they said that he had to have Tommy John surgery and sit out like a year. He had to sit out like last year, at least from pitching. But in reality, it might have been like a untold punishment for him. Well, there's the whole issue of Michael Jordan in the 1990s. He took 16 months off from basketball to play baseball. There's always been the theory that that was a punishment from David Stern because he was betting on basketball.
I see.
So when there's the idea that like we really want these guys to be larger than life and these superstars and everything, but even they get tempted with this kind of stuff. So with that said, it's very cool that you're into sports. Do you do anything else? You've got your bike, you've got video games, you do fantasy football. Do you have friends?
To be fair, I don't have a lot of friends.
Well, you have one now. I'm always here for you, big dog. And I don't want to take
I appreciate that, man.
absolutely. I don't want to take up all your time, but you should know that if you ever need anybody with whom to speak, I'm here for you. If you want to watch football
Okay.
or any other sport. Oh, one last question. What are your thoughts on the UFC?
UFC, I never really looked into it that much.
Dude, I didn't either. I wasn't into it. I kind of thought it was lame until I watched a few fights, and you get hooked. And to me, it's the most exciting sport of all of them, even more than football, even more than baseball, hockey, soccer, everything, because it's like 5 minutes. 5 minutes. These guys just go at each other, and they're like fighting each other to the death, basically. So if I have any advice to you, next there'll be like a UFC like like this month. Um, get a stream and just watch, just have it on, and you'll get excited for it. And man, it is super exciting. It's like I'm telling you, it will become the number 2 sport in the United States in the next decade. I don't know if it will surpass football, but it will definitely surpass baseball because baseball's lame. I mean, it's cool, but it's just 162 games is too much. 162 games was great when there was no internet and no cell phones, but people have other stuff to do now. It's bigger than basketball. 82 games is just a lot, and for all the reasons that we said, is limited. Hockey only has niche appeal, but UFC, you can take a fourth grader and say this guy's going to beat up this guy. You can take a woman, middle-aged lady, and just say this guy's going to beat up, and they can understand it immediately. It has a very low barrier to understanding, and it's really, really exciting. So I'm like you were. I didn't care about the UFC. I couldn't name anybody in the UFC, even their biggest people. Like, kind of know who that was. And there was like at one point you'll watch it, and all you have to do is just get hooked once, and it will hook you, and it will then immediately become like not your favorite sport, one of your favorite sports because of how exciting it is. I mean, these guys are, you know, it's like every person's dream. Like, who would beat up whom? And like every little kid thinks about that. So I'll leave you with that. You should check out the UFC. I'm telling you, in the next decade, it will become the number 2 sport in the United States.
Okay. Yeah, because I've seen like highlights of it. Like highlights of the fighters. It was actually interesting.
It is.
But I haven't looked at your highlights in a long time.
And it has everything that boxing has, but more, because they can go to the ground. With boxing, it's a lot of dancing, and like these guys are just like, not that boxing's not cool, it is, but there's a certain element when you kind of think to yourself, okay, if I were in this situation in this octagon, would I go for this guy's legs? Would I try to put him in a headlock? Would he start trying to punch me? You can basically do anything that you need to survive. It's like basically like what everybody does when you're walking down the street and you see some guy and you're like, could I take this guy? Or would he just whoop the shit out of me? It's the same idea, except it's put on display for everybody. And it's becoming more and more popular. And I was exactly like you. I was like, well, it's not that exciting. It's all these guys that I don't know. They're all from like some place I've never heard, and I just did a lot of interest in it. And I watched like one complete UFC night. So basically, like where they do like 12 different fights, and I was hooked. I was like, wow. So with boxing, they only generally, a lot of times they'll just do one big fight, or maybe they'll have a couple of like maybe a couple fights before then, but everybody's just waiting on this one fight, and it's like 12 rounds, and sometimes these rounds just go for too long. With the UFC, it's usually at least the main fight is 5-minute rounds. That's it. And these guys are like doing everything they can to kill each other. And it's just it gets really exciting that and when you watch them, when they do a UFC fight, like a UFC pay-per-view or whatever that you can just stream, you're going to get to watch like 12 different fights. And even if you don't think that you have no dog fight, you don't care about the country the guy's fighting for or his size or anything about him, it's just interesting to see two guys or women go at it and, like basically see who's the better competitor. And you've seen the rise in the sport over the last even 5 years or so, and you watch, the only thing that will still be bigger, at least in the United States, is the NFL in a decade. So the next UFC is going to be August. I mean, they do them every weekend too, which is a really cool thing. So what do I mean by that? They have like the big fights that are usually once a month, and then they have UFC every weekend. They're called like fight nights. So the next big one is gonna be August 16th. So like in a week from this weekend. If you want, check it out in here. We'll stream it. But the cool thing about the UFC is that there's no off season. You know what I mean? Like with football, we've been waiting 8 months for football, and with baseball, there's there's the off season. Hockey, there's an off season. There isn't an off season with UFC. So you literally, there's always something going. So, again, I was like you. I can't say it enough that it was pretty boring to me because I never got into it until I watched a whole one, and I was like, wow, that was flipping awesome, amazing. Like that these guys, they're like it's phenomenal. So, check it. I'm not going to take up any more of your time. I know you've got stuff to do, but well, I'm just.
Yeah, I'll just chill in here. What show are you watching right now?
Sure. I like Jewish history lectures, so I don't know how exciting it is for you, but feel free to listen. And if you want to talk some more, let me know. And if you've got other stuff to do, that's cool. But you should know I'm always here if you ever need anything. Okay.
All right, thank you, man. I'll just be here. I'll be playing my game right now, actually, but I'll still be here on the call.
Absolutely.
I'll probably be muted though.
That's totally fine. I get people who stay in here for like days on end, so you're always welcome here. And if you want to stream your game, I'll comment on it. If you don't want to stream your game, I totally understand that. But yeah, if you just want to be around somebody, I'm here for you, big dog. Okay.
Okay, man. Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. One piece of advice I can give you: if you want to listen to the lectures, that's great. If you don't want to listen to the lecture, sometimes there's an echo. Just mute the other account that I have, the one with the professor on it, and then you won't get such an echo. Just so heads up.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Abram and Hagar. Sean asking if Abram and Hagar's child was Ishmael. Was he not Jew? Or was he Jew-ish? Again, it really depends on how we understand lineal descent as a concept. Tosfot, for example, a very important body of scholars in the Talmud of the 14th century, argue that the idea of matrilineal descent is something that was introduced when the Torah was given to the Jewish people. It was obviously a traditional view. So that would mean that the birth of Ishmael occurred before matrilineal descent was defined. That's one way of solving the challenge of Joseph and Moses and so on. And so that could have been considered if he was, taken in by the father. Of course, the story is that Ishmael and Hagar were sent away. Complicated question, but I would think it would not be considered Jewish by the standards of the time, at least understand through the lens of those. With the book of Ezra, this is familiar with after the Jews returned from Persian captivity to the land of Israel at that time had little acceptance that Jewish women produce Jewish children, and that was enshrined for centuries. At least the surrounding society to be clear. Speaking of Jesus, are there any writings attributed specifically to him? Shemites is brought as important to our Jewish culture as the Yiddish language. I would think Yiddish. We have a recorded history of Yiddish that goes back centuries. Hey, folks, I budgeted half an hour for this experiment. We got anyone else? Well, let me have a quick look at the for other questions from the audience. Right, so Tom Guitar 22 actually happened. Would love to hear what you think about some of the historical conquests we have. This is a really complex. Familiar with this? Basically, we have a challenge that the chronology, traditional Jewish chronology, like right now, the year we're in is 5,784, does not quite jive with, particularly the reigns of kings in Babylonia. So it's hard to place the book of Esther within it, and there's also some internal controversy. And the first who wrote a book under the title of, I can't remember it, from a traditional rabbinic viewpoint, there's a very persuasive essay by Rabbi Shimon Schwab in his collected writings, volume 3, that explains that. This talked about this a little bit, but it's more source. My beginning source is Rabbah, Grabbe. He's 40 books. A really short book, Introduction to Biblical Archaeology, which is a really interesting kind of speculation. And I think if you're not looking at 40 books, you're looking at one. Lots of other languages, so that's quite true. Oh, and Morami Kashikanis, she likes this. We should try it again. Maybe we should. Do I have any lectures where I talk about the Rabbbi of Klausenberg? I haven't done that yet. Although it's a great biography. I'll be available as well. Okay, I guess interact with you live. Thank you for the members who decided the research with donations. That's really nice. Okay, maybe I'll try and schedule one of these again. And It looks very fascinating. I like it. A split personality vis-a-vis the Jews. On the one hand, heavily influenced by the Jewish thinker, theologian, reading audience. And so, in a whole number of areas, Clement of Alexandria, who lived a couple of years, however, at the same time, Clement of Alexandria also participated in the epistolary or literary attempt to argue against Judaism. The very still and we can look into him in a little bit more later. It looks like we have the Tominator writing from Toronto. What you're really meaning are did the of really you will ask rabbis or believing Jews who retain the vast majority of them say, well, absolutely. Historical fact. This is all these people lived and all tradition and is observed was more in terms of the discrepancy in the timeline, almost 2 centuries of missing time between year 5784, meaning this is the outside sources, particularly Greek historians like Herodotus and so on. So, what do we do with the confusion in Babylonia? It should be identified with other kings. Very, very big confusion. So there are multiple ways to deal with this, in particular to the Jews. Olam is right, and the Greek historians are wrong. We will find certain segments all in Western scholarship. And the third argument, there's a way to synthesize them to somehow mathematically find that third argument that should really work with. Home publications typically rely on the Western dating that would make the placement of actual events of Purim very difficult. Someone, I am. Joe Paul says, Jewish people stay vigilant, stay the course, witnesses have to get rid of us on the straw class. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Of course, is asking very, very difficult questions. And again, I really should not have advertised it. So, what my client is, what is the whole deal with the relationship between Esther and Mordecai? And once again, it depends a lot on the scholar, let's say, who is living in, as difficult ship she has with Mordecai is one, an adoptive father, perhaps an uncle, or like a protective figure. But there's no marriage. Huge, amazing divergences. A tremendous, like for example, on the top reflection. But the text seems to imply green, as in green screen. This is the blue screen. But the Talmud is saying that physically she may not have liked her as a result. That's sort of the way I tend to. Big areas that my client is asking about is Mordecai. How is that even possible? So ultimately, remove the legal shot of whiskey. But I appreciate the hard question. Let me go back up to what we got here. We have research has very next view. So he asked that an interactive discussion. I assume Europe didn't mail. I should. But Europe did ask. At Temple El Mordechai, is it possible the hero protagonist of the Megillah Book of Esther may be represented as an idea of maturity, not personal people? It's an excellent question. But the reality is, it boils down to the question of how do we deal with texts, right? Do we consider them as literal, unmoving, inflexible statements of history? Or do we have a broader sense of what they mean, possibly poetically, allegorically, in terms of the are 70 base to the Torah, just like the Talmud offers a metaphor that when you strike a rock with a hammer, 70 So too, the Torah admits of a tremendous amount of interpretive direction. And so I can answer that way. As a fan of rabbinic scholarship like that, but I'm not where people will come together. And this is a time of ingathering of exiles that the rabbi of rabbinic never abuse slightly derogatory term. Sometimes H4H makes sense it means son of, and then there's the name of a couple different people. And obviously the arguments say that he was not of divine parentage, because you wouldn't call him son of a particular person who was. So that would be in the rabbinic literature. Definitely we have no evidence ever. Definitely a rabbinical student. There's some dispute as to who exactly were his teachers. Likely Rabbi Yeshua ben Parachia, but there are others that definitely followed many of the teachings of the years after his death. And so therefore it could be that they simply omitted that, but that's an argument from silence. In the Gospels, in the New Testament, he was certainly regarded as a, and but the word rabbi basically goes more like master, but it's an intellectual master. So that's the technical Jewish things. There's no question. He particularly in the north, he was a controversial figure even in his lifetime. From Jewish sources looking back in time, let's see. Don't know what purpose here means. What do I think of Huda? Abraham Friedman asks, what do I think of Yehuda Landi? I'm sent for a licensed archaeological research. Permanent the person who dislikes speaking about large groups of people. But even with the specific statement, I don't think there are people shun specifically B'nai Anusim personally from because there is a tradition to discourage everybody from converting to Judaism. There probably should. Converted to and lived hundreds and hundreds of years as Catholics. The persecuting Catholics, adopted Christian, or excuse me, Catholics who had adopted Jewish to Christianity at various degrees of coercion involved. They were nevertheless legally Christians and adopted Judaism texts. Behaviors was definitely forbidden by the church. So the Inquisition really in South America, Central America, and so on. So 18th century, the Inquisition began to really lose force. By the 19th century, these communities began to explore the gator, if you like to. But if you want to organize a club like Judaism, have to, document for the most part, could not document continuous matrilineal heritage, because traditional Judaism follows at least a technical conversion process, which is known in the Hebrew literature as Gelut. Converting did involve, for example, circumcision, conversion, or mikvah without the reciting of a blessing, and so on. So that happens all the time, and I have members of my own family who are in that category, and they are totally beloved and accepted. So I would not say that there is a blanket shunning specifically of B'nai Anusim conversions. However, the whole idea of coming into the Jewish fold when you don't necessarily have to is specifically shunned. Peoples to Judaism, a shameful act which had grave negative repercussions for the Jews from these individuals. The temple, very nice. since then, we're talking about 2,100 years, there has been sort of a impetus to try to avoid anyone converting to Judaism. If they insist, and there's a treatment of like sending them away to free time, things like that, then of course they are welcome. But it's definitely something that Judaism is not historically a proselytized religion. When I say historically, I mean second century before the Common Era. It's not been a proselytized. Let's see here. London, New John says, why so Shaol? Shaol is that's a word in English of the underworld. Being through a time. Yeah, actually, in the first volume of my book, I had about 10 pages dedicated to it. The Bureau reviewer said, okay, to the book. This is an argument, so thank you. I agree with you. Okay, now let's see. Oh, we got a follow-up with it. Have you ever studied the story of possibly that Yochanan, son of Yochanan Hagadol, found could have been Yeshu, Jesus, Nazareth? I think probably you're referring to the remains of crucified remains that were found in Israel. Rather dramatic. An ossuary was found, where bones were kept. Hebrew names inscribed on it. One of them has it is actually a thing. It is the photograph is included in my first volume. Which guy, by the way, Billing will come out around Kanakatan Hotel tonight. So see it. And it's got an ankle bone, a nail driven through it. And the nail could not be removed from the ankle, so they simply cut the cross, as it were, and buried him with nails still in his foot. It's unlikely that it's actually Jesus. Jesus is an extremely common name of the period, and there's no other indication to suggest that he was also buried with other people. Of course, it contradicts the gospel account in so many ways, but so it's unlikely. But thank you for asking. Let's see what we got. This asks, are Yeshu and the Talmud the same character? Someone said they are not the same. Yes, that's exactly the case. Again, remember that the Talmudic accounts were recorded about 200 years after the events of the life of Jesus. And, he's sometimes associated with specific rabbis. And some of those other rabbis, like Rothschild, that I mentioned earlier, did not live in the first two, not too far off, but still very hard to imagine that. And this was exactly the point that was in the 13th century when it was a formal dispute with the Rionah, who was a former Jew who was arguing Talmud was essentially anti-Christian, and they were brought to trial before King James of Aragon in Spain. And Nachmanides says, "Oh, you mean these passages about Jesus? That's not the same Jesus you're talking about. It's a different Jesus. It's a different Yeshu." And that name is very common. So yeah, there's a lot of argument about these texts. It's most of them, I think, seem to refer to the Jesus of the New Testament. But it's hard to pin it down when you start doing the chronology. So maybe on there, a lot of people talk about the idea of an eclipse in Jewish history. something that's been coming in the comments over the week. I want to mention one specific thing. So, since October 7th, I've done a lot of videos on Israel, trying to produce a little bit more heat on the history of Jews and Indians. Hopefully, we can move to a peaceful and lasting to the conflict there. So I'm living there, enjoy peace and prosperity. And I get a lot of hate online as a result. And, one particular scholar, people tend to say to me, like, hey, have you read Ilan Pappé? And I did, read Ilan Pappé. He's a controversial figure in many ways. He's kind of like one of the more extreme of the so-called new historians in Israel who have generally done a lot of, I think, very useful work at re-examining the sort of official narrative that has been widely accepted by the state of Israel and by Jews worldwide. And, that's what historians do. We establish narrative models, and then, after time, new historians come up and say, wait a second, what about the model? Is that correct? Should we look at the documents again? Go back. No, they discover new things. We have to read models, and that's what historians do. Sometimes you have historians who spend energy delighting in, being iconoclast and destroying old models and really building what are effective. That's why I do not rely on research. I do believe there are some value aspects to what he has done with the history of the land of Israel, the Palestinians, and so on. And I talk about in my review. But as you know, as members, I don't make that review public. And the reason I chose not to make that review public is because I think it's worthwhile talking about scholars I disagree with. But I don't think that I have to share activity with the rest of the world. There's so much positivity. I would much rather put out there for the sake of scholarship. Paywall. Okay. Let's see. Shoshana Zirka. So Shoshana Akiri is the Rabbbi asked if Jewish religious movement grow or become popular. The Chabad movement is growing while resisting towards relaxing tradition. Again, another sociological question, though not necessarily something I can speak to historically. But a lot of reasons I think would go into it. I would just add one small. There's a Stretzy movement, or who wrote it? Sorry, but it was an article on them asking the same kind of question. Mormonism apparently is growing, and why are people converting to Mormonism? What is the attraction? One of the theses is that it's actually, in other words, why should we assume that people always like this? People like this. I would think that not that's version to Orthodox Judaism. I think there's a lot of appealing things to it. A lot of really good things about it. Of course, I enjoy myself. But there is sociological interest. I mean, having no boundary also means no structure, no definition. It really is hard on building communities. Like, for example, the fact that Orthodox Jews will not drive on Sabbath means that we have to live close together in synagogue. And that means that we build very tightly and dense communities. That it comes from the root. All Hebrew words come from a root. Other side.
Robert, Robert, can you hear me? Yo, dog, what's good? How's your day going? Hello? Hello? Robert?
It became like much more popular to create these things. The Maharal of Prague, and then back to Russia.
There you go. Hey, come to my Discord. It's Discord done. Me //
that.
So what are you doing, bro? Who's this guy?
That's the so-called
Who's this?
Conan gene. But there are
Who's
a
this
lot
guy
of
in the
people who have
background?
that.
I don't have my login.
Bottom line,
All right, you're a big boy. You can figure it out.
really so much
Enjoy
so
your.
that the Velma Gauss family, and there's a ritual called Pigeon event where first one male has to receive a Kohen as a child. The Velma Gauss famously performed that ritual for himself with every snowplow in the winter, and the garbage truck in the summer. He was the local Kohen of Northern Ontario, and that's how I was. Again, I hope you, for those of you that stay, so Martin Good, and I think it speaks to the expansive and creative vision of this publishing house based in Jerusalem and its CEO, Matthew Miller. Really two of the Chumash, the first 5 books of Moses read on the yearly cycle, and then arranged it so. But this volume is very different. Whereas Mikra Gedolot is used for commentaries, the 3 large classic commentaries is another section, which is basically medieval, and that's most close eras of Jewish history. You really get a feel for the historical texture of the commentators and the kinds kind of like much more in terms of the Chumash, which was presented outside the Hebrew like this, is the great Rabbi Jonathan Sachs of blessed memory. So his translation itself is a tremendous gift. And then you have sorry, opened it from the wrong side. Here's the Hebrew side. So the translation is from Rabbi Sachs. And then there's a translation of Rashi alongside the original Hebrew by Jonathan Peshkin. He also, by the way, translated the other side, which is really useful because it means one translator, you have sort of an emotional literary baseline that allows for the great team involved here. The longest editing voice through this is Rabbi Shai Nicholas. Editor-in-chief. His vision permeates selecting the section. That'll really give you a sense of how different the Torah of Alexandria was, say Tiberias or Jerusalem, a place like that. I really appreciate that. There's the classical commentators, which is more standard, Rashi, Ramban, and so on, many others, but also some Maimonides. It's really interesting when the son of Maimonides, you feel like, wow, this is so interesting. He must have heard that either from his grandfather personally, or maybe from commentators like the and so on, but you have Shadal, Rabbi Samson Hirsch, who's just brought into here. Avram Kotler, 20th century, was Rabbi Joseph Soloveitchik, see this range of ideas brought together, and it's, she's an incredibly well-regarded commentator on the Talmud. That changed the way I study Chumash. Next year, Shabbos afternoon Rashi, which kind of like make sure I fulfill. Set. And this morning, I did all of the commentaries. So really looking forward to the next year of learning with the Korah. The broader public is really fantastic. I hope you will have a look at this particular book. And I wish you tremendous success in your learning. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish. My goal in this short video is to quickly cover the roots of current Rothschild conflict, with emphasis on the period from the middle of the 19th century, highly tendentious and very misleading. I'm going to be relying very heavily on the research of Professor Good. Jacob, let us arise and go to the land of Israel, specifically alluding to that was used by the Jewish National Fund, established specifically to buy lands in Palestine, which they were taken by the British, much more accurate and reasonable. There's also Christians, and then here we've broken out the Druze, the Baha'i. By 1931, there will increase of these Jewish with a certain amount of tension, they are gone for declaration, in which he writes to the Zionist Federation and look at the inside there, which really encapsulates the conflict. With faith, Majesty's accomplishment for the Jewish people, and will use their best endeavors to facilitate England were saying essentially two things. On the other hand, they're going to give some of this land to the Jews for their Jewish homeland, but at the same time, the same people living there do not object. It's also will definitely affect the Jews living in any other country, as we shall see. So celebrate this with great excitement, and Jews and more Arabs were killed, and 230 people, primarily Jews in this case, were injured. And this kicks off a series of riots and retaliations. Arab riots against Jews, justified. To solve political dispute. But the British people cannot, on that account, repudiate their obligations. And apart from obligations being invested, Palestine would still require strenuous efforts on the part of the government of the essence of what was called the two-state solution, which was eagerly pursued by many diplomatic efforts in the second half of the 20th century. specific events seen in others that prompted many of these people to flee, but not the catastrophe, which essentially displaced something like 3/4 from what would become the state of Israel in the armistice of 1940. If you look at this map here, you can see the green areas were assigned to the state of Israel in 1947. And this will actually add those pink areas to make Greece somewhat more defensible than they were before. That's the origins of the Palestine. It's also important to note that there is a Jewish version of this map. Shortly after this war, there was a wave of Jewish persecution throughout the Islamic world, particularly Jews were forced to flee from many of these countries. Perhaps 800,000 Jews were achieved the opposite purpose of what the states might have had in mind, because it made Israel more stable and stronger demographically and further cemented its presence in the Middle East. So that's a very quick overview. I'm sure compress this to omit certain things, but I hope hello, I'd like to continue our discussion with the Palestinian-Israeli conflict by the second half-century conflict topic, specifically moving from the period of the establishment of the state of Israel in 1948 through Oslo Accords in 1990. Sometimes towards the two-state solution. Because that was one of the most important elements of this period. In this discussion, I'm going to try and focus my comments on my ways in which both these ways of presentation, but hopefully these elements that I present will be cogent, coherent, and will help the respective people. In this context,
because this was obviously a pivotal moment for your career. It is probably one of the most intense podcasts of all time. I mean, this was like 2 days after Brennan's last fight, where he got TKO'd in round 1 by Travis Brown. So going into this, Brennan was already depressed, and then Joe started telling him he's not as talented as the other fighters in his division.
Very positive, obviously. Displays the behavior of the enemies of the state of Israel in very negative. He understood historiography that aims to create unity for the state of Israel with the idea of and I believe that the But also on newer research that I think qualifies that material. First of all, I'm going to rely on a lot of the excellent work done by Professor
Coming, but if it did, that would be fucking awesome. I mean, just podcast. Super toxic.
those caveats,
You have to give incentives after usually so we buy the better $3. You have to add content. You can't just do the same show. I would like to do a seminar and teach guys how to fight like men. Train. I want to teach them how to fight. If you get some like behind the scenes, some live shows, long episodes, I'm down. Are you? It's going to be a piece. Just adding to like extra stuff for the hardcore, which I've been sort of since. Yeah, extra episodes, longer episodes, Q&A, social later. Hopefully, we eventually get a point where we feel it. You just enjoy the content. That's the biggest thing too. Also, we don't his videos, we'll have to do something with it. I'll say a few outlandish things that you just say names of people that you don't want to enough. Give me something else.
and amazingly, they were able to that.
Thank you. I want to give you a shout out. You gave me they're expensive. It's not too far. It's right near our town. This is wild. You know what? So shot of our dude. So he's right now.
Actually focused on solidly territories.
I like how you did that.
Beginning from statehood,
I just
to the period of British war, such as which spread via the road. those that are chosen, obviously, the original refugees have sort of themselves or Palestinian, but still that massive number, 1.5 million people living in refugee camps throughout the region, is deeply troubling. And of course, is a constant reminder of how important the Holocaust is. By 1940, the armistice lines had created something which would later be known as the Green Line. If you have a look at this map here, in June, the West Bank was part of Jordan. Israel then war primarily with Egypt, but also Israel had to decide what it was going to do with
We're smoking cigars. Cigar. Just like a Long Island. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This also happened.
No money goes. Okay.
Population posed a much greater threat because annexing the territory would include specific goals. One, to establish a Jewish state, and there if they are persecuted elsewhere.
Actually, crack though. Keep saying the word crack. Can you go to Hunter Biden for me?
So the West Bank
about my age.
For the general,
I think he's
I don't understand why the games would be of interest to anybody. It's pretty boring stuff.
When they do that, implicates him. Yeah, I think so. The laptop repelled. Well, no, the laptop repelled from Russia. Don't came from Hunter about his bathroom. It was like a hundred. She sued the outlet that do that.
Yeah, it's a fun little thing to kind of like evidence.
and
So,
It's a good conspiracy. And they're fun, but we don't want to get sued.
I don't like it. Even if it's true, I don't know.
I definitely want to know.
It's not good.
It's not good. I definitely want to know.
I would protect it. If I knew that information, throw it away.
God.
If I feel like I'm protecting the first
Oh, no,
lady.
I would waterboard you. I would torch you. Crack.
You couldn't break my crack.
Your ass wide open and have you tell all Melissa.
I'm like, okay, that's
You know how many views we get off that?
well, you cracking my ass in water for it too. But you know, you're gonna crack my ass. What are you gonna use?
in terms of how
Just my hand. There's a orangutan
Just in there and just peel out.
You were like, oh, that baby orangutan was so strong. I need to shove. I would have fucking covered just.
And then what do you do?
There we go.
What do you do? What do you do? What do you do then?
Crack. Oh, crack.
I know, but now
I'm not a hot female cop. I'm me. Fight where I'm like,
my so fix this nothing for it. But I will say this, don't sue me, but fix this in. Okay, so this is her. I guess her responsibility to she said Sydney.
I'm going into October.
That was it. You mean Sydney, sweetie? Yeah, there's somebody leaning into whatever it is. Yeah. But does it that box see me at the Copiano Lab Factory September 11th? Second. 20. This is it. We're dropping new merch. Here's some new special incentives. So get on down. We got our new bundles now. Working my neck a little bit. Did a little wrestling today. Tracks, 2 single legs and stuff like that. So working my wrestling today. I just don't worry about their body. They're big. You can say something. Achilles. There's literally something in your chest that's going to be in the crook of your neck. The way I'm doing this and not do something like a pet that's still alive. Yeah. Still alive. Oh, look at this. I think of you, man. Should be hanging on a bunch of gears. That looks natural. I love that. Rogan's in trouble. Right? Yes. No. But that's a different thing. You know, Sheriff needs to probably have a little enhanced fan. Or just more guy now. He's got his overseas around the yeah. You see how he gets loose on the end, like even Hulk Hogan had that. It's tough. Yeah. Well, some things are worth research. That's all about team of Bosnia drafts yesterday. They decided to have him line that bats. Well, flies hard. Yeah, I'm just gonna be hit in the face. Yeah. Bossy balled out though. You got the guy, you're already proud of you. All flies on. There you go. They should have. I was fighting the coach here. Yeah. He said that. It's like, all right, dude, definitely a player here. Yeah, well, because some of the kids were, it's Rex. You're a little worried about him. I had a girl from one time. She was, I remember, I was 30, fucking whatever. And I meet these, I had friends who were older and they were actors. was going to compete because he's a 5-year-old playing with an 8-year-old. We would have arguments where she would be like, well, I'm really intelligent. She'd say stuff like that. Like, people don't say that. And I was like, she was and that was you knew you liked basketball. This feels great. This female skew. You got it. We got him. I did not see that. You responded to me criticizing him for not taking the money. spot. If we're from the same alumni, when I got my section, and it's the beach. So I'm not gonna come out. That's all. We're from the same fraternity. Average chest. That's bullshit. His checkers. Move the chest. Fraternity. This game. That's the thing with McConnell is if you're gonna start at 2, if you're gonna go to 10, about what? And all he said was, second of all, that's not a way. So weak. You're making a reference. If your team, your average, that's what you got. Then with McConnell, he's talking to me about my fans, which is, if you listen to me, mainly audio, you do just for the fun of it. It's just like again, if you were I'm like, all right, they took their time. Get some riders. Then I'm in. I like McConnell. Him not taking the money helps the other fighters. Are you putting money in my pocket? McConnell, and I don't know how far the dollar goes in Brazil. Maybe he's set. Maybe he comes from Purdue fighting, so he's a smart guy. He's a very smart guy. He's entertaining. He has lost. He's lost. He's coming off a 2-fight loss streak right now. Right? You beat BSD, who was on. You haven't beat any of these top guys. You're not beat Drew Dober, Jalen Turner, who we know was overhyped. And that's my fault. I overhyped him. He was a beast, but he's not. They give you a bounce back fight with an older Dariush, and you lose to him. A shot. have a career. But again, he's a smart dude. I think he's a smart dude, so maybe he's doing this. He's already lost two. You lose another one to get dice. He might say a small suit money, which he said 200 or 300,000. It's not over how to break it down. It's going to be about 120,000. So he's off turned out, which is still a lot of money. Yeah, but yes, so that's going to extend my career to 2 to 3 fights. So by turning around longer than him, yes, I've been behind the scenes favorable. Typically, it never works. It never scratches back. It's all great. You're in the fight. It's pretty fun. Most touches. Top 15. 13. Yeah. You know how hard it is to be ranked top 20? I think you said what a lot of people would think. Right? Trade attack. And last night, he may have a great relationship with Dana, and he may see there's no negative side effects from taking the fucking. That's why. That's not the case. It turned out because the formula that if they're going by the rankings, it should be surrendered. It's a type of sound I would love to sell it. I could sell it, but to the fans and the rankings, do you think he should? Yes, really. I mean, decision. It was only 3-round fight. Joe Oliveira was coming back catching all sorts of submissions. Most ex-media that we all do. Yeah, because money-wise, he thinks it's just right. I actually think it. I think it's a better. He has a real chance of also. Yeah, so. It's yeah. And legit shoot himself a ton more. Can sell out at least minutes with that kid. Yeah, by far the biggest. You know, you're the dumb asshole. I'm going out nowhere. Kind of love that fucking kid. We're gonna break Brendan's. Can we do about cars for a second now? I need auto parts, dude. I need somebody to test my battery. It's in stock here. Store or online. So you never have to worry if you're in a jam. So if they don't have it, they order it. Shows up the next day, dude. So whether you're a car expert or a rookie like Brian, you'll find employees at O'Reilly Auto Parts or your one. Somebody hurt your feelings. You tell them mental clarity. You want alertness. You don't want to be jerked. No going back. You want a sharper brain. It's like smooth. It helps you take that. In control. Competitors are saying that. Not see a return off the $100 million you paid. Here's the thing, like people on the right are just celebrating, and they went super political. So they're talking shit. He came from much smarter mind. You know, crazy, dude. Remember, he was in blackface. He was calling people the N-word. He was super competitive, hyper competitive. So, well, you'd also go hard after him. Of course, yeah, I know that's what I'm saying. Tough. You're kind of the fact that he's waking up 3 in the morning, right? Some sources indicate a drop from 20 million daily listeners, which was in fact to as few as 155,000. Wow. Now, part of this is him doing the whole political rant. Also, part of it is he's just older.
adjustment, which I think huge if you went back to his old ways. If he was on YouTube, it would be massive.
Agreed.
He said, I'm just going to build a studio in the city. Because I want to go out. You know, we're the only person on the scene. But again, I don't fault them for it because we've changed. You come up when you first start, you're fucking young and crazy. And then you grow up and
He got fired from, he called the airline thing American. He said, how much is shit like that? And they were like, you're out of here with this man bigger.
he did terrible shit.
That was my friend, my buddy, his wife.
They had porn stores on. Remember it wasn't?
Yeah.
They had Beetlejuice on. They had guys with stutters. A huge joke. It was just a different climate back then. Now you can't really do that. You go blackface. You know, it's just all different time.
You ever see his movie?
Oh yeah, I loved it. Yeah,
He got a nose job in the middle of that movie. So I said his nose was too big and they had to shoot around his nose. Hilarious. Yeah. Back in the day.
You know what he could do? He could also sell his entire. He may interview. He could do some old interviews that people love. Now, most of it he can't afford now for all that stuff. He's off in the summer, but this year he has been saying maybe I should retire.
I mean, you know, he's done it all. Right? Nobody talked to him.
He predominantly broadcast from his home over the past 5 years, citing fears over COVID. Bitch, you have to be. That's where I'm at. Like, if you're just that big of a system, well, I'm out, dude. I can't condone it. If you're that big of a bitch, where you stay in your house in 2025, that tolerance is scary. But again, he used to be super edgy.
We had a mic. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's a very
He did wild shit that he knew you'd get
good
trouble for.
smart ass.
And he still
Could be a smart ass.
now you can't get him out of his.
Chart on the right,
Amazing.
which asks, is it true or
Back in the day,
Yeah, there it is. There it is.
there's Robin, his sidekick was many others. His head,
American side
Look at that.
yeah, that's what she's doing.
That hair.
Yeah, but serious, on all their MMA content, like Tom's used to have a show on there, odds and negotiations with them. You know, Jason Ellis was on there, Rothschild was on there. They shut down all of that.
Hey,
Also, that's when the landscape's changed.
But for serious, but I can't roll anybody else. You know, Tucker Carlson, all these people. Look at Madonna. She was, I think, so out when she was younger. So out.
I told you,
My buddy dated her too.
why did you say shit? I told you I went to her show because, you know, some girl invited me, so I didn't really want to go. Last year? Okay. Less than a year ago? She's in her 70s, right? She puts on a freaking crazy good show. She's still going. Yeah, but she, like her energy and everything, it's still there. If she was performing next door and the pod just ended, I wouldn't stop. I wouldn't even be by head. testing, I have a feeling he might just end up going into podcasting for himself. That's the thing. He probably has $500 million. So I don't. If I'm him, dude, fuck it, bro.
That's the thing. That's what I understand. Like you have to.
I'd be like, that's what I don't do. But I ask how kids.
He doesn't have children.
No.
That's all. They're like, as somebody with kids, I gotta say, somebody who resisted it until he's 40. Like
I don't follow that well, but I guess he does.
okay. So spend time with kids, bro.
Well, they're older now. I'm sure.
I did anyway. Everything got home.
I definitely do. Hey, definitely. You don't get as big as him and be a good dad. Yeah, you just can't. You can't.
A fascinating article.
Well, you can't. You just
I
gotta.
don't know anyone that does. That's like hustling. It's just something has to give.
But if he comes home, he's with his kids. You know.
What he did was
Her smile is terrifying. Her smile is terrifying. This one is like it looks like the Joker.
Well, it's an aggressive smile.
Looking for him. She's only 53.
Wow. So he had, okay.
But back then, why would Sir would do it? So Howie Mandel, wait, he owns stuff you guys don't even know about. He's set.
has support.
And I sit down podcast and before we go on there, I know. I get the podcast. You're good, but
Other studies
I'm
are
not.
indicating
I have to
significant
give you
generational
something.
gap.
Yeah. There's other businesses
Basically,
don't.
Americans
That you got talent that shoots, sees it.
they
They give me something when I wake up.
nature of the attack of
Just because you have money, you still need. That's when you die. When you retire, is when you die. You need something. So that's it.
particularly the age
I don't know if I still do it, but
are more
yeah, I love
ambivalent about it. In fact,
yeah, but how I get it.
48% of Americans
Because then I'd be Casey on the Casey. He still does. Howard's not here. You fuck up money and rates and shit out. Yeah, dude, I can't wait for the day when we don't have any rates. If it just pod the days that are coming. But if it did, that would be fucking awesome.
Just do podcasts. We're worried about reads.
If we're sure, yeah. And so then eventually that build up like no, we're making the same with the RFX. We're just all free from the actual fans.
It's gonna take change. But what was he talking about?
I'd be down for it. We've never really done. I'd be down for it. We're as big as we were 10 years ago. But one thing we have is more fans. So it'd be for that. Yeah, there's no reason not to do it. Yeah. And you can regulate so you know, there's a lot like the Reddits and you do super toxic. You can get rid of all that. So you have hardcore fans like, oh, thank God I can finally comment again and not get destroyed. Yeah. For you made fun of. That's cool. That's why I would do it. You have to give them incentives on 12 years of free show. Why they're paying whatever is $3. You have to add content to it. You can't just do the same show. They're like, dude, we got it free with them.
I would like to do a self-defense seminar and teach guys how to fight a big man. They train. I want to teach them how to fight a big man. I think sure.
Afraid. What do you think, Jim? We don't have to do any reason. We're just doing that. They can just enjoy the content. That's the biggest thing, too. So we don't have to go. No, yeah, just so you can play music on their videos. Like, we really don't have to edit the video. Oh my gosh, it's the wild west. Really? Just,
Like we are raw as is, but and then we'll have to do something. It's on me. I'll say a few outlandish things and just edit it up. Not just that, but just like saying names of people that you don't want to put them out there. You know, that kind of stuff. Give me something else.
Downgraded their
Oh, you think heard of that? Yeah. Real quick, Brian. Thank you. Just want to give you a shout out. Shout out to the Chipotle. There you go. Yeah. They're expensive.
further.
There's one that's not too far, but it's one right near our type. Alright, have you guys heard this story? This is wild. You know I love my serial killers. So this dude broke into Bisbee's house in the early 2000s, right? And this dude that broke in, now Bisbee got away, right? Because he's gonna beat the shit out of any serial killer ever made. Bisbee got away. They like ran it, like scuffed him up in the house. And the dude that broke his house is a serial killer. Did you see Legend Michael Bisbee and see a notorious hammer killer, which is the serial killer in England? So counting a Harlem home invasion, the recent documentary, the British UFC champion, Northern England's coldest murder in the late 1990s. Bisbee was ambushed in his flat by a man welding a hammer and dousing him with gas. Bisbee escaped after a struggle, but the chilling pattern has since emerged for a string of unsolved murders across northern England, followed identical plan, right? 4th-century gas-soaked crime scenes and blood-force trauma from a hammer. Attack ceased abruptly, leaving the case cold. However, a recent confession from a convicted rapist and arsonist has reignited suspicions. And now serving a life sentence, most of the fellow call with Michael Bisbee, and plots are narrowly his intruder may have been one of the UK's most elusive. That's crazy. And Bisbee posts and goes, "Oh shit, this happened." Wow. Basically, so the monster might exclusive prison interview with the man claiming to be Northern exclusive hammer killer. Asshole terrorized a region for over a decade with a drug. Bisbee was nearly his next victim. The Great Loss was his next victim. Dude, this would be like
offensive to Israelis, and he'll be free this week by a congresswoman who was criticized, and it is actually illegal in some European countries to use that because it constitutes hate speech under some of their definitions. So let's try and figure this out. So when you say from the river to the sea, we understand that. That means from the Jordan to the Mediterranean. Palestine is not a country. It is a regional description that has been used for a long time. Echoing Leviticus, but before that, even echoes refers to the Philistines, which were the enemies of the Jewish people. So, term Palestine was used quite literally by and Jews and British and everybody involved in it.
commandment days as Marco Polo
It was always
was
part
born in
of
54. relocated to Venice
But
in the early 11th century. Another suggests the
Welcome.
family only moved to Venice century, and that Marco was actually born on the island of Corfu near modern-day
there's a lot of things to say about it. But that's not Israel's fault. Made around Gaza, primarily because they keep on sending rockets at civilian territories. It has not gotten off to a good start at all, and in fact, it has been starting.
The most commonly accepted date. His personal name was Temujin, and he was a member of the
who died in Jen was reluctant. He recognized the difficulties Temujin's family faced and allowed him to leave. By the time Temujin returned home, his mother, who had were reduced to destitution and forced brother as most effective with their brothers, Victor and accompanied Hart, and was rescued by a simplified apart from 9 horses. The once proud family had moved away from the Taijut riders with Temujin. During this period, another gifted warrior named Bob wrote to his proud father-in-law, having been away for several years. 2 years later, Temujin would suffer one of the worst humiliations of his life. A large American raiding party of 300 horsemen descended on Temujin's camp and scattered them. Although Temujin managed to escape with his brothers and his mother Horlun, Porte appears to have been deliberately left behind in order to enable Temujin's flight. As he pondered how to recover his wife, Temujin reached out to the Kerai chief, Torres, and appealed to him by reminding him of his sworn brotherhood with Temujin's late father. Porte had been given to the brother at the time of her liberation, pregnant with his child. Nevertheless, when Porte gave birth to a son in 1182, Temujin accepted the full Mongol leader when all widely feared and respected for his bravery. His main rival during this period was Jaruga, his childhood friend and sworn brother, who was by the early 1180s the leader of Iran. The two men paths again as part of their coalition against the men. But after a couple of years, they went their separate ways with ambitions to unite the Mongols under their leadership. Although Jaruga could count on large numbers and the support of an older and more conservative generation, Temujin had the support of most of the Borjigin clan and was attracting many talented followers from humble backgrounds to his cause. These included Jeshmir, a recruit from one of the tribes who lived in the northern forests, and his 10-year-old brother, Subindei, who, despite his youth, would soon become a trusted and talented warrior. In 1186, Temujin's wife Borjigin gave birth to a third Bey. The same year, Temujin's followers elected him Khan of the Borjigin clan. However, his rise was seemingly halted the following year after he was defeated by Jaruga's army at a place called Temujin's life was silent for several years thereafter. He was forced into exile. According to the biography of Su period, Temujin and his remaining future in the Jin Empire in China. Temujin's absence deprived of a powerful ally, was also overthrown and forced into exile. In 1195, Temujin finally had the opportunity to re-establish himself when the Jin and the Tatars began fighting over the spoils following a joint victory against the Ongarad. Temujin offered an alliance with the Jin frontier commander and proceeded to deal the Tatars a series of heavy defeats in 1196. The resulting plunder made Temujin rich, and he used his position to re-establish his alliance with Dohresh and restore him as the Kherite. In 1197, Jin exploited the momentum in his victory against the Tatars by reviving his feud with American camp, and new intelligence he gathered to lead a short and victorious campaign. A further series of victories followed in the late 1190s and into the early 1200s with Temujin and his allies against the Nergit and other rival peoples of the steppe, such as the Naiman. In response, elected Jaruga as universal Temujin's own. Over 15 tribes had joined this new coalition. But many of Temujin's cause by passing on key intelligence plans, forewarned of surprise attacks, and won an easy victory as a step through the coalition forces into disarray. Temujin pursued Jaruga's Taijud allies and them at Koyiten by the banks of the Onoi River. On this occasion, he was wounded in the neck by a poisoned arrow. According to Mongol law, his life was only saved because his general Jeshmir commanders.
Plowshares.
Jumuga's defeat led to the very fragmentation of his coalition. Yet by 1202, he had formed a new alliance with the Naiman and from Temujin's forces, a ceremony confirming him as heir to Togrish's Karaite Khanate, tempted the Naiman. In an effort to consolidate his alliance with Togrish, he also infuriated Togrish's inherited son Ifka, who defected to after his father refused at his side. Jumuga rode to Togrish. 1203, Temujin was defeated by a Karaite army called off the pursuit. Although they were initially unaccounted for and returned to camp never betraying him, he began to build a new. Temujin and his senior commanders swore an oath to fight to the bitter end. Meanwhile, the members of the coalition lost faith in Togrish's leadership, and Temujin defeated the Karaite army after a hard-fought battle until Temujin dreadful consequences for those who chose to resist a campaign against the Naiman. Temujin was deceived by this ruse and proposed retreating to deserted him and submitted to Temujin. He the fate of his sworn brother. Eventually, his sadistic by hacking him to pieces. In 1205, Temujin began to launch raids against the Tanguts to the Supaday to further pacify the Utis and the Laxavage, while Genghis had united for the monumental task in eliminating various tribal and clan clans and a significant minority had more humble abilities. Joachim was master of the hunt, Chagatai, and the youngest, Louis, was named commander-in-chief. Despite this, Genghis's sons is his family. Sons were each given further expansion. While Genghis stipulated that these realms would be to rule over a vast empire of Buddhism to access the Chinese markets to the east. There were also harsh elements of food with female captives. And he would go on to have 23 official wives and a harem of what speculated that as as 6 million people today may be descended from Genghis Khan. Over the course of the 3 years between 20 the two ends would work together and surround the animals across a large area before gradually closing in begins animals slaughter. The exercise not only enabled the mobile armies to miles a day. The speed at which was Genghis's main strength, often outnumbered by the enemy. Genghis tactics was the feigned retreat. If the army was struggling, was later employed Chinese siege engineers. They were not utilized unpaid troops. After his elevation as Khan, Genghis rarely position of the weaker kingdom is the Chinese on this week. No shit. Genghis subsequently recruited many weaker peoples and the submission of Chinese such states. The Jin Empire in the northeast, the Tangut Western Shah in the north divided states of China at this time. Genghis came to see the Tangut Empire Eventually, the desperate Tangut decided on a mission to Genghis Khan and promised to supply troops for future campaigns. Genghis Khan was ready to turn his attention to the Jin Empire to avenge frequent Jin raids. And the relentless logic of perennial conquest in China had been a long mission. The Jin had conquered northern China. The Khitan Liao dynasty proceeded to drive the Song emperors south of the Yangtze River between the two Chinese, prompted by occasional conflict. At the beginning of the 13 claimed territories north of the Yangtze River, while the Jin heartland of faced a Khitan rebellion, partly having been preoccupied with its wars against the Song dynasty. The Jin left its northern frontier in which he set out his plans to conquer northern China, parts of northern China, and their homelands, Louis and Kali, while the western column was commanded by Genghis's three other sons. Behind his column, eliminate the threat to his flank. Leaving the Jin with a single. While the Jin could have deployed his forces in a narrow pass to Genghis followed up by capturing several major cities and ordered Jibei to advance to the Gulf of Tundu. Beijing, unable to take them by direct assault, made feigned retreat. He marched on to Beijing, but was recalled by Genghis. Despite their battlefield successes in 1211 cities they had lost, following year, Jibei led a raid deep into Manchuria, encouraging October 1212, joined Jogi Jagatong of the Khan, wounded by an arrow, and broke off from the siege. And surrounded Beijing. The Mongol successes led Hu Shu the Mongols outside Beijing and to the south. Returned to Mongolia, he maintained a tight blockade on Beijing and encouraged the Jin emperor to submit to his remained methodical in his approach. Armies sent from the south in early 1250 were defeated by the Mongols. In May, the Mongols launched out by more than 3 quarters in the process. Despite this enormous setback, the Jin government in Kaifeng refused to surrender, while Samuka led 30,000 men his peace conditions following Samuka's relations with the Jin broke down. Mukali in charge as commander. Mukali was given an army of 70,000 men, nations who could desert him at the first. The limited manpower forced the Mongol commander to scale down his operations. And in 1218, Genghis himself had to lead the cave against the tendency under a new ruler. By the end of the year, Genghis, though he could be as brutal as his consolidate Mongol control by acting methodically subdued much of China. He died 23 with a pristine military record, having never lost a single battle. Ali was aided in his county, but following his death, conflict arose between the erstwhile allies, enabling the Jin to make a brief recovery. The Mongols would have to Asia. In 1208, the fugitive Naiman prince Chugluktai, the Muslim majority population who had suffered under Chugas, after sweeping aside Ashgaria, where he encouraged the Muslims to revolt by issuing a proclamation just began the Mongol westward expansion into Central Asia, even as other parts of Genghis's armies were still undertaking to China far to the east. Of the Eurasian steppe, from the lower Danube in the west to the Irtysh, Shah Mohammed sent an army to meet the Mongols, which and to establish a mutual, asking the Shah to hand over the local governor when an as both sides decided that they could most effectively fight the Mongols this established centralized control from its base. Furthermore, the Shah's mother, Dedicated Khatun, was dynamics playing perfectly into Genghis's hands, allowing him to sow disinformation among the by issuing false decrees from Dedicated Khatun victory. A Mongol army of 30,000 horsemen under Jeddah and Joachim made the first move in the spring of 1219, after crossing the high pass accompanied by his three younger sons and Subedai. The strategy provoked Shah Wahid against them, since Wahi's army was intended as a diversionary force not to engage in a pitched battle. Like their previous encounter, Genghis's main army had appeared in the north and was advancing on. While Genghis attempted to lay a trap by sending a small force of the 1,000-man garrison and the city in 1220. In the meantime, Joachim marched on all sides. Genghis had a particular interest in capturing Bukhara, since the city was fabulously wealthy. The Mongols captured the city. Run spectacular Mongol victory. Genghis to move in for the kill at the head of veterans. While Shah Mahmud II managed to escape the encirclement, the Mongols kept the siege and proceeded to sack it with impunity. Genghis rested most of his army and sent a force under his elders to take control of the Abu Dhabi, known in while the Shah was on the run, the relief column under the command of Shah had always hated each other and soon began to feud, and it was only the intervention of World War II that prevented them from similar fashion. Destruction did not end there, as Genghis dispatched to the Khorasan region across the Abu Darya on the Iranian plateau. The last remnants of the empire were extinguished, effectively leaving the Mongols in Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan to do so. While Genghis and his sons were cast of the Khwarezmian Empire's long-distance raid in history, shortly 21, Subutai obtained permission being directed at the Kuman heartland on the rush westwards to Ukraine. The Khan gave him a free with instructions to act within 3 years, reducing several cities in northern Persia. They turned to the Caucasus. As they approached the city of the vanguard for an invasion of the Kingdom of Georgia, San, Jebe, and Subutai large Kuman armies were defeated. They sought assistance from long afterwards, the Mongols met a grand aftermath themselves. Campaign. Genghis had learned Subutai had conquered the Gansu corridor north of the Great Khan would be chosen by the Kurutai. It was put to death, and the war in the Middle East nearly to the Mediterranean Sea here before the expansion ended. To the east, Subutai also launched the first invasion of the Korean peninsula. After the short reign of William Khan and largely conquered territories were brought fully under Mongol rule, particularly in the Middle East. Thereafter, the empire fragmented into several khanates, owing to succession disputes. These included the Golden Horde or Jochid Khanates in Russia, the UN and 12 and was grandson of Genghis. He completed the conquest of China, and even Genghis Khan leaves behind a legacy as one of the greatest conquerors in world history. After emerging from relative obscurity to take control of the Burjigid clan, Genghis had to fight bitter campaigns to eliminate his rivals and unite the tribes of Mongolia into a single state. He went on to conquer much of northern China before turning his hordes to the Empire in Central Asia. His These successes were achieved because of three factors. Firstly, he managed to unite the traditionally divided tribes of the Asian steppe into a formidable army. Secondly, he took advantage of the military machine that Mongolian cavalry archers riding swiftly on horseback across Asia constituted, and was a formidable general himself, one who showed his adaptability by adopting Chinese siege engines into his armies with relative speed. But thirdly and finally, Genghis was also somewhat lucky. When he began his conquests, Imperial China was in a weakened and divided state, while to the west, the great Muslim powers of the Middle East and Central Asia had declined considerably since the glory days of the Arab Caliphate centuries earlier. Genghis's accomplishment was that he managed to exploit these highly advantageous circumstances. His sons and his descendants would build on their father's conquests to create the largest contiguous empire in human history. What do you think of Genghis Khan? Was he a great conqueror and pragmatic political leader who was adept enough to build an empire, dozens of nations and multiple religions? Or was he a cruel and manipulative despot who ruled with an iron fist and allowed his armies to commit unimaginable atrocities on the thinnest of pretexts? Please in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
Let us begin with the conflict in particular between Israelis and Palestinians. When do we, going through a blinding review of the relevant moments in this history from the Bronze Age, really, and then we're going to slow down considerably when we get to the 19th century. Let's say perhaps that the entire story begins with the episodes surrounding this particular coin, the infamous Judea. And the imagery here is it's unmistakable. There's a balsam pine, which is one of the great exports of the land of Israel and antiquity. And on the left is a large soldier after the battle was sometimes centurion, and he's got his foot on his helmet because he no longer has to worry his enemy is totally defeated. This represents the beginning of the great diaspora, that is the exile. This so-called cloverleaf map shows the land of Israel. The news today is that Israel is in fact at the center of that's you know, and it would be this document here, which is actually it stands about 15 feet high. It's the so-called Hernandez theory, which is this is the very first reference
stretching from
to
Hungary in
the
the
people
west
of
to
Israel
Algeria
in history. Ernesto went through this rampage throughout the region, and among the many people that they would no longer trouble. Miguel because complex relationships among like Mark Twain might have said the obituary was somewhat premature because the descendants of that people, Israel, of course, are still with us today, but no long period called the Philistines, the region right around Gaza. I know the irony are tremendous. Both the kings like Saul, David, kingdom that was based on Samaria, certainly destruction of their lands. This is our next reference to Herodotus, who refers to destitution and forced hunt and fish to survive. As a geographic locator, stole large fish that Temujin and Gaza had after Emperor Hadrian to God the second great war against responded by ambushing Baghdad while Belghatai was away. The Jews by this time had been taken over by the Greeks. They rebelled against the Greeks and they reestablished their sovereignty. That was celebrated in the holiday of Hanukkah. And the Romans came in, they conquered the region, and they remained there for quite some time until the 70s, when there was a great revolt, which resulted in the expulsion of many people from the land of Israel. Boys escaped the great woods and survived for 6 days before hunger eventually forced them to escape. Rome at this point, but there are significant numbers still left behind the land of Israel, such that they rebel in the year 115, once again, about the year 135. This was during the period of Emperor Hadrian, who had to spend 2 or 3 years working against this very determined guerrilla movement. They finally crushed the rebellion without anything to their name, and finally take over the country completely. It was at this point that Hadrian made a concerted effort to completely wipe out any historical connections between the Jewish people and that region. He renamed the temple after himself. I like Temple. And at this point, the temple had already been raised some 6 days earlier, and it was treated as a refuge dump. And the entire region, he renamed, no longer keeping the word Judea, which the Romans had used earlier, which has obviously connections to Judeos, the Jews. He renamed it after the historical enemies of the Jewish people, the Palestinians, or I should say, Philistines. And here you can see this is what the Romans called the region Syria Palestina. It was called Syria because the capital of the region was actually not there. It was further to the north of Syria. And part of the land of Israel was in the province of Arabia. And part of it was in the province of Egypt. So Hadrian's attempt was to get rid of any historical to the Jewish people in the land and took the name Palestine in order to try and subvert that. So that's how we get the name Palestine, which as we shall see, was used by the Jews without any problem later on. So much so that we have the great document authored in the 4th century known as the Palestinian Talmud. And it is not a Talmud written by anyone other than Jews, but nevertheless it's called the Palestinian Talmud today. It's also called sometimes, by the way, the Jewish Talmud, but it was not written into Israel, so that's also a bit of an Anyway, that takes us through the ancient period. In the medieval period, we still have the Jews living in the land of Israel, as mentioned, but we also have a significant diaspora development. First in Asia Minor, which is today primarily Turkey, and then throughout the Mediterranean basin, major centers in Rome, significant centers in Greece, and virgin centers as far as Spain and Provence. The Christian movement was also growing at this time, on this particular map. You see little starbursts where there are strong Christian communities. Quite often, Christian communities are established where Jewish communities already exist. And this movement, of course, was
Rothschild
But
as
we
his
still
own,
have
and
lots
gave
of
him the name
examples of
Joachim.
Jewish
The
civilization
following year,
continuing
upon
in the
taking
land of
birth
Israel.
to a
It was at
second
this
son,
time
a
that the Jews
biological
really
child of
adopted the idea of the synagogue,
who would
which
never stop
pre-existed
reminding
the
his
destruction
father
of the temple,
of
meaning that
Joachim's
people still like to
illegitimacy.
have local places to worship.
Now,
We
in
have,
his
for
early
example,
20s,
this remarkable
Temujin had
document,
established
which is
himself
a
as a
plaque.
reasonably
Yes,
powerful
the
Mongol
ancient
leader,
synagogues also
but
had
also one
plaques,
who
just
was
like they
widely
do
feared
today.
and
And
respected
this
for
is the
his bravery.
Theodotus
His
inscription,
main
which essentially
rival
is
during
written in
this
Greek, and
period
it
was
tells people how
Jamuga, his
Theodotus
childhood friend and
made a
sworn
major
brother,
donation
who
to
was
build
by
the
the early
synagogue and
1180s
the
the leader
plumbing
of
and all
the
kinds of things in the
clan.
guest house.
The two men
And
had
it
crossed
dates
paths
to
again as
approximately
part
the
of the
first century
coalition against
before
the
the Common
Menicites.
Era.
But after
The
a couple
land,
of years,
particularly
they
in
went
the
their
north,
separate
is where
ways,
Jews
each
were
with
exiled
ambitions
to
to
when
unite the
Hadrian
Mongols under
wiped
their
out the
leadership.
Bar rebels in the
Although
south.
Jamuga
The
could
land
count
is
on
studded with
large
some ancient
numbers and the
synagogues of this
support
period
of an
of the
older and
Byzantine
more
era. This
conservative
is a
generation,
particularly beautiful one at
Temujin had
Mount
the
Tiberia
support
in
of
the north,
most of the
and it has this
Rothschild clan,
gorgeous
and
mosaic
was
with a
attracting many
zodiac in the
talented
middle of it.
followers
And you
from
can
humble
see that even though
backgrounds to
this was
his
built some
cause.
300 years after
These
the destruction of
included
the temple,
Jezreel,
it
a
is
recruit
decorated
from one
with
of the
many
tribes who
elements
lived in
that
the northern
refer to the
forests, and
practice
his
of
10-year-old
the
brother,
rituals of the
Subedai,
temple,
who, despite his
indicating
youth,
just how
would soon
closely the
become a
Jews
trusted
wanted
and
to hew to
talented
their
warrior.
ancient traditions in the land of Israel.
In
A
1186,
major
Temujin's
change
wife
in
Orte
the
gave birth
region
to a
occurs in
third
the
son,
7th
Olegay.
century
The
when
same year,
Islam is
Temujin's
born in
followers
the south,
elected him
in
Khan
the
of
cities
the
of Mecca
Origin
and Medina.
clan.
And it
However,
proves to
his
be an
bribes were
extremely
seemingly halted
persuasive
the following
ideology,
year after he
backed
was
with
defeated by
military
Jamuga's
force,
army
but
at a
it
place
was
called
a body of
Dalan.
ideas
The
that
main
really
sources for
appealed
Genghis
to
or
many
Temujin's
throughout
life
the region,
was
and
silent
it
for
spread with
several years
remarkable
thereafter,
rapidity, such that it
suggesting
was a
that
little
he
over
had
a
lost
century
most of his
the
following
new religion
and was forced
stretched
into
all the
exile.
way from the
According to the
Atlantic
biography of
to
Subedai,
Central Asia,
during this
Afghanistan,
period,
and Pakistan
Temujin
taken
and his
over
remaining
by
followers took
Islam.
refuge in the
Israel,
Jin
of course,
Empire
was
in
taken
China.
over fairly early because of
Temujin's
its
absence
proximity to Mecca
deprived
and Medina.
Turkey of a
And
powerful ally.
the early
Kublai Khan was also
Muslims
overthrown and
and
forced into
Jews had
exile.
a few
In
moments of very
1195,
significant
Temujin
conflict.
finally had the opportunity
Sometimes they
to
are
establish
referenced even
himself
today
when
in
the
the
Jin
conflict
and
with
the
particular
Tatars began fighting
war in
over
a
the
region
spoils
called
following
Khaybar,
their
which is
joint victory
especially
against the
dire
Ottomans.
for the Jews.
Temujin
But
offered an
ultimately,
alliance with the Jin
Jews
frontier
settled in
commander
under
and
Islamic
proceeded to
rule
deal the
fairly
Tatars
well.
a series
The
of heavy
reason for
defeats in
this are
1196.
several. First is
The
that
resulting plunder made
Judaism and
Temujin
Islam
rich,
are
and
actually
he used his
fairly
position to
similar in
reestablish
terms
his
of their
alliance with
structure,
Polish
their
and
ideas.
restore
In
him
fact,
as the Kublai
Judaism is
Khan.
actually
In
closer to Islam
1197,
than it is
Temujin
to
exploited
Christianity
the
in
momentum
terms
in
of
his victory
its,
against
you
the
know,
Tatars
common
by
cultural
reviving
vocabulary.
his feud with the Medicaid.
You know, kashrut is not the same as halal, but the idea of a dietary regimen and certain kinds of restrictions on how animals are slaughtered and so on, that is something they share. The value of youth and modesty, they may approach to different degrees and have slightly different definitions, but they both have the notion that such a thing exists. In general, Islam, like Judaism, is more of a practice-based religion, meaning you are measured by what you do. Whereas Christianity, well, of course, that's important to Christianity as well, is much more measured by what you believe. By contrast, Judaism and Islam do not have the same elements of belief vis-a-vis practice. And in this way, although they were not identical, they do speak the same language. Halakha and Sharia are both all-encompassing law systems that govern all aspects of life, civil, religious, ritual, criminal, something we don't have the same in Christendom. So where we see that coming to a pragmatic implementation is that Islam, through a document known as the Pact of Umar, which tends to be somewhat earlier, but it's probably from the 9th century, is essentially a document that laid out what are Jewish privileges and responsibilities as a minority in Muslim society. Jews were to be the status of dhimmi, meaning a protected people, which also means essentially a second-class people because they did not have the same rights as Muslims. And they suffered a list of disabilities, which were mainly symbolic in nature, like not bearing arms, not riding horses, things like that, riding donkeys instead, sometimes assigned colors, the idea of the Jewish badge actually originated in Muslim culture, and sometimes there were economic penalties as well. Jews could not build new synagogues, but they could repair old ones and so on. And on the one hand, for a 21st century approach to this situation, obviously intolerable in status is discriminatory, but within a medieval culture, it was actually something the Jews valued because it represented order. And as a tiny minority, often in a very hostile cultural environment, the Jews need to know that whatever the laws are, if they are mildly discriminatory, as long as they are enforced, that they are safe. They know they can rely on the government to enforce the rules of the bar. No one's allowed to run rampage, there's no pogroms, things like that. Those are the kinds of things that Jews are especially concerned about. We can speak more about this right in the question session, but one of the great high points of the Muslim Jewish coexistence, which can be somewhat exaggerated. There were definitely moments of persecution. There was definitely punctuation of violence. There were even some forced versions of something like the Inquisition and expulsions as well. But compared to Christian Europe, it's a far, far better place to live in general. We're talking about massive people all the way from Spain down to Venice. But the high point is sometimes called the convivencia, which is literally the coexistence, which is a period of about 100 or 200 years in medieval Spain, where Jews reached phenomenal heights in their activities and were granted tremendous privileges and exercised significant power. One case in point, Shmuel ibn Avrela, a Jewish man, served as the general of the Muslim army of Granada for 16 years. A practicing Jew, a learned Jew, after serving as a Muslim general, that simply doesn't happen anymore. So that takes us basically up to the eve of modernity. You mentioned, by the way, this act of Lamar is kind of ideal, Jews living as a defective minority. That's kind of like what you hear in the rhetoric today, some protests that, if Israel were to, God forbid, disappear from the map, then the Jews who live there would be accepted and Zimmi, and this is kind of an ISIS model of modern politics and how Jews would fit into it. That's your There are several Muslim empires, Korea in particular, that vie for power over the next millennium. The one that's most important to us is the Ottoman Empire that lasted for 700 odd years. And as you can see here, it encompasses the entire eastern Mediterranean, much of the area of the former Byzantine Empire. And one of the things that's especially noteworthy in terms of the history of the Jews and their conflict with other peoples living there is that it was under the Ottomans that there was a huge influx of Jewish refugees from the Spanish expulsion of 1492 and also later the Portuguese migrations that brought many Jews in particular to the region of Sfax in northern Israel, where a concentration of the post-exile Jews, which in many ways were kind of like the Hasil of post-Holocaust generation, first and second generation, people who either remembered themselves or remembered their parents having come out of Spain after living there with some success for hundreds of years, and they established a phenomenal center of mystical activity. This is where the Holy Ramat, the great Alphabets lived, and the great Arizal came from Egypt actually to join the Jews living in this So it's one of the high points of Jewish civilization over the period that it was controlled by Muslims. And now we are at the eve of modernity, and this is where the story gets much more complicated, much more relevant for us today. We go to, let's say, the year 1850. Now, it's still the Ottoman Empire. The population at that time was just a tiny number of Jews. About 4% of the population Jewish. Muslims and Druze make up about 88%. This is not a precise number because we don't have very good statistics. It's based only on those who are Ottoman subjects, those who are transitory status there.
course of his life, Temujin had vanquished his enemies and united over 30 tribes
But then in
under
the
his rule
1880s,
in a
that
large
begins to
tract
shift
of
with
the
a movement
Asian
called
steppe.
Mizu, which originates in the region
Temujin's
of
victory at
particular
Jakirot seemed
modern-day
decisive,
Ukraine.
but
These are a group of
mysterious
Jews who
Temujin
begin
was still
to
unaccounted for.
view the
While most of his
possibility of
followers had
returning
deserted him
to
and
the land of
submitted to
Israel
Temujin,
in order
he
to
fled
settle
into the
there,
mountains with a
which
dwindling
for
band of
much
men.
of the
On
diaspora's
hearing that
history was
Temujin had put a
considered
large
a
bounty
very
on his head,
meritorious act.
the 5 men who remained on
Sometimes
Jamuga
people would
tied him up and brought him to
go there
Temujin.
to bury.
As Temujin
Sometimes
prized
people
loyalty
would go there
above
because
all
they were
else,
exiled,
he
like
executed
Maimonides,
Jamuga's
for example.
captors for their
You have
treachery.
travelers
It
who will
took
make their way
considerably
there.
longer
But
to
you
decide on the
out
fate of his
with
sworn brother.
minor exceptions, like
Eventually,
a group
he
of about
ordered his
300
sadistic nephew,
Jews
Jigidai,
from
to
the region
carry
of
out a
France and
brutal
Kosovo.
execution
Don't
by
have very
hacking
many
him to
large
pieces.
organized groups of Jews hanging down there.
In
Another major
1205,
mass movement in
Temujin
the
began
1700s.
to launch
But
raids
it
against
really
the
gets serious in
Tamuts
the
to the
1880s
south,
when
while Subenei
you,
worked to
influenced
further
by many
pacify
of the
the
other
new subjects of the
national movements
Mongols
that
by
are going at
suppressing
the
a
time,
fresh
you can
Merkid
say that,
rebellion.
why don't we
The
go
following
there?
year,
Why don't we
1206,
resurrect the
Temujin
why don't
held
we begin
another
farming?
Kurultai,
And
which
with
brought
the
together
backing
all the
of some
Mongol
wealthy
nobles
Jews
to
like
officially
the
proclaim
Baron
the
de Rothschild,
creation of
they
a
actually
new
begin to
Mongol
set up some
empire.
of these
It was at
farming
this juncture
villages in
that
the land of
Temujin
Israel.
was given
That's
a
not
new
fake for
title,
elsewhere.
Genghis
With
Khan,
varying
which
degrees
should
of
more
success.
accurately
But
be
at this point,
rendered as
the
Genghis
immigration
Khan.
of
The
Jews
name
who
is
are
usually
now,
translated
after
as
2,000 years
universal
of exile,
ruler.
are beginning to
The
trickle
recent
back.
scholarship
It's
suggests
not making a
Peace
huge
ruler is a better
demographic jump.
translation.
It would change
Temujin
significantly,
accepted
however,
the
if you look at
imperial
this
throne
graph,
on
this
the
shows
condition that
the
everyone would
relative
obey his word.
proportions of
After assuming
Muslims,
imperial
Jews,
power,
Christians, and
Genghis
others
began to
in the
reward
land of
his
Israel
followers.
in the first half of the 20th
Companions,
century.
all Jew
And as you can
and
see,
Urdu,
Jews remain
were
a
given the highest
minority,
ranks,
but a
while the likes
significantly
of
increasing
Jebei and
minority over this
Subenei
period of
were
time.
ranked
And
one step
Muslims
below.
also
The
increased.
four
This
were
is
members
because,
of a
just
nine-man
like we have in the
cabinet that
7th
enjoyed the
century,
greatest
a major
privileges
influx
and took
of
part in
Arabs to the
key
region
decision-making
with the growth of
alongside the
Islam,
Khan.
with the
While
improved
Genghis had
economics
united the tribes
occurring
of
in the first
Mongolia
half of
through
the 20th century,
conquest, he faced
as
a
large
monumental
part
task
due
in
to
eliminating
the
various tribal and
presence
clan
of the
loyalties
British
to
and
forge a
of
single
Jewish
Mongol nation.
finance bringing
In order
money
to
into the
achieve
region
this,
to build
Genghis
up
set
the
out to
area
build
to
a
have
new
a
political
long-term
system
employment
in which
possibilities.
his subjects placed allegiance to the Khan and the Mongol nation of Par of Egyptian ties. The success of
This
this would
complicates
depend
the
on
story
his
as well as
ability
we
as
shall
Khan
see.
to provide his people
But this
with
is the
huge
era
amounts
when,
of wealth,
just to give you
plundered
another
from enemies through
example of how the
conquests.
term Palestine
This
has also
incentive
transvalued,
system demanded
this is
frequent
a
campaigns
Jewish National
outside the
Fund
new
promotional
empire's
poster
borders,
saying,
and
hey,
Genghis
help him.
consequently
Obviously
continued
a
the
Jewish
military
farmer because
reorganization
he has
that he
written
had
the same
started
Yiddish
in the latter
help him
stages of
build
his
Palestine.
unification
This was
campaigns.
the
The basic
heroic era
organizational
of
units
early
in the new
settlers of the land
decimal
of
system
Israel,
was the
thinking
Chapter,
that they would be able
1,000
to
men,
enter the
though
land
the
without
formidable
much
2 men or
They would
10,000
not
is
turn
more
out to be
widely
so.
known.
So now
Since
let's
each
move
of
to the
Genghis's
history of
subjects was attached to a
Zionism
big
in Israel.
chapter, this
And
decimal
step
system
back and
was
look at
also intended to
Palestinian
replace the
nationalism, which
old
also
social
fits in
structure of clans and
chronologically.
tribes. While most
I'd
of the
like to
leaders of
begin
the
with an
Ninjans were from
example
the
of another
old
Jewish national
aristocracy,
fund
a
poster,
significant
which has kind of
minority
like
had
that
no
heroic
humble
muscular
origins,
look to it
reflecting
of
the
this idea
meritocratic
of a
ethos that
nation
had allowed
reborn,
Genghis to
a
find
different
some of his
kind of
greatest
Jew
commanders
who went
among the
rolling
lower
up his
classes.
sleeves,
To cap it all
muscular,
off, Genghis strengthened his
and
bodyguard,
farming
or
life, as
Heshik,
opposed to
to over
necessarily
10,000
being,
men,
the
who
stereotype
were
of the
recruited
ghetto
from the
Jew,
sons of powerful
living,
men to
very
ensure their
pale,
good behavior.
lots of books and texts, but no
Genghis gave his
familiarity
4
with the
sons
traditional
senior
part of
responsibilities.
agriculture.
Joachim was master of the hunt.
Increasing
Chagatai
presence of
was
Jews in the
responsible for
region
enforcing
began
the
to
new law
alarm
code.
some of
Ohide
the
served
Arab
as head of the
notables.
nascent
The
civil
notables are
bureaucracy,
used for
and
the
the youngest,
intelligentsia,
Tonoi,
the
was named
intellectual
commander-in-chief.
aristocracy
Despite
of
this, Genghis's
Alexandria
sons
who were not
complained
using
that they
that
lacked
term
military
at
authority,
the beginning
and
of the
apart from
20th
following
century,
the
although
military authority
the
be
was
extended
called
to the
Arabic
regions.
Philistine.
This
There was a
prompted
newspaper that
Genghis
started
to
about
set
that
up a new
as well.
division
But
of
they began
empire
to
to
view
communicate his
with
sons
some
in
alarm
1209.
the direction of
25,000
Jewish
men were
migration.
divided
That
amongst
could
Genghis's family
significantly
members.
shift
The
the
four
demographics
sons
of
were
the
each
region
given
and
their
in fact
own
could change
fiefs,
the
with the
political and
potential
social
of further
status
expansion.
quo. So one man, Yusuf al-Khalifi, who was actually, by the way, the grandfather of Professor Khalifi at Columbia University, he decided to write to Theodore Herzl, shown in the center of this image, who was the father of modern political science. Theodore Herzl, I'm sure many are familiar with his story, is an Austrian journalist, fairly assimilated, but he covered the infamous Dreyfus trial in France and was astounded with the level of anti-Semitism in France, which was the first country to fully emancipate its Jews in 1790 and 1791. And he, seeing the anti-Semitism unleashed against Dreyfus, said that, this is impossible. The Jews must have a land for their refuge. Jews must have a place where they can live. And so until he passed away in 1904, he was incredibly energetic about traveling to world capitals, speak with world leaders, and argue for the allocation of land in the land of Israel to a Jewish national home. And so he was the face of political Zionism. Unlike the Zero movement, he was not religious. In fact, at one point, he even thought that perhaps conversion might be a solution for the problem of anti-Semitism. He abandoned that idea very early. But at any rate, al-Khalifi said, I'm going to write directly to Herzl and say this is a dangerous one. And he wrote a very beautiful and polite letter in French, which was the diplomatic language of the era, sending it to the chief rabbi of France, Rabbi Tzadok. And he wrote to him, here I'll look at one section. The idea of Zionism is totally natural, beautiful, and just. Who can contest the rights of the Jews in Palestine? My God, historically, it's certainly your country, and not quoting this particular letter. Nevertheless, the letter goes on to say that although this is one of the things for Jews and for humanity, historians have speculated Israel, all of that, we would cause such unrest, and it really should not happen. And you have to take other steps here, find other tools and sources. Herzl responded also very completely, and I won't go into great detail here, but he somehow missed the basic thrust of al-Khalifi's message, which suggested that it was all about status quo and about the mindset of the Muslim peoples living in the region who would not take well to the idea of Jewish sovereignty, which remains a traditional Muslim land. And Herzl understood it more in economics. He wrote, who would think to remove people trying to kick out the local population? Not at all. It is their own well-being, their own individual wants that we will improve by bringing penalties. In other words, Herzl was saying, oh, don't worry, the standard of living will go on. As there will be more foreign investment, there will be more jobs, there will be more industry, and Muslims will have tremendous peace and prosperity. It will be farming, even under Jewish sovereignty, no problem. They're kind of speaking at different levels, and ultimately it turned out it was al-Khalifi who was prescient and prophetic about what would ultimately the history of how that came to be so involves the British, of course. The Ottoman Empire was teetering on the very last days of its existence, and all of the great powers were poring over maps with rulers and drawing borders and saying, I'm going to take a piece of this, you're going to take a piece of that. England decided to be Zionist for many reasons, and Thomas, the land of Israel, which would enable this is the document known as the Balfour Declaration, named for Lord Balfour, who wrote to Lord Rothschild, and if you see the insect paragraph, it says, His Majesty's strategic advantage, the British government, you would favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people, and will use their best endeavors to facilitate the achievement of this objective. At this point, Jews were just wildly excited. Finally, this going to come to pass, the 2,000-year-old exile will end, but they didn't read the next part of the paragraph, which says, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jews
qualified Chinese siege engineers.
So in other
They're
words,
not used to
we're going to
siege
do this
warfare.
for the
And
Jews,
Genghis
but
initially
we
avoided
also don't
attacking
want to
well-fortified
offend
cities.
local
He
Muslims
preferred
as
to
well.
attack
And this
smaller
is
towns
typical
and
for much of the
distributed the
Mandate
resulting
period where the
plunder
British would
evenly
promise one
among
thing
his
to the Jews,
otherwise
another
unpaid
thing to the
troops.
Arabs, and it was impossible.
After his
But
elevation
nevertheless,
as Khan,
politically,
Genghis rarely took
militarily,
personal
they
command
took
of
over the
military
region at
campaigns,
the end of World
preferring
War
to
I,
send his
and they
sons
were
and
able
senior
to
generals instead.
ask the United Nations for a mandate, which means the United Nations, or the League of Nations, as it was called then, said to the British, okay, you will control the region until we work out a solution for how this is all going to work out with various peoples who are laying claim to the land.
Though he was criticized by Genghis
the
for
violence
allowing
began.
some to escape
The
further north.
cycle of violence
Genghis secured
which
sufficient
continues to
of
this
the Uyghur
day
kingdom in East
is
Turkestan,
something
now
which
the
is
Chinese
absolutely
autonomous
horrific,
region
and
of Xinjiang. The
the
Uyghurs
entire
once ruled
land
the mighty
is so
empire that
corrupted by the
included
people
much of
who died
Mongolia.
needlessly
But by the
in these
beginning of the 13th
horrific
century,
eruptions
they had
of
submitted to
violence.
the Kara Khitai,
We could
whose
easily
empire
spend far
extended
more
from
than the time
modern-day
we have
Kazakhstan
today
into northwest China.
cataloging these events.
Genghis
And we
subsequently
could spend a lot
recruited
of time
many Uyghurs
assessing
into the Mongol
who did
imperial
what first
administration
and
and adopted the
what was
Uyghur
considered
script
an
from the
escalation
first
and
official
what was considered
Mongol written
retaliation.
texts.
I don't want to spend
With
our
the
energy
conquest
that
of
way.
the forest
Please
peoples and the
suffice to
submission
say
of the
that it
Uyghurs,
begins on April
Genghis
4th
laid
of
much of the groundwork
1920, so now
for the
we're
invasion
in
of
over
China.
a century
Since the
of
collapse
this
of the Tang
back and
dynasty
forth of
in
violence,
907
which
AD,
sometimes
China had been
involves
divided
Arabs
between a number of
Jews,
competing
it
dynasties.
occasionally
At
involves
the beginning
Jews
of the 13th
attacking
century,
Arabs as
there
well,
were four
including
such
in our own
states:
days.
the Jurchen
And the British,
Empire in
you
the
know,
northeast, the
they don't know
Tangut
what to do
Western
with it.
Shah in the
Finally, they
north,
come up with what
Karakitai in the
now,
northwest,
many years
and the
later,
Song
I
dynasty
think it's
south of the
my humble
Yangtze
opinion,
River.
probably the most
Although the Song was the
accurate
only
assessment
one
of
of
the
these
situation.
states
The
ruled by the
British
Han
are very
Chinese
good at
majority.
putting in
Rulers of
commissions,
all
so they
four
hire
states
Earl
adhered
Peel
to
to
Chinese
make a
customs
commission. It's
and
called the Peel
administrative
Report. And
practices.
basically, he
The
says
Mongolians
that
would benefit
we have to
substantially
participate.
from the
They're
divided
not going to
state
share
of
it.
China
The
at this
Jews and the
time.
Arabs cannot live
Genghis came
together
to see
in
the
one state.
Tangut
So
Empire
therefore, he
as a
recommended
source of plunder for
creating
his
this
restless armies
area here, which
and
is outlined
testing
by
them
the
for
red,
their ability to fight
which
the
was
more
more or
powerful
less where you
Jin.
have the bulk of
After the
Jewish
initial raid in
settlement,
1205,
significant number
Genghis
in
launched a
Jerusalem as well.
larger campaign in
Also creating this
1217,
sort of like
which
appendix
forced the
shaped thing,
Tangut to
which
agree
was
to pay
a
an annual
international
tribute.
zone
When
that
the
would allow
payment
people
was
to go
suspended
from
in
the sea
1209,
to Jerusalem
Genghis
itself,
organized
which
a
was the
large
United
invasion
Jewish
force
North
and
Army.
embarked on a
Obviously, this is
punitive
a mini
expedition.
fraction
Eventually,
of what
the desperate
the
Tangut decided
what
on
the
a
Jews
formal
would have
submission
hoped
to
for,
Genghis
but
Khan
nevertheless,
and promised to
these
supply
guys were
troops for
known as the
future
Yishuv at
campaigns.
this time, the settlement, that is, the Jews
By
living in the land at the
1211,
time.
with his
Were
rear
willing to
secure,
accept the
the
Peel Report.
49-year-old
The
Genghis
Peel
Khan
Report,
was
by the way,
ready to
goes in
turn
terms
his
of
attention to the
analysis
Jin
of this
Empire.
to say that
While
if
this
you look
was
at the last
motivated in
paragraph here,
part by the
the
desire to
irrepressible
avenge
conflict
frequent
has
Jin
arisen
raids
between
into
two
Mongol
national
territory,
communities within
and
the
the
narrow
relentless
bounds of
logic of
one
perennial conquest
country.
to feed and
There
pay
is
its
no
troops.
common
The
ground
invasion
between
of
them.
northern
Their
China had been
national
colonial
aspirations
ambition.
are
The Jin
incompatible.
had conquered
The
northern
Arabs
China
desire
from
to
the
revive the
Liao
traditions of the
dynasty
Arab
at the
Golden
beginning
Age.
of the 12th
The Jews
century,
desire to
and
show what they
proceeded to
can
drive
achieve
the
and
Song
restore to
emperors
the
south
land in
of
which
the
the Jewish
Yangtze River.
nation was
One
born.
of these treaties
Neither
was
of the
signed
two
between the
national
Jin and
ideals
Song in
permits a
1142.
combination in
Relations
service
between
of
the two
separate
Chinese
states.
powers remained
Peel also
uneasy,
dismissed in
and
the
the
other
peace
paragraph,
was
which I will read,
interrupted by
the notion
occasional
that
conflict. At the
prosperity
beginning of
would
the 13th century,
that
the Song
putting more
embarked
money
on an
into
effort
this
to reclaim
situation
territories
would not
north of the
ease the
Yangtze
conflict
River,
because they were
while the Jin
fundamentally
easily defeated the invasion
the
force.
Arabs, for
Within
their
a few
point, and I'm
years,
still
the Jin
referring to them as
heartland
Arabs
of
rather than
Manchuria
Palestinians, because
faced
the
a
term
Khitan
Palestinians we
rebellion,
shall see
hardly
really only comes
encouraged
to
by
prominence
Genghis.
in the 19th
Having
century.
been
But they're
preoccupied with
definitely
its wars
developing
against the
national
Song
consciousness.
dynasty,
They're
the
definitely
Jin
thinking
left
of
its
themselves
northern frontier
as
relatively
a part
undefended.
of a
As the
pan-Arab
Jin
people.
planned to strengthen
They
its
are
northern defenses
they seem to
by
be
building a
singularly
new
blessed who are leading. Time after time, their leaders choose to back the wrong side in early conflicts, including Netanyahu, who was the mufti of Jerusalem, who was seen here in this photograph with none other than Hitler. And we have examples right up the Iraq wars, so on. But at any rate, the situation ends up being a stalemate, which is exacerbated by World War II. A white paper was issued in 1939 by, yes, another who said that the only only way to solve this is by severely limiting Jewish migration to the land of Israel. 75,000, which was a tiny number over 5 years. And of course, this was during the period of post-Holocaust era, when there are literally hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of Jews who are seeking to come to the land of Israel, and they'll do this legally or illegally. Ultimately, there was a tremendous amount of conflict, three-way conflict between the Arabs, the Jews, and the British. And ultimately, the British say, okay, that's it. And they did the same thing, by the way, in India, and they left it exactly very abruptly in 1947 as well. They handed it back to the United Nations and said, you know what, we're not going to deal with it. We can't manage these two people. You figure it out. The United Nations sat down and they looked at Resolution 181, which created this state based on 7 segments. The green segments would be given to the Jews for the future state of Israel. The sort of yellow and goldenrod color was to be given to the Arabs. And you can see right in the middle of the goldenrod, Jerusalem was to be an international zone ruled by neither. I'm sure you're all familiar with the history at this point. The Jews accept this. The Jews say, well, it's not what we think of as the land of Israel, but we're so happy to have our own country. They accept it. They declare statehood, and 5 armies attack. Amazingly, the Jews are not only able to defend themselves, but they're able to actually hold their own and expand the territory somewhat, although they're not able to take all of Jerusalem. The Jewish quarter remains on the Jordanian side of the border. But this is basically what the state of Israel, now state because they established the state in 1948, the state of Israel has these boundaries in 1948. There is a fascinating analysis of these battles. It is rather amazing how the Jews were able to hold their own at this time, being severely outnumbered. But some have characterized it saying it's not really David against Goliath, but maybe David against many Davids, because the Arab armies were poorly coordinated with one another, and they didn't have, well, there's a lot more to say about this, but I don't want to miss some of the more important things. Let's move on. The crucial aspect of this history, for our purposes, is we're really focused on one aspect of this history, is the so-called Nakba, or catastrophe. This is a term used by Palestinians to refer to the displacement of some 750,000 Arabs from their homes in the former land of Israel. And this is where you have a tremendous amount of historiographic controversy. Why were those Arabs displaced? So on the kind of older pre-1990s Israeli historiography, there was this notion that this was an entirely voluntary departure by the local population, feeling that with all of the advance of the Arab armies, the Jews would be driven into the sea, and then they would be able to go back and not only return to their homes, but to also collect the goods of the displaced Jews. On the other hand, the Arab historiography emphasizes the violent displacement as a result of attacks on villages, and the truth has this often the case in historical analysis lies somewhere between those two extremes. We know of some examples of violence directed against Arab civilians. The village of Deir Yassin, of course, is infamous. And there is also something called Clan Dalit, which was essentially a military tactic that said when the people leave a particular region, especially around communication zones and areas where there are very narrow ways for vehicles to go back and forth, they should not be allowed to return to their homes. The difference from interpretation is, of course, were those things like Deir Yassin and Clan Dalit, were those exceptions, were they anomalies, were the kinds of things that were inevitable to happen in the fog of war, or were they determined strategies?
1216,
I do not believe that both
defeated
those
the Jin
determine
counterattack in
strategies,
the
but
east,
nevertheless,
while Samuka
this is
led
where the
30,000 men
historiographic
south
analysis
and joined up with
scholars
a Tangut
engage
force
to.
to
At the end of the
devastate
day,
the
however,
countryside around Khalifan.
750,000 people
Genghis
forced
hardened
out of
his
their
peace
homes.
conditions
And I
following
think
Samuka's
personally,
reign,
as
and
a
negotiations
father,
with the
and a
Jin
grandfather,
broke down.
if there was a war happening in my region,
When
I
Genghis
would
returned to
consider it
Mongolia in early
pick up
1216, he
that
left
would make me a
Khalid in
refugee,
charge
but it would
as
also make
commander
me
in
something
China.
of, I
Khalid
consciously
was
chose
given
this
an
because
army of
it would be safer.
70,000 men.
There's so much more to say about this, but
From recently
we have very
subjugated
little.
nations who could desert it.
We should also remember that there was a second act
A
plan
limited
to use
manpower
that
forced the Mongol
a
commander
displacement
to
of,
scale down
ironically,
his
about the
operations.
same number of
And in
Jews from
1218,
Arab lands
Genghis
that would take
himself
place
had to lead a
coming years
pacification
as
campaign
Jews
against the
experienced
Tangut,
tremendous
who
degrees
had
of
moved away
anti-Semitism
from a
in countries
pro-Mongol
where many
policy
of them had
under a
lived
new
for
ruler.
hundreds, even
By the end of
thousands
the
of
year,
years.
Genghis
So
supplied
this is something we'll
Khalid
have
with
to explore a little bit
reinforcements,
more
which increased
next
the
week.
size of his
But
army to
let us now go to
100,000 men.
Palestinian nationalism,
Though
because
he could be
here is
as
one
brutal
because
as his
things begin
comrades,
to get organized.
Khalid also
Their
sought to
leader, without
consolidate
doubt, was
Mongol
Yasser
control
Arafat,
by
who was the
acting
head of the
magnanimously
Palestine
towards his
Liberation
defeated foes.
Organization.
And
And
he
in
had
the early
methodically subdued
1960s,
much of northern China.
he realizes
He
that
died in
without
1223
a
with a
single
pristine military record,
coordinated
having
voice,
never lost a
the
single battle in
descendants
his
of
career.
the refugees
Khalid
would
was
simply
aided
not
in his
be able
campaigns
to
by
return
an
to their
alliance
home.
with the Song
This is
dynasty.
especially the
But
case
following
after
his
the
death,
Six-Day
conflict
War,
arose
which is a
between the
hugely
erstwhile
important development
allies,
in
enabling the
military
Jin to
history.
make a brief recovery.
This, by the way,
Mongols would have
with
to
this
wait
short
another
period of time,
decade
I'm not going
to
to go through
fully
all of the
extinguish
wars
the
that
Jin
Israel
Empire.
and her neighbors fought over the course of the
While
last 75
Khalid
years,
was
but I
campaigning in
will focus
northern
on
China,
this one in particular
Genghis's
because it
attention
has
had
lasted
been drawn
decades.
westwards.
On the left, you
Since
see
the
what
beginning
Israel
of the
looked like
13th
after
century,
1949, to be honest.
been at
Not
war
a
with
peace
Shah
treaty, but an
Muhammad
armistice
II
and
of
ceasefire.
the
And on the right, you see what happened
situated
after
to the
the
east of the
literal
Caspian Sea
Six-Day
in
War.
Central
It took
Asia.
6 days.
In 1208,
Israel
the
was
fugitive
threatened by
Diamond Prince
troops
Tukluk
from Egypt and
arrived in
Syria in
Karakitai
particular,
and built up an
elected
army
to
under the
launch a
pretext of
preemptive
fighting
strike
Genghis,
before
only
they
to
could
overthrow
board
his
over
overlord
the border.
and declare himself
Nasser
Khan
in
in
Egypt had
1213.
ordered the
The
United Nations
re-emergence
to
of an
remove
old
their
rival on his doorstep
forces, and
led
that was
Genghis to
a
send an
signal
army
to
of
Israel that
20,000 men
Egypt
under
definitely
Jeppe
intended to
to
attack.
invade
So therefore,
Karakitai.
using
The Muslim
its
majority
largely superior
population
air power,
had suffered
the
under Chukluk's
Israelis were able to
anti-Islamic
destroy
religious
their
policy.
enemy air forces on the
Welcome
ground
Mongols
and
as
take advantage of their
liberators
superiority to
defected
not
en
only
masse.
defend themselves,
After
but
sweeping
to
aside Chukluk's
rapidly
army,
advance the
Jeppe
borders
entered the
significantly.
Karakitan capital
And what did they do with these areas?
in
Well,
what is now
the
Kyrgyzstan
feeling
in
was at the
triumph
time
and
that, wow,
incorporated
now
it
that they've
into the
conquered
Mongol
such
Empire.
big chunks
He
of
then
territory,
followed
the
Chukluk
Arab
south
nations could
into
say, well, this is
Kashgaria,
how Israel is
where
here to
he
stay,
encouraged
and they
the
would pick up the
Muslims to
phone and they
revolt
would
by issuing a proclamation of
and they would say,
religious
okay, let's go
tolerance.
back to the 1949 boundaries.
Jeppe eventually caught up with
Those
Chukluk
phone
in
calls did
northeastern
not
Afghanistan
for
and
over a
executed
decade.
him. So began
Yeah.
the
Yes,
Mongol
just move it
Western
over
Central
and get
Asia,
one from Egypt, as
even
we
as
shall see.
other parts
So
of
what in the
Genghis's
meantime
armies
Israel
were
decided
still east.
annexed the Golan Heights
While
and
Jeppe
East
was pursuing
Jerusalem. That
Chukluk,
is
Genghis
the
sent
Golan
another
Heights in the
army
north, which
north
have a
under Jogi
significant
and
military
Subutai
advantage because
to
it
pursue
overlooks
the remnants
Damascus,
of the Merkit,
or if
who had
you're
aligned with Kuman or
overlook the
Kipchuks,
Galil region.
a Turkic
So they
people
decided
who
this
knew
one
in the
because
west
of its
to the
incredible
Irtysh
spiritual
River
and
in
historical
the east.
significance for the
The
Jewish people.
Mongols had driven the
And
Merkit
they said,
Kuman
this is
army
our
into
capital
Khwarezmian
forever.
territory
They
and
united
defeated
the
it in
city,
battle.
which had been divided
Angered at the
since
incursion,
1940.
Shah
But
Muhammad
these
sent
regions,
an
the
army to
Sinai
meet the
Desert, and
Mongols.
especially the West
Though
Bank,
considerably
they
outnumbered, the
occupied.
Mongols managed to fight the
This is where we
Khwarezmians
get
to a
this
standstill before
apartheid,
withdrawing.
which although it
Upon
has
hearing
somewhat
reports of the battle,
offensive
Genghis was keen to maintain
connotations,
peaceful
especially
relations with
associated with South
Khwarezmia
Africa,
and to establish a
there
mutually
we
beneficial
have to take
trading
that term
relationship,
seriously because
allowing him
in
to
the
turn
West
his
Bank
attention back
in
to China.
particular, and also in the Gaza
early 1280,
Strip, which was
Genghis sent a
that
large
tiny
trade
piece that
mission
extends
to
from the Sinai,
Rothschild in the
there
north of
were
the Shah's
well
empire,
over a million
to the
Arabs
far
out of
east of
Syria.
Kazakhstan today.
And if
The
the
local
regions
government
were to
proceeded to
annex,
massacre the
meaning
entire
make part of
contingent,
Israel
claiming
proper
that
and
they were spies.
by right of
Davies
conquest,
initially showed
then those
restraint
people
and
would
sent
have
a
to be
team
given
of 3
citizenship.
envoys led by a
There
Muslim
are
diplomat asking the
approximately
Shah to hand
20%
over the local
of
governor. When
Israel's
an
population
indignant Shah
of the
Mohammed
1949
executed the
boundaries
diplomat
are
in
not
response,
Jewish. There are
Davies
Arabs,
finally took
a
action
little
and
over a
declared
million
that
Arab
could issue
It
decrees
tries
in
to
her
do
own
two
name.
things at
These
once.
dynamics
Very
played
difficult to do both.
perfectly into
On the
Geddes'
one hand,
hands,
as
allowing him
perhaps
to
we
sow
saw earlier,
disinformation among
Israel has to
Palestinian
be a
officials
Jewish
by
state.
issuing false
It has to
decrees
be
from
a
dedicated
refuge
countries.
for
Although
Jews
the
being
terrain of the
anti-Semitism.
Israeli
It
Empire
has to
posed
have a Jewish
considerable
character,
challenges for
Jewish
any
calendar.
invasion force.
It has to have
Geddes was
that
confident in
Jewish
his
element
army's
to it.
ability
Otherwise,
to
what's the
achieve
point? It
victory.
could be anywhere. It could be America, Canada,
A local
Uganda,
army of
anywhere.
30,000
And
horsemen
secondly,
under Jebbe
it
and
wants so
Joachim made
desperately
the
to
first
be a
move,
democratic
heading
state.
west from
It is
Galata
fundamentally
and
founded
entering
on
the
Western
fertile
democratic
Fergana Valley
values,
in the
which
spring
means
of
one person
1219.
and one vote.
After crossing the
It
high
is
passes
impossible
between
to
the
extend
Pamian
citizenship
Mountains
to these
and the
people
Tian Shan.
and keep the state Jewish.
Genghis' main
And the West Bank were in
strategic
kind of
master
status,
campaign.
secret status, because they were not given Israeli citizenship.
Had
We are now
intended to pursue a defensive strategy.
1967,
Agreements of
60, 70 odd years since the
provoked Shah Mohammed
The
into
United
sending
Nations
a large
treated it by issuing Resolution 242, which essentially called for Israel to withdraw from the current boundaries back to 1967, and also called for the neighboring countries to stop attacking Israel. And those two things, neither of them could happen unless they both happen, and they have not. One state able to make a deal with Israel. On the left, you see the man Anwar Sadat. On the left, Jimmy Carter, the American president. Anwar Sadat, the president of Egypt. And on the right, the calls up Menachem Begin and says, maybe we can renegotiate the Sinai to the present day. And in exchange, Sadat received all of the Sinai Peninsula, with one exception. He did not want to take over the Gaza Strip. The Gaza Strip, highly populated, he said, you can deal with that headache, but he took back Gaza. He took back the Sinai. For his troubles, he was later assassinated by the Muslim Brotherhood at a public event. The Muslim Brotherhood is the nation of Hamas. A new and significant surge of terrorism followed. The Palestinians felt that they were largely sidelined, and under Yasser Arafat's leadership, they strove to gain attention on the world stage by launching some very public attacks on Jews all around the world. In some cases, airplane hijackings was most common. There's also the infamous attack in 1972 on the athletes at the Munich Olympics, the horrific attack, as Maya knows, in northern Israel and so on. And all of these things were intended to try to bring attention to the Palestinian demand for statehood. They were largely unsuccessful, although many people were tragically killed in these attacks. They did not actually result in any improvement for the Palestinian situation until the first Intifada of 1987. The term Intifada means shaking off, and is invariably associated with the idea of uprising leading to the beginnings of a movement which was not associated so much with Yasser Arafat, but with the Palestinians living in the West Bank in particular. And they were exceptionally good at capturing the mood of the world and conveying it through the media. This iconic photograph of a young boy throwing a rock at a heavily armored Israeli tank gives you the idea of how the David Goliath picture has been turned upside down. In order to deal with this first Intifada, which was largely civil disobedience and lower key violence, the Israelis imposed all kinds of things like checkpoints, where the number of Palestinians were in the land of Israel, the border between the West Bank and the so on. And also at the same time, the growth of significant numbers of settlements, because I know this is no surprise for most of the people on this call. By the way, I can stop it. To conclude this properly, I will need to go over time very slightly. I will stay for questions, and I apologize for the extent, but I want to explain this properly even within such a truncated time. We should recall, of course, that it is a very vigorous democracy who points. There are those Jews who were waiting for the phone calls to be able to trade land for peace. As the argument went, just like they did with Egypt and the Sinai, they were willing to work with Jordan to give them the West Bank. But at the same time, there are many Israelis who said, no, it's not going to happen. We should simply demonstrate facts on the ground and establish settlements in these territories to keep them for Israeli sovereignty, and despite the challenge of the large Arab populations living there. So you can see here a very significant number of Israelis. The degrees of these are tolerated or not tolerated, has largely been arguing for. A major turning point happened after the fall of the Soviet Union, with Arafat, the known terrorist leader, with 1,000 enemies, because Arafat's organization was definitely on the decline, and the Rabbin felt that it would be best at this point to make peace with them while he is weak. President Bill Clinton, of course, was overjoyed to participate in the famous signing of the Accords. His efforts, just like Anwar Sadat before him, Yitzhak Rabin was assassinated, this time Jewish extremists who felt betrayed to possibly cede territory to the Palestinians in exchange for peace. The plan that they worked out in the city of Oslo, and this is called the Oslo Accords, was essentially to take the two territories which were occupied in 1967 and to give them to a Palestinian autonomy or a Palestinian authority, with the notion that with confidence building gestures, they would be able to develop eventually into a state. And Israel would cede that land to that state. So they created this kind of confusing map, which shows the West Bank and Gaza divided into various areas. You see the first one, spell Israel, right? So these areas would have different levels of authority in the region. The Palestinians, some places would take care of municipal things like trash collection and water. In other places, they would take care of security. But the idea was that they would communicate with the Israelis to prevent terror attacks. Gaza was a somewhat different state. It was actually simply abandoned in 2005 by Israel, as we shall see momentarily. But while this map and say, the territory is a tiny, tiny fraction of what they had before, Israelis often look at this map and say, these are the Arab League countries. There's so much territory there. Israel is this tiny little piece in the middle there. There certainly must be room for Arabs who wish to live in a Muslim land. At any rate, maybe we'll talk more about that next week. Things change even more dramatically. Oslo Accords, which characterized much of the efforts of the 1990s, they come to a halt in the 2000s with the beginning of the Second Intifada. Whereas the First Intifada was largely, the Second Intifada was horrifically violent, with more than 135 suicide bombings in very public places, schools, and restaurants, and buses, and it was absolutely intolerable. This particular to the point where some Israelis wandered by accident into the wrong car and torn apart with people's bare hands. You can see this person raising his hand, stained with blood, and this has ironic a symbol for contemporary protesters. The Israelis attempted to deal with this by building a massive fence or security barrier, as they call it, a concrete barrier in some places that aims to hold back any incursions from the West Bank into Israel. And they also relied very heavily on technology through the use of the Iron Dome to hold back rocket attacks that continued to rain upon them, especially from Gaza. And this led them to something of a state of a false sense of security that would be broken in 2003 with the October 7th. And he's now already in, contemporary history. So I can certainly truncate to a certain degree because the government under Ariel Sharon decided to divest, to disengage from Gaza and to simply remove themselves from it entirely, thinking that it was a demographic time bomb. It was very difficult to control this large and unhappy population, high levels of unemployment, more than half of their population under the age of 18. And so they simply decided to pull back. And the experiment was, let them have their state, as it were, and let's see what worked out well. They had elections shortly thereafter. Major parties were Hamas and Fatah. Fatah being the party of Yasser Arafat, who has now passed away. And as you can see in the West Bank, Fatah has a slight edge. In the Gaza Strip, Hamas actually came out on top, and then later they would have a coup and they would drive out any of the Fatah associates as well. So basically, Gaza since then has been ruled by Hamas, and it's been blockaded by Israel because there's constant rocket attacks and there's concerns about import of munitions. And we'll have to return to these very complicated issues at the beginning of next week's session. I'm going to skip through this because this will be also related to next week, but I will conclude with two ideas. The first is that with the October 7th attack, Israel responded with military tactics or strategies that if Israel is attacked, they must counter attack with disproportionate force in order to deter. This Daya doctrine has been fairly useful and instrumental in its neighboring people, neighboring countries, and in fact, today Israel does have a peace treaty not only with Egypt, but also with Jordan and several other Arab states. But it has not proved to be effective dealing with Hamas, at least not yet. So let me conclude finally. We began this discussion with when do we begin this talk? And I offered you a coin from the Roman era, the Judea Capta coin. This is a commemorative medal that was struck in 1958 by the young state of Israel, then 10 years old. And on one side,
I've been running Legacy since Cold War.
Obviously evocative of that original Roman coin, and it says underneath, the Galta Yehuda of the 1959 Israel is exiled. Israel is exiled, and it's a reference to the original. Then on the obverse, you have something really fascinating. It says in Latin, Israel liberata, Israel liberated, and it shows you an image that is evocative where the Roman soldier once stood. You'll have a young woman where the despondent Jew sat. You now have a farmer planting a tree for the future. And I think this is how Israelis, Jews the world over, view the state of Israel, not as warlike make it engage constant conflict, but rather
Welcome.
a country that is dedicated to growth and to peace.
How are you,
and
TYB?
prosperity. And hopefully we should.
What's good, TYB? Can you hear me, Pam?
Yeah.
Yeah, you.
Yo, you wanna? Is that you?
Yeah, but you got.
I have a question before I leave.
What's up? Like over Buddy, you can't be here if you're not 18
Yeah, I'm 18.
years old.
No, I'm not.
Okay. Or I'm going to have to ban you.
So since you already, but I have a question.
No more questions, big dog.
Not one more question. One more question.
Nope.
Well, a very, very dear friend of mine, actually, needs a kidney, and he's on the bottom of the list. Richard was perhaps. Yes, I have. I would give him my own kidney if only they were a match, but unfortunately, that is not the case. That's correct. You know, Caitlin Clark's just a good player. She's a player. Yeah. I love you. You
Crawford bunted it on the end of the bat. Thankfully for 2 good runs, he would advance to third. Crawford and Snup Did y'all see the white woman that got in trouble? Did y'all see? Did y'all see the
Excuse me, sir. A question right over here. Do you think we'll get fit in this bed here?
depends on their size.
Can we test out real quick?
Yeah, sure. Since I'm here to witness it.
Gotcha. Well, I was more curious about two people. Do you think you could hop in with me? We don't gotta make a beer or anything. Gotcha. Roll on over here.
Just like right there.
Yeah, it's like laying down right up here, chilling. Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Since it's a display.
Go around or something like that. Gotcha. You think we could like role play or no?
Probably not.
Okay. You're two about 4 inches, probably.
Every dollar we spend on any
What up, Zoot? How you living, pimp? You get your ass rocked? That time I talked to you and you talked back. What's up, pimp? Zoot, we're gonna go over something. Okay.
Yeah.
Are you gonna be able to change that?
Yeah. Let's go.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Zoot.
Wait. Good. The evolution for the electric one is like very palpable. Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
ready to see what a lot of damage does?
Yep.
Gives me I think that was a good man.
Yeah, I fucked up.
Yeah. Rob. Oh no. I give you an extra move and you.
Did.
Alright, let's go again.
Dog, you got your ass. Pick something, or you're just gonna jerk yourself off?
But you helped me. That's not gonna help me, right?
Nice extra move.
Didn't help much. The universe is small. Happy with you.
I think so. Dude, you just destroyed me. Another Hydro Rush?
Yep. Oh. Oh,
That didn't make any sense.
I was trying to move it slow. Bro, I just gave you. I might have gave you a gift. Let me do this.
Big time. To move.
Oh. Which one do I vote? gonna vote him because he's closer. What's the best move here? Fuck. The fuck. So powerful, but the problem is
So hard to get that many.
it's hard to me. Oh, boy.
Extra move.
Okay.
What a big win, son.
Fuck, you were so far behind as well.
Did you know you just lost?
looking at it right now.
You have the lead.
Anyway. How much damage to me? Not getting extra though. That was the best move you could imagine if you didn't block the player. And they just did, oh, even better. Right?
No way.
How much does it do?
What are you saying, Enzo?
Which one? Well, not really.
Technically introduced the
Fuck. Oh, fuck.
heel leaf.
Yeah.
Do your thing where you
Can.
I think so. What'd you say?
Order. Order and fire.
Oh, so you just fucked me.
You heard Duke recently say that he has to go watch.
No.
I haven't heard that shit in a long time. It's fine.
4 days away from you doing stand-up comedy. Are you going to do it this time?
Yep.
Like, you're not going to?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Hard.
Yeah, hit me. Son, you just healed?
There you go.
$20 damage. Oh, man. No, I didn't. Yeah, I did. Barely.
You're in a shitty situation.
Zoot.
So I can do this.
Let's see. Riser, are you ready for?
Doesn't feel the lose or anything.
Dog, I let you win. I got distracted by Riser. What are you going to do? Just J her?
No.
Off Raw. Dog. Riser, you have the invitation. Oh no, hit the tree. Easy shot. Zoom might have had. Now it's Riser's turn. Riser's just J-Yorn.
No.
Thank you. Riser, did you know you gave me one extra point? Riser, did you know that you gave me one extra point?
Rabbi's gonna go into the. Everyone's getting hard. Hard. They both everyone's getting hard. They both need from being able to get a hole in one. And I knew you guys were going to do that. She actually helped me out of anyone.
Stop.
I even make the shot. I mean, I have the advantage here. You know, guys, that I'm scored a point above both of you with the way you play. Like, you're
Look how good a shot this is. Look how good a shot this is.
Nope. You have to make your shot rather.
This would be a big shot for Riser. Too bad he hit. No one, not Riser and not I, are worried about you right.
I mean, shot like that. Good shot.
That was a good shot, son.
But you did the worst shot ever, you think.
Totally.
Riser, if you get rid of the tree for me on the left, okay. Okay. We can work with that. Alright. Right. Good. Oh, wow. You might have to win. So I have 5 points. I have 5 points.
WTF, dog.
Maximum. Oh, thanks, big dog. You're done. You're done. Did I have to make this?
I can already tell from here that's a miss. Easy miss.
Okay. You have to make your shot if you want before me.
Like one of the greatest shots. Fuck.
But I beat Rabbi and Reza.
When's the last time Zoot beat us?
He hasn't won yet. It could very well still be a tie. You give me the worst fucking hope imaginable. The 4 workmen blamed you to it. Even if I don't score here, I'm still in the lead. That's a good shot.
Fuck. That's a bad shot. Oh,
No, that was a
beautiful.
really good shot. Now, Riza has to help me.
No, he doesn't.
If he wanted to agree, he should have helped me. Riza, we've given Rabbi the lead here.
Yeah, a little bit.
Riza a bad shot.
You need to get this ball in the hole in the next 3 shots.
Next 2 shots for me. And I score a 0.
Oh, there's a chance.
7, 3, 7, 4, 7, 4.
Remember that time I had one of the greatest shots. Zoot, what? Riser, what are you gonna?
The whole lunch is on. Bomb. Gotcha. Let me make the bomb. Rabbi went out do this.
Doghouse.
You mean the doghouse?
Yes. In the worst position.
Make it.
I think I am gay.
Did you just say you think you're gay?
Said I'm gay.
That doesn't even make sense. What would make sense if you, man?
I am going to agree.
Zoot, hit your ball. No, that was. Think of that. Montgomery. That dude, Zoot, that's gonna hit that ball. This is a bad shot, Zoot.
That's good, dude. Good.
Bad.
Hey.
What'd you think of those angles, Riser? Riser, what'd you think of those angles, son?
There's no way I can win.
Why do you say that?
Because you both are in front of me.
That's incorrect, son.
You both like, get this shit before me.
Oh, okay.
That was a terrible shot by me. Oh, yeah, right.
Quit with that bullshit, Zoot.
I don't have any stickers or badges yet.
What are you doing?
Are you gonna make this shot, Riser? Riser, that was garbage. Oh boy, that's a close one. Zoot, what are you gonna do, son? What are you gonna do, Riser? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? That's a miss. That's an obvious miss. Obvious miss. Look how sick that shot is. Zoot, you have a big shot here. And you just missed it. Zoot's done. Zoot is done.
Has dude ever gotten to win it?
No, that's impossible. That's goofy talk. Riser, that shot is absolute dog shit. Oh, that is a great shot, dude. He just left.
Yeah. I don't know why. Are you surprised?
Look how good this shot is. Do you think that's one of the best shots you've ever seen?
No.
Don't water bump me.
This one. I hate this thing real quick.
Look how sick this shot is. Riser, what are your thoughts on you being many shots away from the hole? In the water. In the water, son. Look how perfect that shot was. Dog, we're looking at one of the greatest comebacks in the history of this game. Oh, I have to go first? That's unfortunate. Stop. Are you going to water bump me? What are you going to do, son? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Are you proud of that shot?
Oh, yeah, I'm proud of it. So I'm proud of it.
Oh, are you serious? Are you? No, I'm not.
Look at this. Look at this shot. Ready?
No way. That's going in the water. No way.
Oh,
What are
you're
you?
done.
What are you doing?
You are so done. It's not even. It's not even funny. Water.
No way do you make this. Newfie as fuck, dude. Newfie as fuck.
Send me 2 invites. I don't know if they're in the same game.
Dog, just you're in the right one. Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna J your?
Oh, I didn't put on the green guy. But
Oh well, it looks like you fucked up, son. You chose the red guy.
I meant to choose the fucking green guy. But
Are you gonna go? What a major miss. Extra move.
you fucked up.
I don't think so.
You fucked up.
Oh, the green ones? That sucks. Dog, I can't do anything.
Good deal.
What should I do?
Good deal.
Dude, what should I do?
Fuck deal.
Are you gonna go? Extra move, dog.
What? If you get 2 crosses, you get next.
Yeah, you didn't know that? Same if you get an L, son. Well, why don't you figure it out? Play the game more. Did you know it's your turn?
What happens if you don't do the turn?
It just skips. Dog. Nothing is good here. Dog.
You have a green one you can do.
Dude, I just gave you
Okay?
something good.
You fucked up.
STFU, dog. I gave you 2 really good things.
Fucked up.
Oh, dog, don't do it. You fucked up.
What are you talking about?
Doug, what do I do?
big move.
Dude, STFU, you stole my guy. You stole my guy. Dog, you evolved that guy?
Yeah, because there's going to be less mushroom red squares coming up.
Are you fucking serious? Dude, I just helped you. A lot. Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna jail? Good job. The ice is there, dog.
Why do you feel mean?
Dude, what are you doing with this Hydro Rush bullshit? Flare, bitch.
I ain't never gonna stop.
You aren't even a fan of his. You didn't even watch him. What is yesterday's episode on your, like, in your basket of episodes you're just holding off on? Yo, dog, I just asked you a question. Are you going to answer it, son? Yo, dog.
I didn't watch the episode.
Why not? Why didn't you watch the episode? If you say you're a fan of William Montgomery, you watch his good episodes, you watch his bad episodes, you don't discriminate against people based on their size.
That's who asked me about, right?
Are you proud of that move? Look how sick this move is.
No,
Oh, what a terrible move. $20 damage. Dude, what do I do?
obvious move. It's so obvious it's painful. I don't even know. That is not it.
Are you gonna go?
Okay, exactly good.
Dog.
I don't like this match.
Well, what do you want me to do about it?
Change it. Ha ha ha, you fucked up. You fucked up. Okay. Might as well just give up now.
Look how sick this move is. Are you gonna go?
GG, dog. You lose. Okay.
Shut the fuck up. Yo, pimp.
Basketball or archery or something.
What, you feel like you should get to be able to request? You think you should fucking be able to request? Who the fuck do you think you is, baby? Who the fuck do you think you is? Yeah. Let's see it, baby. That was one of the worst shots I've ever seen. Like I've been playing this game for some time. Just had one of the worst shots, maybe in the history of this game, and it's like thousands of years old. Your dog shit shot will rest in the annals of history as one of the worst shots anybody's ever seen ever. Now you ready for a newfie shot, son?
I'm waiting for it. What happened? I missed it. You shoot it into the thing.
Did I put the slider into the hole? Put the slider in the pocket? Yeah, I did. Purposefully. To make you feel like you had a chance of winning. That's a terrible shot. No way, you could do the thing here. Are you gonna go? Ever. They talked about being redheads, and they talked about their dogs, and they talked about Las Vegas, free, and then their girlfriends off camera, and so you got to hear all of that goodness. Joe Rogan was on it. Tony Hinchcliffe was on it. Donna came on.
Why are you lying?
They also had Enrique Iglesias. He made an appearance. And then they did call-ins. They had Ghislaine Maxwell call in. They had Donald Trump call in right after her. It was pretty amazing. Then they had Casey Rocket on. He called in. Then they had Brian Redband. He called in. They had Wayne Gretzky on. Wayne Gretzky actually devoted his career to William Montgomery, which I thought was really nice. Then they had on Ava Longoria. That was really neat. They had Neil. That was cool. They had the whole cast of Happy Guide at the beginning. Then they had on I wouldn't say they necessarily had him on, but they had a tribute to Malcolm Jamal Warner. They also had a tribute to Ozzy Osbourne. They had a tribute to Hulk Hogan and Lonnie Anderson, which I thought was really touching that they would include Lonnie Anderson. I didn't know if they'd have time to do it, to have a tribute to her, but they did. I thought the tribute to Malcolm Jamal Warner was really tasteful. They had a highlight most famous times on the Cosby Show. So they had Gordon Gartrell on, Wonders on, Stevie Wonder showed up. I thought that was really cool. And it was a jam-packed William Montgomery show. They also had on Michael Andretti. They also had on Sydney Sweeney. She talked about her jeans ad. And they had the cast of The Fighter, Schaub and Brian Callen. And then they had on, I thought this, do you know who Timmy No Breaks is? They had Howie Mandel on, which I thought was cool. Then, I mean, the thing that I thought was probably one of the coolest parts of the episode was when Michael Jordan was on. They had Michael Jordan and LeBron James, and they played one-on-one basketball against each other, not just in real life, but also on NBA Jam, which I just thought was really cool. Like, it was tasteful. It was a really tasteful episode. So after Michael Jordan, LeBron James played one, and they tied. They they tied America had a banana split. don't really know. Talking about how much he likes bananas with um, then they also have William, which Erica kind of got mad about. Shit. Yeah, I wasn't even paying attention. I was telling you about the William Montgomery. Are you proud of that? 9 points? That's
No.
dude. 2 swishes on fire, son. You could quit. You could quit. 3 swishes, dude. 10 points on the second level is on. What do you want me to do about it?
Dog shelter.
We will. We're gonna call it.
I don't. I've made that experience. Yo!
It's over. What a comeback, dog.
My dog was really like doing my last turn on.
Dog. What do you want me to do?
I don't.
Yes, you do. Points.
Other people.
I would tell you that you're.
That helped me.
hot. Dude, you're on fire. Dog.
No.
That's a miss. That's a make. That's a make. That's a make. That's a make. That was
Oh, what the fuck is this? No way.
dog.
Jesus.
Dog, what are your thoughts? In the first round, I doubled you. Dog. Dog, what are your thoughts? That's a miss. Make. That's a miss. A big miss. That's a big swish. Are you going to be able to get 14 in the second round? Oh, look at you tying it up, taking the lead. Oh, big time. Big round. 11, dog. That's really good if you suck dick.
Let's see you beat 11 right now. I want to see it. The people want to see it. This might be a record score here for you.
I mean, maybe. I'm not even trying. That was pretty good. 27. Are you ready for a record?
Let's see this high score. Terrible start.
Terrible
So
start.
high score, geez.
Terrible start.
Terrible start.
Fire finish, baby. Fire finish, baby.
Wow, what the hell?
How'd you like that?
That was crazy.
Riser, how'd you like that?
Just quick draw time.
This sucks, and I have to go first. Now, don't distract me.
So, I'm as good in archery as basketball. Oh, no way. No way. Why is my target all the way the same?
I mean, what do you want me to do about it?
Oh, bullshit. What? How do you instant fire like that?
Yo, dog, what do you want me to do about it? You need 2 bullseyes. That's 1. You need a second one here. A big shot for you, son. And he gets it. No way. Oh, what a bullshit thing at the end.
What do you want me to do? Oh, you need a couple big shots here. Let's fuck this up. Let's fuck it up. Last one. Let's fuck it up.
You need 1 shot. 1 point.
Easy. I don't know how the hell it's saying that I got less shots off than you. You take forever to hit shoot. I literally shoot way faster. Oh yeah. Have to change the game mode, of course. Changes the game mode, folks, so you can have infinite time practically to get the arrow. And still you screw that.
Dude, how about you just go and you quit flapping your lip? Oh, that's a big make. You just need 2 8s. Are you going to be able, or 2 8s? That's a 9. You just need a 7 here, son. Can you get a 7? Are you going to be able to get a 7?
Colossal fuck up. Not good.
Dog, I'll take that. Dude, that's a big bullseye. You need at least a 6 here. Are you going to be able to get it? Are you going to be able to get a 6? That was not good.
That's terrible.
I'm about to put you away,
Talking
right?
in my backswing, it's actually kind of rude. Usually you don't talk.
Dude, I can't. You're making me laugh.
Usually you let the sport shooter concentrate and not that.
Dude, you're making me laugh. Shut the fuck up.
Usually what happens is that
Dude, shut the fuck up. Dude, shut the fuck up. I can't believe that you want me to tell you more about the William Montgomery show from yesterday. You just need 2 7s, dog. Don't fuck up. Don't get a 6. Don't get a 6. Don't get a 6. And he just got a bullseye. All you need is a 4. Don't fuck this up. Like you did before.
Oh, I almost did that.
Yes, you did.
But no, literally.
Oh, it's over.
You didn't get a single bullseye that game.
Okay, well, what the fuck do you want me to do about it?
I'm just saying that's embarrassing.
Now, you said something that I find very offensive. that I steal all of my comebacks. I want to know what comeback you think I've stolen because all of my comebacks are organic, son. I'm waiting, dude.
I have to concentrate.
Doug, no one wants to hear your bullshit excuses.
Don't fucking go there.
What do you want me to do about it, son?
You fuck.
What do you want me to do about it, son?
God damn it.
Doug, I can't believe how long you take. Are you serious? That's what you just did?
Those fucking words suck so much. Or the letter, yeah, the letter, but I just handed you a gift for no reason. No, you can't go there. Get it, go to a different one.
There she is. Miss Aquarius. Oh boy.
Rabbi.
Let's see if I can play 2 games at once. All right, Miss Aquarius, are you ready?
No, play that game. It's okay.
It's going to take too long.
I gotta play. We can play tomorrow.
Nope, we're playing tonight, girl.
Rabbi.
Yo,
Hi.
what's up?
How are you?
Losing at Literati, but we're gonna do it.
Oh, yeah, okay, good. Oh, here you go. Yay, okay. All right, you can play 2 games. Let's go.
I'm going to try.
Okay, I understand. All right, where you were? There you go. Go, Rabbi. Yay. Okay. He multitasking. I like that.
I'm doing what I can, girl.
Trying. What's y'all playing?
Literati.
Oh, they did say that. Go, Rabbi. Go. Go, Rabbi. If you can't, don't do it. Okay. Good job. Mm. Mm. Okay. All right. Next. What in the world was on that thing? All right, Rabbi, next. Last one.
Nice job, Miss
I
Aquarius.
will. Thank you. We gotta do one more?
Absolutely.
No. There we go. Let's go. All right, Rabbi, you got this. Next. Oh, that was a good spin.
Get it.
Yay. Oh,
No.
yay. That's right.
Thank you, ma'am. Riser, what'd you think of that one?
There you go. That is right. Let's go. All right, Rabbi. You got this. You have two strikes, though. Yes, there we go. Okay. Good there. Go, there we go. Right, right. Okay, you got it. Yay! Good job.
Thank you, ma'am.
Right down. We'll play again, guys. Winner tomorrow.
Absolutely. Take care. Sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius.
I stay in here, okay?
Excellent.
Remember?
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah. Okay. In the morning. Night, Riser. Good night.
Riser, what's it feel like to be losing to a person who's not even paying attention to your game?
Literally the luckiest letters. I'm not even kidding. I get some bullshit like.
No, what do you want me to do about it? Joy? That was great, dude.
34. That was so good. Oh, fuck off.
I mean, what do you want me to do?
Shit.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it?
Good. Ugh. We've gotten 3 S's this game, which is
I mean, what do you want me to do about it? Dog, I'm asking you a question, and you have refused to answer it. What do you want me to do about it?
I'm just pointing out the fact.
Did you know Diddy is planning a Madison Square Garden concert when he gets out? Yo, Doug, what are your thoughts on that? The largest unsolved crime in Canadian history.
This meme was never funny. I don't know what you're making fun of a plane crash or something.
That happened like 50 years ago. I don't think it's funny. I'm just asking you, what do you think of it? You didn't even know it existed. I had to educate you on it. You didn't even know about it. It's your own history.
No one has ever heard of that shit.
And I had to educate you on it. What the fuck is vow? What the fuck is vow?
Oh, you don't know what vow is?
No, what is it?
It's the 6th letter of the Hebrew alphabet. You should know that.
Dude, okay, I know that, but that's not an English word.
Well, that's how you spell it in English.
I did not know that counts in this game. Considering it's another language.
What the fuck is this?
Yeah, Doug, what do you want me to do about it?
Look at this bullshit game.
And that's not even the standard way that it's spelled in Hebrew. It's generally spelled Vav. Dog, how is it that you were beating me by so much, and then it's just like I went into another gear, and now I'm up by more than 70 points? How is that?
The next game sucks.
I think it's one of the greatest games in the history of mankind, in the history of humankind.
No, it feels good if you get me fucking actually non-bullshit fucking words or letters. You know what va means?
I know what Vav means. I know Va is an alternative spelling of Vav, but that's not generally used. And it's another language, so I didn't think it would be allowed. No way, don't do that. You're not going to be able to do that.
Maybe if I had more time, I could have opened this for you longer. That's just funny.
Dude, I only have vowels left. There's a chance you could win.
I have 8 titles left, so I need to somehow get crazy winners.
Dude, you could make a comeback. Welcome.
Who said welcome to school?
Yo, dog, you got to be 18 to be in here. How old are you?
And I'm 18.
No, you're not. You need to leave.
No, I'm not.
You need to leave, or I will ban you.
You sound like a 40-year-old. You're a pedophile.
That's because I am a 40-year-old. I'm glad I saw my age.
You're a pedophile.
Get out of here, garbage. All right, here we go.
Saying a pedophile.
Get out of here, dude.
No, dude. He's pitiful.
Ban.
People on Discord are so interesting.
Agreed. Dog, this is the best game you've ever had against me, and you're still gonna lose unless you have something really good here. Oh, baby, he came back. That's what I like to see, baby. That's what I like to see.
Are you gonna get to 300?
Yeah.
Wow, you literally stole my word.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it?
You stole my word like twice.
Dog, what do you want me to do boot it? Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
You fucking fucked it up so I can't play any words.
I mean, again, do you want to know what my opinion is on the matter? What do you want me to do about it, baby?
I have a word, but I don't know if I can place it anywhere.
Are you going to win?
Save me, why? Save me, why? Come on, why?
You're just randomly putting that anywhere. I know where you can put a Y. I know where you can put a Y. $300.
Oh, I was close there. I fucked up a few times, and also the game doesn't do me any good letters.
I mean, again, do you want to know what do you want me to do about it? I'm asking you a question.
I'm not asking you to do anything about you. I'm just stating a fact that this game doesn't give me 3 S's every fucking turn.
It gave you 2 blank tiles. I would rather have 2 blank tiles, my friend. I would rather have 2 blank tiles than 3 S's, son. You got 2 blank tiles. Do you recognize?
How do you know I had 2 blank tiles?
Because it shows on the board.
You know how many points you get for blank tiles? 0, son.
But they can do anything for you. They can be S's. Riser, did you know that you had an invitation? Are you just going to J-Yor? Are you going to J-Yor? What game?
There could be a fucking racing game or something. Hey, on Discord,
There is a racing game. It's called Race to see how many balls you can put in the holes. Because this one takes skill. Look how good this shot was. Dog. Let's do some damage, son. Hit my ball. Hit my disc. Dude, you just set up my... I just won. I just won. I just won. I just won. I just won.
Dude, is that you? Because you just lost. Fuck. How the hell did that happen? That was not the English out of it.
I mean, again, what do you want me to do? Now, you want to see a Newfie shot, son?
Thank you. See you.
Are you proud of that shot?
Are you trying to win? Or are you trying to win?
What was that? Are you proud of that? I dedicate this shot to Zoot's comedy career. I dedicate this shot to Zoot's comedy career. This is kind of a hard shot. Psych. All right, I dedicate this to Zoot's comedy career.
So you can get the next one, the one after. Now you're gonna lose again.
This is a hard shot.
You will not make this one. Oh. You're not gonna pocket this. You're not getting the team. You're not gonna win the game, man. That was a nice movie, but
You ready for this?
let's see the movie. Let's see the movie. Oh.
Oh, I lost. This is the easiest way to win in the history of this game. Risky. Why would you take such a risk?
No. Oh, I could have gone the other way.
Dog. Why would you take such a risk?
I mean, you're gonna fuck it up anyway. Want to see you fuck it up again.
Then do it. Are you serious? Riser. Are you
I don't
serious?
know. I just want to see you fuck it up again.
No.
Again. up again.
Hit it in. Hit it in. Hit it in.
More games in there.
Oh, well, that's my college fun. I asked ChatGPT the best strategy for this game. Now I'm unstoppable.
It's called cheating.
It didn't really give me a good strategy. Nothing different than what we normally do. Oh, dude, that's a big one. Dude, I don't know how good a move that was.
What else was I supposed to do?
Win? See, I answer your questions.